लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स, स्वागत आप सबका। मेरा नाम है ओशन शर्मा और अभी तक पीएमपीएल के मैचेस जोरों शोरों से चले हैं। पीएमपीएल के मैचेस की बात करें तो कहीं ना कहीं पीएमसीओ की एक वाइब भी आती है पिछले वाले, क्योंकि वहीं से प्लेयर्स उठ करके पीएमपीएल के अंदर आए हैं। ऐसी एक टीम की अगर हम बात करें जिसने अपना झंडा गाड़ा था पीएमसीओ के अंदर, हम बात करें टीम साइट्स की, जो पीएमसीओ पाकिस्तान जीत करके आई थी, डोमिनेट करके आई थी और बाकी सब टीम्स को यह दिखा दिया था दैट अ न्यू टीम, अ न्यू विनिंग टीम इज अराउंड द कॉर्नर। तो उन प्लेयर्स से हम बात करेंगे और जानेंगे कि उनका माइंडसेट किस तरीके का है इन गेम्स को लेकर के, इस पूरे सिनेरियो को लेकर के और PMPL को लेकर के। So guys, before we just welcome up with everything, why don't you guys just introduce yourselves?
Hello, my name is Abdullah Musa, and my in-game name is SCY Abud, and my role in the team is as an IGL.
Hello, my name is Adil Youssef. My in-game name is SCY Ghost, and I play as a support in the team.
Hi, my name is Mohammad Mashuk Ali. My in-game name is SCY Razor, and my role is Fragger.
Hello, my name is Yasser Isa. My in-game name is Skyphobia and my role is anti-fragger.
अबूद, मेरा सवाल आपसे रहेगा ये, क्योंकि आप IGL हैं टीम के, तो मैं बेसिकली आपकी जर्नी जानना चाहूँगा इस टीम की, क्योंकि इस PMCO में ये टीम बहुत बेहतरीन खेली थी और अब हम PMPL के अंदर आ ही चुके हैं। तो स्काइट्स का PMCO का जर्नी कैसा, टीम कैसे फॉर्म हुई, प्रैक्टिस कैसे होती थी और किस तरीके से आपने मैचेस जीते?
टीम फॉर्म ऐसे हुई कि मैं और गोस्ट हम एक साथ बैठे थे, तो हम PUBG मतलब उस टाइम फन के लिए खेलते थे। तो हमें किसी ने बोला कि गाइज you guys have potential to continue in competitive and you can represent your country, plus you can have a career in this field, okay? And we continued playing scrims like probably 6 hours a day. हमने बहुत अच्छे से grind किया, every day 6 hour grinds, like okay, हम confident थे, हमने आया, हमने confidence के साथ perform किया and we won the game.
जी रजूर, मेरा आपसे एक सवाल रहेगा, आपकी टीम ऐसा क्या एक अलग करती है बाकी टीमों से? क्योंकि अगर हम बाकी टीमों के नाम ले, एनवी का स्क्वाड भी आपके रीजन से आ चुका है, PES का स्क्वाड भी पहले आ चुका है, वहाँ से पोर्टल स्पोर्ट्स अगर हम बात करें, R3D ऐसे करके भी नाम है वहाँ पर। खैर अगर बात करें टीम बबलू आती है, ये सब नाम बहुत अपने आप को एस्टैब्लिश रख चुके हैं, FS वर्ल्ड लीग खेल कर आ चुकी है। उसके बाद आपका टीम आता है जो इस बार आकर के जीता है। तो ऐसी क्या क्वालिटी है आपकी टीम के अंदर जो इन सबसे आपको अलग बनाती है?
टीम सिनर्जी एक ऐसी चीज है जो लोग नहीं समझते। हमारी आउटसाइड द गेम ऑल्सो हम बहुत इंटरेक्ट करते हैं, एक दूसरे के साथ खाने जाते हैं, एंजॉय करते हैं। उसके अलावा हमने मेहनत भी बहुत की, हमने अपने स्ट्रेटजीज, अपनी गलतियों पे बहुत काम किया, स्पेशली हमारे IGL ने। शुरुआत में पैसिव और आखिर में स्मार्ट अग्रेसिव, ये हमें बहुत काम देती आई है और हमें लगता है कि हमें आगे भी ऐसे ही खेलना चाहिए, यही सीखना चाहिए।
इसके बाद अब कोच पर आना चाहूँगा एक सवाल को लेकर के। ऑब्वियसली ये सवाल थोड़ा सा इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा, क्योंकि ये वो सवाल है जिसमें हम लोगों ने ट्रांजिशन किया है। PMCO तक पॉइंट सिस्टम होता था 20 पॉइंट्स वाला, अब 15 पॉइंट्स वाला पॉइंट सिस्टम हो चुका है। सो डू यू थिंक इससे किल्स में इजाफा होता है टीम्स का, या फिर अगर कोई टीम सिर्फ किल्स के लिए जा रही है और जल्दी मर गई तो उनको बहुत बड़ा नुकसान होता है? लाइक आप नए पॉइंट सिस्टम और उसके साथ साथ किल पॉइंट्स को किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
यार जो टीम्स लाइक ब्लाइंडली एग्रेसिव खेलते हैं वो भी ठीक नहीं होता, क्योंकि एक टीम को मार लोगे, दूसरे को मार लोगे, एट सम पॉइंट आपको मरना ही पड़ेगा। आप तो अगर आप 8 किल निकाल के 15 नंबर आ जाओ, प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट नहीं है, सिर्फ 8 पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे। फिर अगर वही टीम 4 नंबर आ जाए 6 किल के साथ, उसने आपके डबल पॉइंट्स कमा लिए, तो उस हिसाब से आपको चालाकी से खेलना होगा, ब्लाइंडली एग्रेसिव खेल नहीं सकते। आगे वाली टीम सब लाइक अच्छा खेलने वाली है, तो ब्लाइंड एग्रेसिव नहीं खेल सकते आप।
जी जी बिल्कुल। फोबिया, कोई एक ऐसी टीम है आपके रीजन में जो आपको लगता है एक बहुत कड़ी चुनौती देगी, जो PMCO में भी आपको बहुत ज़्यादा टक्कर दे रही थी और इस बार भी वो टक्कर कांटेगी रहेगी?
यस, एक टीम है, टीम बबलू, बहुत अच्छी टीम है हमारे रीजन में।
रेजूर, मैं आपके ऊपर आना चाहूँगा इसी चीज़ को काइंड ऑफ कंटिन्यू करते हुए। अब देखिए, बहुत सारे लोगों का आपके रीजन में जितने लोग देखते हैं आपको, उनके आप फेवरेट प्लेयर होंगे, बट आपका पर्सनल फेवरेट कोई एक ऐसा प्लेयर है जो पूरे ग्लोबल में, आप किसी भी रीजन का बोल सकते हैं, चाहे वो किसी भी रीजन का, लाइक इज देयर एनी फेवरेट पर्सन दैट यू एडमायर?
यस, मैं कर्लिनो को बहुत एडमायर करता हूँ, कोशिश भी बहुत करता हूँ कि उसकी तरह खेलूं, क्योंकि उसका गेम स्टाइल मुझे बहुत पसंद है।
जी अबूद, कोई मैसेज रहेगा आपका आपके फैंस के लिए, आपके फेवरेट्स के लिए, उन सब लोगों के लिए जो आपको सपोर्ट करते आए हैं?
मैं फैंस को यही कहना चाहूंगा कि यार देखो गाइज, इट्स जस्ट स्क्रिम्स, ऑलराइट? We are studying the teams, and when the main game starts, we'll perform and we'll prove it, inshallah.
जी, and आप PMPL खत्म होने तक अपने आप को और अपनी टीम को कहाँ पर देखते हैं?
अभी हमारा मेन टारगेट है getting number 1 in PMPL, that's it. और हम आगे जाएंगे, when it comes to World League, inshallah हम वहाँ भी टीम्स को स्टडी करेंगे एंड बेसिकली हम अपना परफॉर्मेंस कंटिन्यू रखेंगे ऐसे। That's it.
मुझे उम्मीद है कि आप जरूर करेंगे, बहुत अच्छे तरीके से करेंगे, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से आपने PMCO डोमिनेट किया है उससे आगे आगे जाते हुए जरूर ये सारी चीजें और बेहतरीन होने वाली है। मैं आपको ऑल द बेस्ट बोलता हूँ, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आपका ये PMPL भी बहुत ज्यादा बेहतरीन जाए एंड मे बी ग्लोबल चैंपियनशिप में आप लोगों से एक बार फिर से मुलाकात होगी। टिल देन आई वुड से ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर एवरीथिंग एंड सी यू अराउंड।
It's time again to conquer the battlefield. "20 squads, 16 days of action. Fight for the top 2 spots. More than $200,000 on the line. Get ready for the PMPL South Asia Season 2.
Well, it is time again to conquer the battlefields, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. This is Super Johnny, and today it's going to be day 3 of week 2, where incredible action await you guys and the teams that are going to be participating. And it is going to be pretty intense because, well, $200,000 on the line for every single team and every single player that is going to be playing in this PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. But before we get the day started, again, I have to introduce my family that has been with me since day 1 of this tournament, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to start over from my left-hand side, from the commentators, where some banter has been going on. Shots were fired quite literally yesterday. Fixes and Experiment. How are you guys? Are you safe?
We are good. We are safe. And you might just want to scoot over a little bit because the Anemone is still alive. The casters and the analysts, we are at war. But it is a pleasure to be here once again.
You know, I have to ask you, which side are you on?
I'm on no side. I mean, I'm in the center,
he's pretty much on our side if you think about it.
Yeah, he does want to be there, but you know, he's like, I'll just be sympathetic, I'll go there, but it's all right. But you know, I'm really excited about today's game because yesterday, Pakistani teams have definitely picked up the pace.
Definitely, the pace was picked up by them, but can they carry it forward? That's going to be a big question for today. And I'm going to flaunt off as these guys are stuck at the desk, but I get to move around freely. That's one of the perks of being the host of the show. I'm going to move over to the analyst desk where I'm going to ask you guys, Shadow and Ocean, how are you guys doing today?
Pretty
I'm good, and I have to say it to Fixers, Johnny is at our side because we share Mountain Dew with him, unlike you.
Yeah, you pick your own Mountain Dew, man. We share these Mountain Dews with him.
We bribe him.
That's one thing. But yeah, I know. Deep down, you're on our side. So give it to me.
That's still to be decided. I'm on the winning side. But
we're winning.
As we move forward with the day, ladies and gentlemen, there are some things that we need to renew in our minds. And we're going to start off well, with the format of this PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2, which is pretty interesting because as we said on day 1, for the first time, as the groups have been divided, and the groups are going to be playing for the next 12 days, out of which, I mean, some of the days have gone by. We are almost heading towards the end of week 2. Only top 3 teams from every single group will make it to the finals. The 16th team is going to be the best of the remaining teams. So even if you have a lot of points, your chance to go into the finals still might be up in the air just because you are the 4th one in your group. And that, I think, specifically is pretty true for 247.
Yeah, they are there. I mean, they are in that race, not in top 3 if in their groups, if we talk about it. But still, they are the 4th team that, you know, seems stronger as compared to other 4 teams when you look, you know, gameplay, statistical, anyways.
Exactly, and the pressure sort of arises with the fact that the prize money for the tournament is actually pretty massive. I mean, for the entire PMPL South Asia Season 2, it is $200,000, but for the league stages, it is $65,500 prize money. First position is going to get $10,000. Second position will be taking home $8,000. Third position will be taking home $6,000, and so on. 17th to 20th, you only get $1,000. But weekly prize money as well, ladies and gentlemen. There is weekly prize money being given out. Teams with the most points per week gets $2,000, and that one individual lad who is going to be the MVP for the week, he's going to get $500 for himself.
Mark my words, I don't know. Somehow I feel Hungrybox might be the person for this week. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just, you know, putting it out there. Probably because the guy is in top 3. You know, if you talk about the numbers, we saw it yesterday as well. We talked about the numbers. So in top 3 is where he stands. Last week he missed that by 5 kills, and now I think he might just want to, you know, get through that bridge.
I think Steel Shot can also give him a tough competition.
Well, after yesterday's performance, I agree with Shadow. Steel Shot might be one of the guys who is going to be challenging Hungrybox for the MVP of the week. But, ladies and gentlemen, how do you do that? How do you prove that you are the MVP of the week and of the entire tournament? You earn points for your team by finishing off your opponents. So let's have a look at the point distribution system that we have in front of us.
I mean, if we talk about it, first position gets 15 points, second gets 12, third gets 10, then 8, 6, 4, 2. That's even. I mean, literally, those are even numbers. 8 to 12 gets 1 point each, and 13 to 16, that's where it comes down to a whole number. You get 0, you get nothing but 1 kill, 1 point. That's where, you know, the boundaries kind of lie.
Yes, exactly. Kill points are always going to matter, and we have seen teams even getting after that chicken dinner, getting those 15 points, still end up at the second or the third position due to only one reason, having low kill points.
Exactly, and there are the teams on the opposite end of the spectrum as well. Team with only kill points, and the placement points haven't even crossed the 100-point mark. But before we move on to the other things and before we have a look at the numbers for the teams, there are these particular numbers that we were talking about right now, and those are the standings, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at the group-wise standings for the teams, and I'm going to let my analysts take over as they sort of break down the performances of the teams yesterday and so far.
Yeah, Team Sides did have a good chicken dinner in the second match. We saw them getting a chicken dinner with amazing 6 kills. T2K is still leading with a good margin. INES might give a tough competition to Assiduous Esports, considering Assiduous Esports is not up to their mark like they were in the initial stage of the tournament. INES, few little mistakes. I think they had a good positioning, just a few little mistakes. I think this team can come up to third position. We'll have to see that. But T2K, this is the team that rules Erangel perfectly. And if we talk about next group over there, that is going to be Group B, 7C Esports. This is the team that has impressed everyone out there. But PN Crew back-to-back 2 chicken dinners. And R3D, this is the team. I think they have the capability, they have got gun skills, they are able to take down enemy team also. The only thing they are lacking is a good coordination, because in Miramar we saw Walker was way far away from his teammates when they were engaging in a 4v4 fight. They could have won that fight if Walker was with his teammates.
Yeah, that's totally true. But let's have a look at Group C. I mean, this is where it comes down. We talk about 3 teams qualifying, but here all 4 teams seems like, you know, they are doing amazing work. 246, 225, 204, and 161. ElementriX still no chicken dinner in this group and is a team that's in top 3 right now. Venom Legends, 125 for the placement, 121 for the kills. That means they are trying to balance everything for themselves, and it's working pretty decent for them. You know, almost touching that 250-ish marker for themselves. That looks pretty decent for this team. But well, moving forward as we do, A1 Esports, VTNxJyanMaara, Stalwart, and PAINxELMT. All right. Yesterday when they started, PAINxELMT, you know, they were out at what, 50-ish points, and now they have 62. All right, last game, you know, the Vikendi's game was pretty decent for them for the starters. But after that, I would say now they should just go for the placement points first. I know kill points get a good priority with the new point system, but go for the placement points, have a slow game, like 1 or 2 slow games, and then they might just, you know, go for the kill points if they settle in that metal.
I think for normally for other teams, we would actually just say like, keeping an 11 or 12 point average would have been fine. But for PAINxELMT, I think they need to get those 10 points just for the placement. But now we have the group of excellence, Group E in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, where DEADEYES guys, 114 placement points, 105 kill points, 219 in total, have taken the lead compared to their opponents. DRS Gaming, Team Bablu, and CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. All of them have sort of showed inconsistencies, whether it in the early stages of the tournament, whether in week 2. And look at that, Team Bablu, even with 3 chicken dinners, even though they have conquered the land of Miramar for themselves, they are still not the leaders of the group, neither are they leaders of the leaderboard. But there's that one team in Group E, the Group of Excellence, that did showcase the moment of geniuses, and they were the champions of their regions as well. I'm talking about DRS Gaming.
Yes, DRS Gaming absolutely performed exceptionally well yesterday, and the reason Team Bablu is not at the top is because the way they have changed their game. They are not aggressive, they lack on the kill points, they have got good position points, but compared to DEADEYES and DRS, they are not super aggressive, they are lacking on the kill points. And I think this team has the capability, has the caliber that even if they go aggressive, they work on the kill points, they can even come up at the top over there.
Exactly. I mean, look at these stats of these players. We have 2 rushers, 1 support, and 1 scout in the team. That's what the stats show right now. 22 matches played by these players, except Mafia Ninja, he has 16 in his bank, but then KPM is pretty decent, 1.23, 1.27. So those numbers, combined just showcase a pretty good gameplay. This gameplay started off at the edges, and this is where teams have to shine up. If you're going for the slow rotations, you might need to go for the faster kill points, and that's where everything just calculates up for themselves.
DRS, I think this team is so perfect with their utilities and grenades, and we did see that yesterday also, especially when that Miramar fight was happening. In fact, in every game, DRS is on point with their perfect grenades, and in fact, they were super aggressive. Even though when they were not getting the chicken dinner, they either had 7 kills or 13 kills in their hands.
Exactly, and I think one of the most crucial members for this team is this lad right here on our screens, Gyalzin. Always on point with what Shadow said, the utility and the aggression. I mean, Nima and AJ are always going to be there for the aggression for the team. But another interesting thing is they have the ability to sort of change their rosters, because Blend is there, they have Mafia Ninja as well, and it seems like they can sort of synergize with either one.
That's true, and that's one thing, Yesterday we talked about another team just like this, right?
Yeah.
And as we were talking, we had one thing. This team does not depend on which 4 players are playing or what's happening, because this team is like, we know our individual gameplay and we can combine it together. You have to, transform according to what your player's call is at that moment. But if IGL says we gotta rush, everyone has to rush no matter where they are right now, because you have seen someone who's just in that house, and maybe he's alone, maybe there are just 2 people, and we can throw one grenade, utility comes in, we can just rush in, all 3 players come in.
Also, by the way, the reason we were having a look at DRS is because they are doing pretty well in the weekly leaderboard right now so far. But there's this one other team that is giving DRS a run for their money. And what sort of a storyline would it be if the champions were being challenged by the champions? Well, the former champions, to be a little bit more precise, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have a look at Stalwart Esports, the former champions of Pakistan, coming with the experience of being part of the World League as well. This team, a lot of expectations are there, and they live up to those expectations. I mean, when you see them pop off, they pop off really hard.
Yes, Stalwart Esports, this is the team that either goes for the position points or the kill points. Rarely we see this team falling on both the points. In fact, if we talk about their yesterday's performance, first match, chicken dinner with amazing 9 kills over there. Even in the 4th match, they were having 10 kills in their hands and 12 position points. Especially the credit goes to Morte and Malik over there. And Morte, even though he was engaging in a fight with the loss of Team SCYTES, he did it perfectly. The little mishap happened was that mini shots in that particular moment when he missed the clutch moment. Even if he had an Uzi or an AR, I think he would have clutched that moment.
I mean, exactly. But there was one thing, when we were looking at the stats and looking at these players, it's amazing. We see different teams having 2 rushers for a league, one scout or something. Every single player has its own level of role. We have 1 rusher, 1 scout, 1 sniper, 1 medic, so 1 support, sorry. So everyone knows their individual role, and that's where it comes up. You need to, be perfect with your role. You need to master that one move, right? 100 times probably, where you can actually be a problem for the players. And this was that particular match when it all happened. I mean, look at this. Utility usage on point. But, well, if you can throw utilities, you can get them on yourself as well, and that's how the game ended.
Exactly. That was an unfortunate event, the way that match ended. But I think Stalwart, with the sort of damage numbers they were outputting yesterday, did put up an amazing performance. We saw that final clip on Miramar. That was Morte just holding down the fort for his team. And that man has been really consistent and a cornerstone that the entire squad of Stalwart Esports relies upon in those clutch moments. It is him and Kashuf, I think, I see the most taking and being sort of the majority firepower for their squads. And, well, we have talked about the squads right now. I think it's time we appreciate the individual players as well and have a look at the kill leaders so far and how things are going over there. It is just going to be for week 2. And as I was praising this man, Morte, 6 kills so far in just the 2nd week, has 3 headshots, 3,527 damage.
I mean, if you talk about these players, there's... all right, you're talking about damage. Look at Gyalzin. Pretty good damage, has 15 kills. If he gets 2 more or something like that, he might always, obviously jump up at the top. But Hungrybox and Steelshot, they are tying up with Morte with 16, 16, 16 for themselves. Damage is kind of that separable thing that's, just taking them out of everything. But if we're talking about consistency, that's where Steelshot, that's where Hungrybox, these guys come in. Previously, if we were talking about, Rafat, we know he was the kill leader in the previous week. But right now, these players have showcased incredible talent for themselves.
Yeah, these players have showcased incredible performances. The 16 kills on the top 3 names right there. But as we move forward, the competition this time is really tight, because if you look at the man on the 10th position, 247 Gaming, even he is just 3 kills behind, 13 kills for himself. Even though the damage numbers are going to be the thing that will separate them if the kill numbers do get tied up. But as you mentioned that one individual name, Rafat, that name is missing from this list now. It's not there.
Exactly. That name is actually missing. If you talk about the stats and everything, you know, just as we were discussing about it, the player was incredible in the previous week. This week, the player, I mean, obviously, he's trying his level best, and he has, you know, showcased incredible talent out there as well. But now, I want to see what happens.
Let's have a look at the head-to-head of Rafat versus Rafat. So it's going to be week 1 Rafat's performance versus his performance so far in week 2. Week 1, he was incredible. I mean, he destroyed every single player that stepped in front of him. But week 2, he has been sort of missing. Although, one crucial thing I would like to point out is even though Rafat is not performing at the same level, it does not seem to impact too much on Venom Legends.
I think one of the reason has been because of the survival time of the whole team. If we talk about it, if you remember week 1, the team was going in for 12 kills, 15 kills, 14 kills, 8 kills, amazing kills, even if they were lacking on the position points. But this week, if we talk about both the days, Team Venom Legends, I think they are struggling. They are having below 5 kills, and in the second match of day 2, they had 9 kills and a good placement points. This could be the reason that Rafat is not outshining, because a solo player can't do much when it comes to becoming the MVP. If a whole team is surviving till the final circle, every player is going to get some kills.
So these are some of the clips of him and his incredible performances in week 1. And as we move forward and have a look at his performances in week 2, we're going to see the difference. I mean, I think it's going to be a slight bit of overconfidence, because like week 1, he played like a literal god inside of the game.
I mean, that is true, but well, I'll just point out one more thing. 2 days have happened, 2 days are still left, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like he might step up. Today might be Rapid, so you never know. We never see the future.
But
we
see,
just only
he had 34 kills in 4 days that time. This time in 2 days he has 10. He's 24 kills in deficit. He needs to cover that up.
So that's like what we'll say, you know, 27% of what he actually did in week 1. But now I want to see how he just, you know, goes forward with it. I mean, look at the damage that he has right now. That was around what? Not as much, obviously, as the previous week. But previous week, this guy was incredible. 6,000 plus damage. That's where he was, and he was the only player to reach 6,000 marker all alone. No other person was just out here. This time 2453. All right, that's good. But then damage received is something that's, you know, just going on to him. Because if you receive damage once, it's okay. Second time, you're knocked or something.
Exactly. Second time, you're not going to be there to fight.
Also, there are some mistakes happening from the whole team. If you talk about Vikendi match particularly, they knew there were 2 squads, FutureStation and DRS. They flanked from the position with the way FutureStation players were there. Instead, if they had some grenades or utilities, I think they would have survived and gotten few more kills in their hands. These are small little mistakes happening from the Venom Legends players. I think that is why they are having an early elimination.
Well, we're going to see how things go for Venom Legends. I mean, the best part about Group C is going to be the fact that Group C actually plays a lot. They get taken out of the rotations, I think, at the very last day of every single week. And because of that, they get to be inside of the flow that they've created in the very first day and just stay inside of the flow. If that's a bad flow, like if they are getting early exits from the very first day, then I think they need to recover, and they need to recover fast, because at the end, you don't get those last opportunity, clutch opportunities, wherein you're going to be like, all right, we know where the other teams are. This is how much we have to cover up, and this is how we're going to play to cover up the distance. You don't get that opportunity. You're going to have to perform and outperform the other teams before they even step foot in the battleground.
And that's how you know the fights are concentrated. Team A and Team B, right? Team A sees Team B sees Team A. They're like, we'll finish them. Every team obviously has that one thing. Like, we see them, we'll finish them. If you're rotating, Team A sees Team B, but Team B is rotating. They're actually focused on rotating. So it's easier for the other team to just take those players down while they're driving. Because if you stop your vehicle, it's out there in the open. You might just have that one cover, then throwables come in, everything just comes in. That's where you know, lose everything. You lose 75% of the fight in that one.
That's exactly happened in Vikendi.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Vikendi and Miramara have said, we all say, 2 maps, you need to be really, really careful while rotating. Miramar because of how big it is, and on Vikendi because of how the circles moves. There's no drastic shift apart from the first initial formation of the very first circle. And that's why people who actually take early control of the compounds have a pretty fun time just holding on to those strong houses and the safe houses that they have and just picking off anyone they see out in the open. Need to be careful while rotating on those maps. But I want to ask you guys one question. we have always talked about the teams that are getting those chicken dinners and are putting amazing numbers on the board. I want to talk about that one team that hasn't gotten a chicken dinner so far, but still are inside of the top 10 and still are keeping the competition close. I'm going to talk about one of the fan favorite teams from Nepal, ElementriX.
ElementriX is performing. The only thing they are they are struggling with is entering into the zone. They always have a good position, especially in Miramar. ElementriX performs in Miramar. The only trouble they have is entering into the zone. They are able to gain the height advantage. They are able to get some kills also. Few silly mistakes, like if we talk about yesterday's Miramar, ElementriX players were too much out in the open when two of the teams were fighting, and especially one player was taking shots and another player also threw grenades and something. So these are slight little mistakes of their positionings and their rotations. Otherwise, ElementriX is having kills, having good position. Just I want them to dominate in Miramar because I think this is their map. They can do it.
Exactly. It used to be their map at a certain point. But now, ladies and gentlemen, there's also this one team that has been struggling so far in this tournament, and we're going to have a look at the interview with that team. I'm talking about PAINxELMT, ladies and gentlemen, and see what their mindset was before the tournament actually started. So here is the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League, where competition has actually grown fierce. And with that competition growing up, I'm going to be talking to one of the teams out there that's going to be PAINxELMT. I mean, this team has showcased immense amount of talent, if not by this name, by some other names. But for now, we're going to focus on that name and that team. So guys, before we just begin with everything, why don't you guys just start with introducing yourselves?
Hi, my name is Jimmy Gurung. I'm from Nepal. I'm representing PAINxELMT, and my in-game name is PAINxELMT Jimmy, and my in-game role is IGL and Scout.
My name is Rohan Mandari and I am from Nepal and I'm representing team PAINxELMT. My in-game name is PAINxELMT Rohan and I play the role of support in the team.
Hi, my name is Bhuvan Grung. My role is entry fragger. My in-game name is PAINxELMT Rat.
Hi, my name is Anil Chaulagai. I'm from Nepal and I'm representing team PAINxELMT, and my in-game name is PAINxELMT UC, and my role is support as well.
So that was a very good introduction, but then my question is going to be straight away for Jimmy, the first question. The question is going to be that you are an IGL for the team, right? So you have to see everyone's perspective. Like being an IGL, do you feel the pressure in the situations of PMPL or something, or like are you keeping it chill or calm?
Right now, I'm having like mixed feelings, like excitement and like pressure at the same time. But we're gonna show like we are like deserving team and we deserve to be here, and we're gonna show like we are the underdogs and be the top on the leaderboard and try to be on top.
That's actually nice. That's very nice. And then coming to Dark, my question is going to be for you, Dark. And the question is like, which team do you feel is going to be your strongest competitor in this tournament?
All team is very good, and we are underdogs team and a very dangerous team. DRS, ElementriX.
Yeah. Well, obviously that's something out there. And then I'm going to be coming to Ricky right now for this question. The question is going to be quite a different one, and that is you were actually acquired by an Indian organization. So how do you feel the pressure of that thing coming onto your gameplay?
Yeah, we're feeling a little bit pressure because we are new in this PMPL and international tournament, but we'll try to do our best. Give our best, yeah, and we'll show some people. We'll show we are the best. Like we deserve this. We deserve this tournament. Yeah, we'll try to be on the top.
Yeah, that's totally true. But well, I want to ask you once again for PMPL this season, like from all four of you guys, name one quality which you guys think is needed for a player, for a person to be that can actually take him from a normal player to an international level player. What's that one quality that you think a player should have?
I think like game sense is like most important, as well as skills. But for me, like game sense.
I guess that's gonna be gunpowder, because you need gunpowder to take over teams, and you can't every time get a place in the zone, and you have to make a place inside it, and for that we need gun game too.
Yeah, that's very good. But well, Jimmy, once again, coming back to you, because I know this is an important one for you. How did your practice schedule changed after you guys qualified for PMPL? Like before PMPL, obviously you guys were practicing, you guys were playing matches and whatnot. But how did it change? How did your practicing schedule change after you guys get to know that you guys have qualified for PMPL? Like how many hours are you practicing? What do you do in your practices? Like do you do drills? Are you playing custom rooms? Like how is it changing?
10 to 12, we used to like practice ourselves on training room, and after that like 1 to 2 there will be like scrims for like PMPL, and then we got like some breaks for like 3-4 hours, and after that we get back to the scrims and do our job and like practice everything.
I hope, I wish you guys all the very best for everything that you guys are going to be thinking of achieving, and I hope that you guys achieve that in this PMPL, and maybe, just maybe, I'll see you guys on the qualifying side, so all the best for that.
Well, quite an interesting interview over there from the players of PAINxELMT, ladies and gentlemen. And as things have moved forward, we have seen them change a little bit. But one thing that changes every day is going to be the map rotation, ladies and gentlemen. So let's have a look at the schedule for today. And it is going to be starting off with Erangel, the first game, followed by Sanhok. The interesting thing is going to be here that Group A is not going to be playing. So we will have B, C, D, and E competing in the first 2 matches of today. And then Group D is going to be stepping out of the battlegrounds, and it's going to be Group A stepping back into the action, starting from Vikendi, followed by Erangel, and then the third game on Sanhok, which is going to be third for them, but last for us. It's going to be match number 5 for us. But now, since the schedule is over, there's only one thing left for me to do, is going to be to put you on the spot again, my beautiful analysts. Predictions.
I'll say PAINxELMT. Good luck, guys. You can do it.
What about you, Ocean?
Last week we had curse of 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah.
I want to go a team getting a 4th chicken dinner, because we have a few names with 3rd. So I want to see a team getting that 4th on the spot. So any team with 4 chicken dinners, that's mine.
So my analysts are going to be a little bit over ambitious, I have to say, today. So I'm going to move over to the other side once again without any cover for me. I mean, they give me the weapons, they give me the level 2 helmet as well, but no cover.
Love the setting over here.
Over to the analysts, over to the commentators. The analysts are on the other side.
Are you putting us on the spot, or you just want to have a conversation with us?
Yeah. Conversation. I'm going to go for conversation.
So, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well.
Good. Let me just tell you that right now. But let's just talk about the game right now. Fixes, who are you picking to win this one?
Well, day 3 last time had been all about Venom Legends. This is the day when Rafa really picked the momentum up. So, starting things off, I think Venom Legends will be my pick.
You know what? I'm a dreamer like you. I want someone new to come and win the chicken dinner. ElementriX, this is your day.
Yeah, let's go. ElementriX. I mean, that team has been performing so well.
Oh, yeah.
But still, it's just the chicken dinner that's lacking from their side. And I guess if they get it inside of the top 10, it's going to be a pretty comfortable setting for us.
Well, we are going to find out as match number 1 is going to be underway really shortly. Are ElementriX going to win their first chicken dinner? Are we going to see a 4th chicken dinner? Are we going to see the big 2-0? So many questions, but do we have the answers?
Maybe this entire match will give us the result. You know, a lot of teams, in fact, a lot of Pakistani teams have gotten those 3 chicken dinners, but they still are not on the top position. Talk about teams like DEADEYES, despite the fact that they just have 1, they are having a lot of kill points. So the new point system really comes into play over here.
I mean, it's like, you know, you have teams with 3 chicken dinners, they're not at the top, but then you have teams without any chicken dinners, and they are in the top 10. But what is going to be on our screens right now are all the players as they get ready for the first match of the day, Day 3, Week 2 of PMPL South Asia Season 2.
And, well, 2 black screens is what I can really see, and it hurts me. One of the players of PAINxELMT missing as usual, and this time R3D decided that they are good to go with just 3 players. So we'll have to see how they are going to perform, as we are kind of waiting for the flight path trajectory to really kick in. I want to see, where does it go? Where does the circle go? Because so far it has been kind of tending towards the certain side. So maybe XP, this might happen, that the teams really that tend to drop on the northern side might just change their drop location a bit.
Well, we are going to find out soon enough, as match number 1 is finally underway, as the big beautiful bird is in the sky for the first time in the day. And well, Fixes, the plane path pretty much speaks for itself. We are going to go in a northeastern direction. We are going to be flying over Gatka. The hospital is going to be in jumping distance. The ruins is going to be pretty much hotly contested. Depends of if a couple of teams do decide to go there.
Yeah.
I want to see some early skirmishes in Yasnaya. I've always said I wanted to see that, but somehow I really haven't till now.
You know, teams like 247, I love to go over there. Even we have the boys from DRS. So depends on how they want to really take the fight. So talk about VTNxJyanMaara, they really go still sticking up to their Lipovka drop spot. But you know, from the flight path trajectory that we have had so far, I think it's going to be an Eastern Circle. And there has been a pattern in Erangel lately. We've seen all these teams, you know, trying that thing out.
Well, you know, 247 does usually go to Yasnaya, but, I mean, let's not forget yesterday, right? They were out on a hunt. And my eyes are going to be around Pachinki because the team that I'm talking about, PAINxELMT, usually do like dropping down in that city. I wonder if 247 are going to be following them. But right now, all the players are jumping out. As usual, ElementriX are going to be heading towards the ferry pair. I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Hiozu gets in a vehicle, which he does, and he drives all the way across to the military island itself. So, you know, they are going to stick to what is working. But, you know, let's just talk about ElementriX for a second.
Yeah.
They're the only team without a chicken dinner. They have been playing consistently throughout this tournament. They're just falling just a little bit short.
Exactly, and that is something that I really expect them to, you know, step up, because it's the final touch, you know, the final finish, the killer move is where they are sort of failing to do so. And every single time they're in the top 3, top 4, top 5, getting a decent amount of kills, if not a lot. But you know, with the kind of standards that they've set for just not for us, also for all our viewers and their fans, you know, they're not really living up to it. I must say that. But you know, talking about the circle right now, it's kind of a centric circle, maybe tending this time around towards the shelter area. So Team Stalwarts might just have a good start, and Team DRS, by the way they are kind of rotating, they're looking promising as well.
They are looking promising indeed, and funnily this time we don't have a southern circle. Normally in Erangel, pretty much every single time, or maybe 9 out of 10 times, we've seen the circle form around the military island, and in fact we've had a lot of bridge action in play as well. This time around, we always kind of wanted, you know, some parts of Stalwart to be in there, some parts of Severny to be in there, so it's a good thing that we are going to see something different, and let's have a look and find out how the teams are going to respond to all these circle shifts. But right now, a lot of color right in the center of the circle. Rozok is going to be hotly contested. The school has some teams dropping nearby. Of course, the apartments are occupied as well, and looks like ElementriX are going to be content staying on the main island. No takers for the Sosnovka military base so far.
Yeah, of course. You know, considering the fact that T2K are not playing this one out, so that's open for grabs. Anyone can really go there, and well, these teams really want that quick rotation in, so they have not really opted. Look at Team ElementriX. They usually send 2 of their players down below, but this time around, I want to point a few other things. Team R3D. This is one of the teams that gets into contention with the players of DEADEYES early on in Rozok. Now they've kind of figured that out, and now they've got all the way far up towards Zarki. And same can be said about Team PAINxELMT, where they really desperately want to avoid you know, these guys from Team 247 who kind of brutally all the time, every single time, tend to hunt them down.
I mean, talk about leading lambs to a slaughter. That's what's happening with PAINxELMT, and they did take the safe route out this time. They have dropped pretty much at the end, and they were hoping that, you know, no one's going to follow them. But again, you know, yesterday they did kind of start off with a decent performance. They had 3 kills. In fact, those 3 kills came as a squad wipe. Unfortunately, there was no respite for them as another crew came in and, well, knocked them. Of course, I mean, I'm trying to build it up right now, because 247 have been at their throats from game 1 on day 2. Let's see if that's going to be the case on day 3 as well. But as of now, PAINxELMT are nice and happy way up there in Stalwart and Kameshki. Now, Abrupt Slayers on our screens. Now, these guys also have had their moments in the sun, and I am going to be looking forward to games 3, 4, and 5, because we're going to have that rivalry back on between Assiduous Esports and Abrupt Slayers. That is something that I am looking forward to.
You know, one thing I must point out is that Assiduous Esports, if you compare the performance with week 1 and week 2, it has kind of, you know, dropped down. Same could have been said for Venom Legends, but they somehow still managed to keep it up on the position points department. Every single game, I see that even if they're not getting those chicken dinners, they manage to stay in top 5, which is really good. This is a day where, you know, Venom Legends really picked things up in the last week, and today we are going to expect nothing short from that. But now, talking about the rotations, drop locations, 247, quite an interesting approach, going in for that split drop around Mansion and Prison. And I love that they are actually going towards Prison, which is kind of a revamped area, this time in Erangel 2.0. So let's see if the circle kind of pans out over there. If we see a drastic shift right over there, then I think 247 might be the happy bunch of people.
They might be happy, and it's funny that we haven't had a few shots fired as yet. Nobody's gone down as of now, and we've already crossed the 5-minute 45-second mark. That means 6 minutes is coming up, and not a single body has been put on the ground. We do have 62 players alive, but of course you did mention that PAINxELMT are once again playing as a 3-man squad. I guess it's something that we are just going to have to get used to. But of course R3D are going to be playing as a 3-man squad as well. We've got Joker, Ezio, and Walker joining us today. Now, we have Venom Legends on our screens, and of course the analyst desk was talking about Rafat a little while ago. I mean, week 1, Rafat was on fire. But then the thing is, his teammates have kind of stepped up as well. It is a team game at the end of the day, and well, like we said before, you are only as strong as your weakest link, and it looks like Venom Legends are definitely stepping up to the plate. But this team, again, ElementriX, it's an anomaly, to be honest with you, because they are up there and they don't have a chicken dinner, and they come so close. It's like, you know, it's in their grasp, but somebody comes in and snatches it away.
Talk about all the Miramar games. You know, perfect example of what really happens with ElementriX.
I mean, right till the end, they are pretty much center of the circle, and you did mention this.
Position, have the high ground, every single thing, and when that, you know, circle shifts, it's just done. They just kind of, something really happens. I think they need to, you know, work on providing cover fires. The thing with having 4 assaulters in the team is that, you know, all of you kind of tend to go in aggressive and you tend to go in fast, but there needs to be someone who has to kind of reduce the tempo in your team, give you that perfect cover fire, use a sniper for a sec. But right now we have a fight engaging between Team 7C and A1 Esports.
Well, I think Fair has an idea of where 6ix9ine is. He is going to let that ratatatata a bit loose. 6ix9ine does go down, and well, we were looking for some action. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 7C's Fair with first blood in this game. And ew, that was a good grenade, almost knocking out half his HP. He is going to try and reciprocate with a grenade of his own. In fact, Hungrybox is cooking one. He knows where the enemy is. He's going to lob it any second now. Is it going to be a big boom? Ooh, just a little bit short. Now, Dante's position is given away, right? Sinister, I still do believe, hasn't made a move as yet, so he could be in a good position to come on the flank. There he goes. He is going to move in. He does lob a grenade, does a little bit of damage on Memo, but it is not going to be enough. Now, the question is, are A1 Esports going to back off? Because this is not the position you want to be in. You have a slope. You don't have any cover.
Exactly, that is what I was just about to say, because now 7C do have that high ground advantage. They spot every single movement that these players are making. Elsewhere, we can see Badrev taking down a few players over there, and Zibian has been the victim over there. But right now, Machine, he is spraying down onto its Teen Wolf's vehicle as he sort of wants to escape away. And will he succeed though? Yes, he does. And well, I really thought that the vehicle might just blow up or take some damage, but that did not happen this time around.
Well, it is a UAZ, and it can take quite a battering. I mean, of course, he is going to be happy that he had that vehicle. And whoa, was that the enemy who just went? It was the same team.
No, I thought he did a wheelie.
Oh, that's what you thought. I'm like, wait a second, what did I miss? Now, FutureStation is have engaged early. Meanwhile, wait a second. A1 Esports is going to be in a world of trouble right now, because they did kind of back away from the previous engagement, only to find themselves, well, going up against ElementriX. And I don't know, Fixes. I think this team can get the job done. They just need that little bit of extra push, and they can get the chicken dinner. But coming back to the fight between FutureStation, Machine still with his machine aimed at Teen Wolf.
Absolutely, and well, a machine right now, I think FutureStation will want to secure themselves a better position inside the circle, considering the fact that all the teams have already made the rotation in and have taken those center spots. But there are a lot of compounds still in contention that they can't really challenge and they really can go for. However, I really like how PAINxELMT have made their way inside the circle. They have nothing really to worry about.
They don't, and have a look at the center of the circle right now. This is something different from other maps. Now, Erangel, of course, is the crowd favorite, and chances are that this is the map that every single team has played the most. So they are comfortable being in the center, because again, it's one of those maps, they know every single nook and cranny. They know where the ridges are, they know where the crevices are, so, you know, they can kind of basically use their environment. I mean, it is 2.0, I get it, but then when it did come out, I'm sure, like me, you and I were pretty much in the game 247, but right now ElementriX is going to go up against A1 Esports. Jax is going to be the first man, and he is going to... Whoa, 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 that is a big mistake. That was a grenade, my friend.
And there you go, Sinister. Oh my goodness, slippery legs out there. That's on him. Will he punish him for that? Yes, he does. And now we'll have to see Jax. He's not going to survive any longer. And well, I must say, in the PMPL Scrims, there was a similar situation. Sonim was on this exact hill, and he clutched this one out. He got the chicken dinner for himself. Elsewhere, we have the players of SCYTES engaging against the players of Venom Legends, and Prophet, I must say, is down right now.
Well, the man we were talking about just moments ago is down, but have a look at Gold Zero. Are going to be attracting them to their way. Ooh, Prophet is... What just happened right now? He just disappeared from my screen. We just had a little bit of a hitch over here, but he is taken down, and well, the kill leader from week 1 is, he's exited this game. Venom Legends down to a 3-man squad. JyanMaara with a kill to their name, and it does look like Venom Legends are going to make it away to safety. But again, now the teams are kind of scattering away. If you had a look at the map earlier, they all were kind of clumped in the center, and they're like, you know what, why are we all here? Let's kind of move to the periphery, and it's kind of amazing that they are actually moving away right now.
Yeah, I just saw the, you know, the map feed right now, and all the teams are kind of separating from each other, not in those really, really close quarters over here. But now, 247, what they've done is they've, you know, capitalized on that warehouse just beside Stalwart Esports, and this is iconic to this team. In the World League, they've been using this compound every single time, every single chance that they get. And if you have a circle like this, if you are Stalwart Esports opponent, you know where the guys are. If you have to search them down, if you have to hunt them down, you know which compound you need to come to. Now, 247. Well, with the kind of, you know, play style that they were showing yesterday, with some kind of ludicrous out-of-the-world shots, today I expect nothing less from this team.
I mean, of course, these guys are really accurate as far as the firing prowess and spotting prowess goes as well. And, well, there we have it. We have an airdrop in the midst, and it is going to be an M249 as the circle has made a little bit of a drastic shift, and we are heading north all the way to Yasnaya. So we might just finally see some urban warfare in Erangel, which is, of course, always exciting. But now all the teams are going to be vying for their position in the circle. And you know what's going to happen? It is going to be chaos, because at every end of the city, you have vehicles basically heading on a collision course with one another. We are going to see some sparks fly. We are going to see some vehicles being blown to bits in just a few seconds. Have a look at that. Pretty much every single number that you saw on the map has their vehicle. And look at this. The thing is, you know, when you drive separate, because you want to keep as many vehicles as you can till the end, you're not going to be able to shoot, but you can get shot at. As Stalwart Esports, Morte is trying to get a knock, but Machine from afar with the same weapon nonetheless gets the knock instead, and looks like Morte's days are numbered as he has exited this game quite early.
Well, talk about Team FutureStation. I loved how they really rotated around. They got those initial apartment compounds in Yasnaya. But you know what is which is the best compound? It's where Team DRS is, the hospital compound. In fact, that's where you get the highest advantage. That's the building that's the most difficult to really push onto. They will just be hoping, and they'll be praying to the stars that the circle really tends to go in their favor. But with the kind of northern shift that we just got to see, I highly doubt if that's going to happen again. So what I really really speculate is that the circle kind of going just a bit down towards just now where the players of DEADEYES are, and that one grenade, oh my goodness. Team ElementriX definitely understanding and acknowledging the fact that they've got enemies, they are retaliating.
I mean, Vegeta's world must have been shaken right now, because even I was like, he did not expect that grenade coming his way, and had it had just a little bit of an extra bounce, chances are that he could have been knocked out.
Just
but now,
wasn't a spirit bomb.
it wasn't a spirit bomb. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Now, 247 Gaming, they have been alerted to the fact that they have some enemies in the midst. And of course, this compound, I'm pretty sure all of you watching right now can recognize it easily. The Heaven compound, where we do all our tricks with the bikes and with the vehicles jumping on the roofs. No one is doing any tricks right now.
Have you pulled off any kind of shenanigans like that? You know, go with your bike,
Oh,
pull
yeah.
off a wheelie,
Oh,
then
yeah.
just drop down, take
Oh,
the
yeah.
enemy out. Have you done that with
I
a
mean,
bolt
I
action,
failed
though?
probably like 20 times, but I did get it on the 21st
With a
attempt.
bolt action?
I mean, and no scope as well. No scope as well. 360, let's add that to the equation as well. But right now, Wasif is trying to get an angle on the members of ElementriX. I think Sonim is going to be the one who spots him out just a little bit quicker. He's got to be careful, because he is still trying to basically scout them out on the ground floor. His teammates are behind him. I'm pretty sure they are going to be having the crosshairs trained on Sonim's position as well. But the question is, are they going to fire shots? Because any second now, the zone is going to make another shift. Is it going to go south? Is it going to go north? And, well, the answer is it is pretty much concentrated towards the southern aspect of the circle. But 247 Gaming and ElementriX both are going to have to move.
Absolutely, yes, my dear sir. I really predicted this one to be happening, and this time, now Team Stalwarts have those compound areas, but the only problem, it's quite in the open. Now Vegeta falls down to PAINxELMT. Now this is you know, Cinderella story for them. You know, they have been every single time being battered down by this particular team, and now when they get to retaliate, they do it in style.
I'm pretty sure just reading the name is going to be, you know, it's going to just push them a little harder right now. But blah, blah, blah with the grenade off his zone. Is that going to be a good one? Looks like PAINxELMT are making the right decision. They are going to move around towards the circle, blah, 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 with some M4 shots. And Vegeta almost getting another knock over here. Elsewhere, JyanMaara is engaged in life and death tussle between DEADEYES guys. I'm pretty sure that fight will be on our screens shortly. But right now, ElementriX, they do have 3 kills to their names. And by the look of things, 247 are going to be moving out. Here comes the grenade. Is it going to be a good one? Ooh, just a little bit more, and it might have done some damage. But it does look like the teams are going to be backing away from one another and pretty much moving away to fight another day. Looks like DE's Rated Sir is going ham as he gets a few knocks off his own.
And well, for a second, I really thought that 247 could have really taken this fight against Team ElementriX, but elsewhere we can see Utsaga taking down the players of JyanMaara. In fact, Wang has been sent down to the lobby, and Steel Shot getting that knock onto its on top. This is gonna change things up. They really need to give that revive onto its best player right now. If they do not, then a whole world of trouble over there. Extreme, well, he's covered himself in a shroud of smoke, but for how long is gonna be the question over here.
Let me tell you one thing. FS Steel Shot and that DP28 is another love story that is going to be emerging soon, because he has been absolutely amazing with that weapon, especially when he is locked and loaded. But right now, DEADEYES guys, they have revived all their players. Still a 4-man squad. And let me tell you one thing. These guys are playing, well, for me, visually, I can see that confidence in them right now. But Mr. Boro, with a grenade, he has an idea where Teen Wolf is, but Danny is going to come in and take him out before he can do any damage. Now, if that grenade would have been good, well, it would have been devastating. And have a look at that Steel Shot yet again with that DP28 is just putting all that pressure on JyanMaara. And with that, JyanMaara exiting in the 15th position without any kills.
And that's going to hurt them a lot, to be honest. But Steel Shot, he's been playing out of his minds lately. You know, yesterday's game at Vikendi, how can I really forget that? With the way he played, with the way he was aggressing onto the team, that was amazing. But right now, Team Bablu have to be really, really careful, because they've got the players of PN Crew kind of trying to engulf them. But they have another different squad right on their tails. That is Team Abrupt Slayers.
Abrupt Slayers could come in and create some trouble over here. Meanwhile, 247 are engaged with R3D, and looks like R3D have been wiped out from this game. They've lost all 3 members, and well, if you play with a 3-man squad, That is going to make a difference. X is blah, blah, blah on a little bit of a domination as he gets those 3 kills, but R3D exit in the 14th position now. Bablu, Danny, and his teammate, Dean Wolf. They do have that little bit of a bit, this little bit of cover over here, but they are going to have to be careful because, as you did mention, ASL are pretty much... ooh, that was a good grenade. Mr. Boro and Ayush both took a little bit of damage, but one thing that I don't like right now is they are a bit too open. Foundation season have to be careful that DEADEYES guys don't turn their attention towards them.
I love how these...
It's like a proper battleground, isn't it?
Imagine a dinosaur had
Oh,
just,
yeah.
you know, fought his...
I'm thinking more like a meteorite strike, though.
Yeah, you know, it could be. But right now, what is going on is that Danny is trying to keep that pressure on. But what I really see from PAINxELMT is some good rotations coming out there, some quick rotations. Now they're not shying away from fights. This is good. This is good for starters. Now what they have done is they're kind of sending Envy out for scouting, which is really good. If you cannot contribute on the kill department, you do that in the information department. Now the players of PN Crew have spotted down the players of Abrupt Slayers. That's going to be troublesome for them. But on the other side, DRS, they are going rock hammer onto the squad of Team 247.
And that fight is taking place towards northeast of the zone. Meanwhile, we are just going to concentrate over here. Envy seems to have blown herself up, but Stalwart Esports Malik gets a knock on Machine, finally taking that man down. Chari is going to be in a little bit of trouble over here as Mr. Boro is a snake in the grass right next to them. Nova and Heaven are trying to acid in the position of the enemy. Ooh, I love the way they pull their vehicles up, and they are pretty much one strong line. Heaven with a few grenades lobbed at the enemy. Are they going to be effective over here or not? Joker with the right call, making some smoke cover, making sure that he can kind of hide his teammates for as long as he can. Elsewhere, Aussie is going on PAINxELMT, and looks like PAINxELMT are in a world of trouble.
Yeah, that they certainly are. But right now, PN Crew and this fight between Abrupt Slayers, this is breaking hard. And now Chari has to spot down the players. With his M16, he's going for single taps. Now he will be retaliating around. He'll be rotating onto its right hand side. But now Ayush, he is trying to take all these fights from the dip. And this is where the trouble comes in. This is where Team Bablu come in for a third party.
Yes, sir. And well, we were just talking about Heaven and his grenade skills. He is a grenadier after all, getting a few more knocks and kills for his teammate. Now ASL, they need to move in, and it looks like Team Bablu are going to be the intended target because they do need that dip. They do need to get in the zone. They realize that, you know, PN Crew is over here. Maybe we can take the next dip over and kind of retaliate from there, but they have to make a decision. They got to go in for a fight. Teen Wolf gets a knock on ASL Heaven. This might be problematic for Abrupt Slayers because, well, they are getting pinched out and they are going to get cornered one by one. They are falling. This could be troublesome. Elsewhere, Gyalzen from DRS Gaming falls to the play zone.
And right now, Nova was actually trying to make a move, but Ayush really read him over there. And Joker, he's the last man surviving for his squad. How long is he gonna survive though? With the blue does, you know, with the blue circle doing so much damage, now it's the 5th circle, it starts hurting. But he's still alive somehow. But how is he gonna make it? That's the big question.
Like just up till a few moments ago, Abrupt Slayers were a 4-man squad, but a little bit of hesitancy has, well, it cost them a lot. And now Ayush is still trying to make sure that the coast is clear, make sure that their backs are up against the wall and nothing comes in and bites them from behind. As, ooh, he might have an idea that somebody could be hiding in the bush. If it was me, I would probably just, you know, lay down a few bullets in that direction. But Joker does know that Ayush is coming in at him. He might just take a few shots, and I think Ayush is going to be content with thinking that there is no one behind him. Elsewhere, Steel Shot still yet again with that DP28 on a dominating spree off his zone as he gets 3 kills, make that 4. Looks like ElementriX could be in a world of trouble, and just like that, just like dominoes, we are going to have teams topple over one another in a flash.
In a jiffy, to be honest, with the way the circle has been formed, it's completely way too much in the open. Bad Ref getting that knock onto its Malik will completely get that confirmation out there. This fight is happening onto its northeastern side, but right now, Bablu, they are doing in fact a lot of damage, and look at Tommy. Does not really care if he has a barrel, does not really care if he has 4 times on it. He is hitting hard, but Joker now really wanting to avenge his fallen comrades, but no. Havoc will take him down. That hurts.
Havoc from afar, literally wrecking havoc over here. And, you know, the place where Bablu, Danny, and Team Wolf are now is going to be hotly contested as far as the western aspect is concerned. But 247 have been eliminated in the 9th position. And talking about Abrupt Slayers, well, They have an abrupt exit in the 8th spot, but they do manage 2 kills to their name. Now, Havoc is going to go on a little bit of a dominating spree of his own as he racks up 3 kills in, well, a matter of seconds. Tamim with the grenade knocks out DE's rated serve. This is problematic. Sandesh and Ayush, again, we talked about this earlier, Fixes. They are pretty much, shrouded by smoke right now, but smoke does not stop bullets, and now as it dissipates, ooh, that is a dangerous place to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. No second thoughts on that. I love the new Erangel over here. You know, all these new dips coming out. They're giving all these teams to, actually put up a fight. And having those tanks as a cover, I mean, why not imagine using that in those final circles? And right now, what we can see is the players of Team ElementriX are kind of surrounded by a lot of different squads. We also have luck. We cannot really put him out of the equation just about yet. He might spot anyone down, and he can take down the entirety over there of Team PN crew.
FutureStation right now, 11 kills to their name already. Make that 12, or was that Assassin who comes in and takes the kill? It was Assassin, in fact, who came in and stole that kill as far as Shifu is concerned. 7C Esports, we were just talking about love, but they have been eliminated in the 7th position with just the kill to their name. Against all odds, Fixes, ElementriX are still in this game. Sonim and Mr. Hyozu are carrying the torch forward, but Sandesh gets spotted and he gets taken down. That means there's another kill for ElementriX. Now, Dean Bablu and Dean Wolf, I beg your pardon, and Danny, they are still alive. Moments ago, they were pretty much getting bombarded from every which direction. Again, that little dip basically coming in super handy, and they are lucky that the circle has kind of shifted towards them. But now, you were talking about Erangel 2.0, you were talking about all the new things that have been added. I like it. We have a lot of cover. You got to think now. You have to make your moves, in a smart fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. And now PN Cruz, Sondesh really just died because he took down the player of 7C. He kind of gave away his position, to which Sonim really capitalized. Now Utsarga, you can see him taking down Assassin over there. But FutureStation, I love what they are doing. They went all the way up towards Yasnaya, took those apartments, got a lot of kills there, then instantly realized that the circle was going south, so they kind of switched things up and came from the northwest direction. And now Badrev getting that knock onto it. Saga, this is gonna open things up.
Beautiful use of the vehicles. They are basically creeping them into the zone inch by inch, and they are using it as perfect cover, but the meme does get knocked out as he has a little bit of a slip. Is anybody else going to capitalize on them? They cannot, because when you have Steel Shot in your team, the enemies better beware, as this match might be going on a bit of a rampage as he gets 6 kills to his name. Now ElementriX in a world of trouble. Well, just as I say that, they get eliminated, but before that, High Voltage quit the game in the 6th position. But look at those kills, 11 kills to their name, Fixes.
Well, this is a very promising team. Code Zero High Voltage, right from the PMCO days, they've been doing really good. But what we really need to set our eyes on are the boys from FutureStation. Well, still 3 players alive. Tamim will be healing himself up pretty much soon. But now Team Bablu off to a very good start. And on top, being taken down by Badrev. Count that another kill.
Yes, sir. And we are now down to the final 3 teams. 6 players alive, 3 of which are from FutureStation. And FutureStation does not look like they can be stopped. They are a runaway truck with the break lines clipped right now, but Danny and Dean Wolf, they are going to try their best to try and thwart that from happening. They do have 2 members, of course. PN Crew is still in this game with Ayush, the last man standing. In fact, he is taking a few shots in Team Bablu's direction. Now, his position has been given away. I think Steel Shot might be the one who gets a little bit of a lock on his location, might send a few bullets down with that trusted DP28 of his, and, well, PN Crew could be out of this game. But again, Bablu, Danny, and Bablu Teen Wolf, they still have that dip, Fixes. They are lucky, if I may say so.
Absolutely. They're 100% lucky, but up until now, because the shift has favored FutureStation over here. Now they have to move in. For that, they have to either take down Ayush or just engage with the boys of FutureStation. And now Ayush will be, kind of praying that something happens, but nothing really happened. Now it's a 3v2 situation. Now Team Bablu, their positions have been compromised. The team of FutureStation knows exactly where they are. We'll have to see how they are going to make that approach. For that, they'll have to take down Badrev first.
They will have to take down Badrev. I think Teen Wolf should be engaging from his position right now as Danny goes on the right flank, which is exactly what's happening now. He might hear Badrev to his left, but he's got to be careful because the meme is in a beautiful position to lay down a lot of punishment if he kind of just crosses a bit over. Ooh, flashbangs going out. That is interesting. This is, we were talking about that we haven't seen a lot of usage as far as the flashbang goes. Now, that is just going to pretty much disorient the enemy. Ooh, Tamim does go up, but Danny reacts just a bit quicker with that Uzi. Takes him down. down. Team Wolf gets taken down instead. Bad Rev goes down courtesy of Danny. It's going to be a one-on-one situation. Who is going to come out on top? I am going to make sure that I Erangel once again. I'm telling you, this map belongs to this team.
About things being on the second spot. Well, this is the second back-to-back chicken dinner for FutureStation. Yesterday they ended things off in Vikendi, and today they will be also starting the day with some winning games, of course, and perfect gameplay.
Talk about carrying the momentum forward. It's not that they just won the chicken dinner, but the amount of kills that these guys racked up. And let me tell you one thing, make sure Steel Shot has that DP28 because that man can do wonders.
Yes, sir, definitely over there. You know, that player, he has been so instrumental for his squad, right from when he shifted from A1 Esports to join FutureStation. I think Bad Rev knew the players that he was taking in. And, well, as long as the players are performing, he's a happy man.
I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, you want to make sure that you get as many people as you can towards the end and use the best of it. And you know what? We are going to take a little bit of a breather right now. Just, you know, wrap our heads around what happened. Why don't you guys go and grab some chilled Mountain Dew? We'll see you after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. This is Super Johnny on the analyst desk, joined by Shadow and Ocean. And I'm fumbling a little bit because, well, the mad scientist with his calculations was actually pretty precise. We had two teams in that final fight, both of them with 3 chicken dinners on them. And, well, the probability of one team getting the fourth was 100%.
Did I predict or did I predict? I mean, just that is what it was all about. And that was incredible the way the game just ended.
Yeah, the game's ending was pretty incredible. I mean, Danny trying his level best to make sure his team was the one coming out on top. But FutureStation with a numbers advantage on their side, just getting the chicken dinner. But let's have a look at the MVP first and see that individual player who was really, really key in getting those points for his team. And it is going to be Bad Rev from the team FutureStation.
Yes, Bad Rev with amazing 7 kills, and look at the damage, 1315 damage. A total 3 assists, survival time is going to be 27 minutes. And if we talk about this particular map, the way the circle was shifted towards the Yasnaya, FutureStation was the first team to take that position. It all came down to end to the team which is having a good positioning, good utilities and good cover, because the circle was in the open area and FS got everything.
I mean, Shadow actually put it very well. Just as we were discussing in the game as well, she told me about this, you know, the circle shift, and that's where the players were actually not just trying to go for it, but this guy did that impressively. I mean, look at the kills, look at the damage, look at everything. Plus, in this pentagram, we can see one thing. All right, so far, we have seen quite a lot of assists not going on and whatnot, but this is the second time we are seeing that 3 assist marks just coming out there. That's pretty good. Damage taken, apart from 13-19 that you're giving, 339, it's good.
Yeah, exactly. Along with that, one more thing that I saw really interesting on the pentagram was the average survival time of almost the entire server was actually pretty high. But ladies and gentlemen, now we do have the top players on our screen as well. And FS Bad Rev is going to be followed up by Steel Shot. And I'm pretty sure this game is going to impact really, really nicely on his weekly performance as well. He has 7 kills in this one.
Yes, 7 kills, and in fact the way he was providing backup to his teammates when one of his teammates was knocked out, they were out in the open area. I think Steel Shot was the guy who actually took down the enemy team and kind of saved his team from getting eliminated. If we talk about Deadeye guys, they performed exceptionally when Shifu sir on top and Utsarga over there. This was kind of a their zone because they dropped in at the Rozak area and they were at the center of the zone. So it was kind of expected considering their good rotations, and look at the number of kills.
I mean, 3 kills, 7 kills, then 3 kills, but that's where survival time comes up. So if you're, you know, even doing the numbers game in this one, 0.4 into everything, it still comes pretty close.
Exactly, it is going to be pretty close, but are the standings going to be close? That is going to be a big question, but it is going to be answered right now, ladies and gentlemen, because the standings of this game are right here in front of us, and whoa, not close at all. 33 points for FutureStation, and then we have Deadeye's guy on the second position with just 17 points.
Almost doubling up is where it happened, right? Deadeye's guy 17, then, you know, double goes 34, but well, 33. We compensate that, I would just say one thing. 18, still not the big 2-0. That's what I want to see some other game, probably. Team Bablu was out there on 4th, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE on 3rd. A decent game for CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, I would say. Not good placement points, but good kills actually took them up to 3rd position. PN Crew From third, they come down to the 5th position. That's decent for this one. 2 for 7 have 1 placement point. Stalwart has 1 placement point, but ElementriX, they are still trying good. And I would say this team is not giving up at all.
This team again had a good positioning. If we talk about it, they were one of the first teams to have a good positioning in the circle when it was out there in the open area. But PAINxELMT, this is the team that showed good rotations. They changed their drop location. They in fact moved into the circle at a perfect time. But one thing I have to say for this team was when they took down one of the player of team 247. They had an advantage. They could have confirmed that particular kill. I agree, after having bad matches, you lose your confidence. But that was the moment PAINxELMT could have gotten few kills in their hands. So I think this team needs to have a little more confidence. When you're knocking down a player, be a little confident that you can kill that confirmation.
Exactly, and I agree with you. I mean, your confidence is going to be a little bit down, but you got to reset. You got to reset really, really fast. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have the match summary in front of us as well. 65 knocks, 59 confirmations, 15 headshots, and nades and utility used, nades and smokes used, 246, which, as Ocean mentioned yesterday on Erangel, the average number during the last meta used to be around 180 and 170 smokes and nades used, and we were happy if we got to see 190. Yeah. I think the meta has changed. People have realized that utility is pretty important. You can end fights before they actually start, and you can be safe in the fights that have already started for yourselves. And that's why we do see a spike in the utility usage from every single team. But along with that, there needs to be a spike in confidence from certain teams, as Shadow mentioned. And Mountain Dew actually helps with that a lot. You got to do the Dew in order to take the fights in your favor. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at Do the Dew moments from the match number 1 of day number 3 of week 2.
Yes, A1 Esports, this team could have dropped in towards the Milta or the farm area, considering there was no Assiduous Esports, but that is the mistake they did, especially when their solo players were kind of getting picked off. First, it was 6-9 who was picked off by the players of team 7C Esports. So I think a change in the drop location when a particular team is not playing, that could have worked in the favor of A1 Esports. FutureStation, this is the team that showed perfect rotations. They were the very first team to go towards the Yasna and then take a good positioning. In fact, 2 of the teams who were having that dip area were Team Bablu and Team FutureStation, and they played around it very perfectly.
Yeah, that's totally true. But then this is where the game was, kind of going to the end. I liked what the players actually did there, just killing the players outside the circle and then those quick rotations, but this is where it all just went down. That was a pretty good start, but then the ending was FS.
Yeah, the ending was FS, and the way they played was pretty incredible as well. I mean, 18 kills. That's how much this team got, and you know what that results in? It results in them having a really high damage bar, ladies and gentlemen, and you do see this. 3,512 damage from one individual team, 18 kills all them. And the kills are missing from everyone else, apart from, obviously, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE getting the 11 that they got for themselves. Everyone else was a little bit short on the kills. I'm actually glad this is not an actual tower right here, because then it would be actually literally through the roof, I think. Because it is going to be scaled down because of these guys. But incredible moments coming out from a lot of teams. CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, I was talking about them as well, with the sort of damage and the way they took fights. But DEADEYES, guys, the team did manage to finish on the 2nd position over here. Did manage to get 9 kills, 2,500 plus damage. Pretty good numbers coming in from them. But quite unfortunate situation for the team, well, that is right here. That is going to be Team Bablu, because the damage was being output. They did not get their skills. The main priority for this team right now was the rotations, and kills are going to be important. We did see this low kill number impact the team's overall standing, ladies and gentlemen, and it was something, I mean, they were trying to do. Even towards the end, we did see Danny also try and go for the secures on those kills in those final fights, and those become really crucial now.
Yes, Danny and Teen Wolf, these were the 2 players, because Team Bablu, they had 2 of their players got eliminated at the early stages. So the whole game was a duo game for Team Bablu, and they played it perfectly. They had a dip area, they had perfect grenades and smokes, utilities, everything. They had a good positioning and they played around it perfectly.
Exactly. I know Ocean was a happy man when his prediction came true, but I'm going to make him even more happy, because now we're going to have a look at the leaderboard, where, ladies and gentlemen, you did see the peak of 3 chicken dinners on a single team till now. But now, the leaders of the leaderboard are back. FutureStation back on number 1 with 4 chicken dinners to their name.
I mean, we were talking about it, right? 258 total points for this team right now. 134, 124 placements and kills respectively. Venom Legends coming out there, but DE, look at this. 23 games in their hands, 236 for themselves. But on to the other side, 7C Esports.
What's up with them?
97, 124, tying with FutureStation
Yeah.
in the kills department, but still is at 5th position.
I mean, that team is incredible, and they still have a 4-map advantage against FutureStation.
Every team has triple digits for their placement points. This team still at 97. Nervous 90s is what they are right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need a controlled aggression. They are good with their kills. They just need to focus on the placement points. And even Esports should drop in towards a location where another team is not playing. They could have gone to Milta, gotten a good loot. But PAINxELMT, I have to say, very good rotations. Keep it up. Just this team needs a little confidence when you are going in for the knocks. Make sure you are confirming that, especially if you have a good positioning.
Well, I completely agree with that. And I think, as you said, if they keep on carrying forward, I mean, this time they might have been a little bit unlucky. And as Shadow mentioned, I mean, you did fix up your rotation. You did fix up your early stages of the game. I mean, previously, a few days ago, talk about week 1, we saw them go out as soon as they landed. At least this time, they are picking up the fight. Slowly and steadily, PAINxELMT have sort of figured out how to survive. But today is just getting started. Maybe we're going to see them finish in the top 5. Let's have a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, once again, as we move forward with our day. And the next match is going to happen on Sanhok. Again, Group A is not going to be playing this one. It is going to be teams from Group B, C, D, and E performing on Sanhok. And as we move forward in the next matchup, the one after Sanhok, it is going to be Vikendi. That's when Group D is going to be sitting out. So the teams from Group D need to make sure that they perform out of their minds. And that means PAINxELMT as well.
Yeah, PAINxELMT, I think they can do it. They can do it.
Okay, so you are going to just root for PAINxELMT.
Yeah, I'm rooting for PAINxELMT until they perform, and I think they will perform. They will perform.
We are going to be...
They are figuring it out.
After sort of the update that Ocean gave us about the squad, having some help from a really veteran player, we're going to hope that next week is going to be different. But Ocean, your predictions for this match?
7C.
7Cs. All right. 7Cs. I think I'm going to go to the other side of the desk where there is going to be an individual who might or might not agree with that. And as I move forward, I'm just going to be a snake for now because it is going to be Sanhok, and Sanhok is famous for those snakes.
That's not how you snake, John.
I know.
I mean, you got to get on the ground. Let me see you prone right now.
I can't
hit
prone.
the deck, Johnny. Hit the deck.
You said I look nice. It's going to get my suit dirty. I don't
He
want
does
that.
not want the suit to get dirty, but it is going to be Sanhok, and well, Johnny Boy is going to be putting us on the spot as he loves doing. And we see the predictions over there. PAINxELMT really has a lot of you know, positive vibes behind it. You just might get it. I am still going for ElementriX.
I'm going to root for ElementriX as well. But Fix, is my question to you. Do you agree with the man on the other side of the desk? He said 7Cs.
Well, 7C, no. I think I'll go with DRS this time.
DRS Gaming, all right. I mean, they have had the momentum in their favor so far in this week, and were leading the charge in terms of the teams with the most points per week. But this match might be different. But I think I'm just going to let go of things for now and let you guys take it over.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Johnny. And match number 2 is going to be underway. It is going to be Sanhok. It is going to be quick. It is going to be fast-paced action. And we've all, you know, taken our picks. But what do you think is going to happen? Are we going to have a slow start, or are we going to have an explosive start?
You know, XP completely depends upon how the circle is formed and where exactly it is. If it's going to its west side, a lot of, you know, initial engagement we'll get to see. But if it's kind of forming on the central area, might be a bit slow in the start. But as things go on, things might just get really fast. But you know, one thing for sure, utility usage has to be there.
Oh, yeah.
One thing that I really saw, you know, spotted out in the Erangel game, that the utilities were not used properly. The Abrupt Slayers push, you know, talk about 247, numerous occasions where they could have gotten those wipes.
You know, let me tell you one thing. A lot of our participants are young. Some of them are in school. We've got college students with us. You know, they're really paying attention in their physics classes. Let me tell you that right now, because the way those angles, the way the projectiles are lobbed is just perfection. But once again, all your favorite players are going to be on your screens. I want to ask you a question at home. Can you pick out your favorites? Fixes is already pointing at one, and I think he is all smiles. And, well, they are getting ready. They are psyching each other out in the lobby as match number 2 is finally underway. And the Big Bird is going to be in the sky one more time. And this time, Fixes, please take us through the flight path.
Thank you, my dear sir. And there you go, the flight path trajectory going all the way from Camp Bravo to its Tambak. But really does not matter in this particular map since you can just go anywhere you really want. So every single team will be dropping off to their drop location, but we will have to see where do PAINxELMT go.
Again. Now this time PAINxELMT, they jumped off as soon as they could. They are going to be heading to Camp Bravo. And look who is right next to them, 247. These guys are hungry. They are out for a hunt. And you know what? PAINxELMT is what is on their menu right now. Let's see if it's going to be the same thing that we've seen in the last couple of days, or can PAINxELMT turn things around and take down the guys who are after them?
You know, with Gurkha being a coach for PAINxELMT, what I really loved today was how they were rotating it. So, and they have also changed their drop location. And there you go, the Western Circle. That is what I wanted. I have been longing to see so far. And we've had this on one occasion where it went to the high ground. Then it suddenly kind of took that shift where I think the players of P and crew were kind of in a spot and they just got taken down in the end. So we'll have to see how the circle really forms today. But right now, talking about PAINxELMT and 247, both these teams have changed their drop locations yet again. And Vegeta is just beside them. They're kind of trying to engulf them.
They are trying to engulf them, and one thing that is going to be sticking out is have a look at 247's roster. We have a three-man squad. It's Vegeta, Vasif, and Khan. I wonder where Gaming is. Maybe he did not make it on time, so it could be even Stevens if they do want to, go up against PAINxELMT, because that is a three-man squad as well. But something that is sticking out like a sore thumb right now, have a look at how many people we have alive, which means 3 teams, in fact, in this game are playing as three-man squads. And, of course, PAINxELMT is one of them, 247 is the other, and well, the third is the one with 3 in their name, R3D Esports. Let's see if that is going to be an issue later on, but right now the way PAINxELMT are looting up, they should really focus on it, because, well, death could be knocking any second now.
You know, one thing for sure, I'll have to ask this question up to you, XP. Do you think anyone from PAINxELMT and 247 might just be using the boards, considering how the squads have rotated in already, and now even if they enter from any single direction, there is actually someone waiting for them?
You know what, that actually would not be a bad idea, because if you have a look at the northwestern island right now, as the teams are going to be looting up, they are going to be concentrating on the eastern shore and pretty much on the southern side, where we have high voltage right now. So pretty much the western shoreline could be, well, unguarded, or there won't be a lot of attention over there, so they could possibly try and sneak in. But the question is, you got to find a boat first, and then it's a long way out. So I guess we're going to have to wait and find out and see if that is what's going to happen. But right now it looks like 247 are going to be moving further inland, and they might just take, well, I think they're going to walk it to the next circle.
Absolutely, and this time around, I'm really surprised. Abrupt Slayers were really having the entirety of bootcamp. They kind of initially love to kind of fight, and in fact, drop off at the warehouses. But this time around, they have taken over the entire compound, considering the fact that team sites are not playing. Right now, they do also understand that DRS has a very, very unique drop location into its just, kind of surrounding those areas of bootcamp. Now, Team DRS also has to make a rotation in, but look at what Tamim is really trying to pull off.
Looks like Tamim wants to be a little explorer over here. I mean, he could have gone down on foot, but he's like, you know what, I am going to take that two-wheeler with me, and he needs a quick escape plan. I think that's why he's taken that down with him. Of course, you have the jet ski as well, but, that's way out in the open, and he is comfortable down there right now. And, of course, the cave is also a good place to loot up. It's going to be enough loot for 1 or maybe 2 people to be, decently kitted out, so it should be good. And, of course, Sanhok is the map. We've discussed this earlier. You always have to be on the move, because the moment you fire a shot, well, expect everyone to be coming in your direction.
Even if they're not coming, expect everyone to kind of understand where you're positioned at. And there we see Jax taking down Gunner from SCYTES, opening things up. We'll have to see how this fight eventually ends up, and who really gets this one, because, well, Gunner is kind of isolated from his squad, and they cannot really come to help him out. If they do, they are kind of spoiling the timing of their rotations.
I mean, there is at least like 200 meters between Gunner's position and, well, his teammates, and it does look like relief force might be coming in. I did see someone get in a vehicle, but it might be too little too late by the look of things, and I think they are going to be cutting their losses as well. Gunner is still going to crawl back towards his teammates on his bloody knees. He might just be spotted out right now by Jax, and, well, he might be put out of his misery. Now, A1 Esports, they did not have the best game. Well, last time around, they were the first team to be eliminated. Hopefully, this time around, they are going to change things up. But the circle is going to be moving in about 34 seconds on the clock right now. And not a lot of action in Sanhok except, well, Gunner on his knees.
I don't know how this poor lad is going to get towards his team, but talk about Venom Legends already.
Imagine if they're using him as bait right now. Nah. He's like, Jax is like, I want my kill, please. Thank you.
Yes, I don't think there was any chance that they really could have risked, going in for the revive, because A1 Esports, it's a very good squad, and they will punish you for that.
You know, we were talking about boats a little while earlier. Have a look and see what's happening right at the northernmost point of this map. We have Venom Legends. Out of their element, to be honest with you, because I thought snakes would prefer grass and solid ground between their feet. Of course, they aren't snakes. It's just the Venom thing that we're talking about. But they are out in sea, and they are taking quite a rotation. And again, we did mention that, the western shore of the northwestern island is pretty much going to be unoccupied, so they can kind of sneak in and wreak havoc from behind. Elsewhere, Sinister has some sinister plans as he's engaging with JyanMaara and gets a knock on Extreme.
And now this gives them that perfect opportunity to really go on. As we can see the first airdrop coming in, that does contain Groza out there. And we'll have to see which exact player really uses that. And this has given that ample chance for the players of A1 Esports to really make that rush in. Grenades have already been cooked. Wang's position has been compromised, or shots already being fired at him. It's taken quite a lot of beating out there.
You know, the fact that they saw Gunner crawling his way towards this compound kind of gave JyanMaara's position away. Extreme is down. Wang almost getting knocked out. He did not see that angle coming in from the window. Well, 6ix9ine is going to make sure he goes in and finish him. Dante elsewhere gets a grenade knock on Wang, and 6ix9ine, well, that was Dante, I beg your pardon, who is going to go in and finish the job. Now, JyanMaara suddenly on the back foot as Giro Fair is the last man standing. Now, the question is, does he actually have Giro Fair? Is he going to be putting up a fight in this house? He is making a last stand for himself. He has deployed smoke grenades, which is good because it is going to conceal his, location. It's all going to be on sound right now. And have a look at this. Only a thin little wall of wood separates the two. They shoot, they kill, and, well, when you have two guns aimed at you, chances are you are going to be wiped out, and VTNxJyanMaara are going to be exiting in the 16th position.
That's all he could do. That's all he could do, get that one single knock, because after that, the players really kind of knew where he was positioned at, and they just pre-fired inside that. But right now, if you take a look at the circle, and we still assume that it's going to be on those hilltops, and Code Zero High Voltage do have a very promising location out there for themselves. DRS, they are making a move, but I believe that they might just be spotted by the players of Team Bablu, who have taken the shorelines and are already having their crosshairs aimed at them.
However, if Team Bablu were to shoot right now, they would be giving their position away to ElementriX, who of course have the higher ground, and that could be problematic for them. Right now, Team Bablu is completely oblivious to the fact that they are pretty much, there's danger up ahead, and if they take a few shots over here, I am expecting them to at least get a couple of knocks, well, not in their favor, but right now, Team Wolf, he does have his crosshair open. He does see some movement in the distance. Nima is the one in his crosshairs. The question is he going to shoot? He is giving all this information to his teammates. Well, he lets loose. Danny gets taken down. Zibian gets taken down. That's what we're talking about. ElementriX have opened up on Team Bablu. Tyrant and Teen Wolf now have their work cut out for them.
Exactly, and this is pertaining to the rotations, how they drop, because ElementriX loves dropping on ruins. They make that early rotation up. They've taken that hilly area for their advantage, and this is where they need to learn how to disengage. But with Sonim really going on the aggressive front, one good grenade and the entirety of Team Bablu can be just wiped out. out over there. But Tyrant actually going out for Danny. We'll have to see how the remainder of the players hold themselves up.
Had that been a grenade and not a Molotov, Team Bablu could have been potentially wiped out. I think there's another thing that is going in there. Is that going to be a big grenade? Well, Danny has bitten the bullet. He is out. Tyrant over here around the rock. He also tried to go over it. They are going to be circling around. Mr. Hildy through the smoke. He gets taken down with that ratatatata as Tyrant is on a little bit of a spree right now. He takes another one. Nang goes down. ElementriX suddenly finding themselves getting depleted one by one. Sonim has hit the deck as well, which means blah, blah, blah is going to be the last man standing for his team. Is he going to live to fight right now, or is he going to back out? Because I do not see a revive coming in just yet. Tyrant is going to patch himself up. He is going to try and confirm his skills, but looks like he has an idea of blah, blah, blah's position, and he gets shot from elsewhere. But is Tyrant going to be the one who gets away with the kill? Yes, he is. 3 kills for Bablu Tyrant. This man is on a domination spree.
Perfect example of how you never should push your squad, because with the way Mr. Yosu really charged up onto its Tyrant, he was just going in. He was so confident after getting those 2 knocks, and he just thought that, oh, this is the right moment, we'll just push in. But where was the cover fire from blah, blah, blah? That is the point there where he should have really stepped off and just be with them. If you are committing for a push, either push 4-man, or if you're staying back, then do what you're supposed to do. And, well, they just kind of blew it up.
There you have it, the professor over here, or Papa Bear as we like calling him, with some facts for you boys and girls watching at home. And now if we have a look,
ground XP.
Yes sir, they had the high ground, and of course it doesn't always work out, but we already predicted what was going to happen. Now we are going to have a look at the mini map on our screen sooner than later, and we did predict another thing. PAINxELMT, have a look at their position. Do you see them right up there at the northwestern shore, well, of the northwestern island? They did take a boat and come in. I think that's a smart decision.
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
of course. You know,
it's a beautiful day to be out on the water, isn't it?
Exactly, and kind of refresh yourself and then come in with some new thoughts. I'm telling you, right? We've just casted them for those 2 games after, you know, Gurkha really chimed in to be the coach, and he's doing a phenomenal job. I look at these boys and they're looking so confident right now. They are taking those decisions, they're making those early maneuvers, not engaging in the fights. It's okay if you're not at par with the skill level of the other players on the lobby in terms of aim duels. Try to outposition them, and that is exactly what they've done. They've got a beautiful position. But right now, Team Bablu might just be in a bit of a pickle because Code Zero High Voltage is right above them.
And you know, you just mentioned High Voltage a few minutes ago, and he said that they are pretty much center of the circle, and except Aussie, they are pretty much down on the ground. Now, these cliffs, these infamous cliffs, it's a boon and a bane, because yes, you have those high grounds, you can get impossible angles, but if the circle kind of shifts away, it is a long way down, and sometimes you just go splat. So, you know, you want to make sure that you avoid that, but we're going to have to wait and see if the circle is going to actually force them outside sooner or later. But now, PAINxELMT, they are going to be happy with their position. They are going to loot up just a little bit more, and, well, let's see if they make it even possibly in the top 10.
You know, to take a jump from such hilly areas as that, you need a lot of dues. Either do that or you need a lot of dues. Anything will really suffice. But Swandesh, with quite interesting choice of vehicles out there, Tuk in action. I think as long as he's using it for cover, I do not know how this vehicle really provides that stuff.
That's what I was going to ask you. Using it for cover, you got to be prone right next to it, probably blow out the tires
just
or
that
something.
one part on the behind side, that's where you can really hide at.
You know, I think the rock that he's behind is going to provide a lot better cover, but the airdrop has fallen to the ground. It is the 3rd airdrop in this game, and it has the AUG. Not a lot of takers for the AUG fixes.
Yeah, of course, you know, and I don't think that, you know, it's a good decision that they're not really risking, because it all comes down to how much you're giving for what you are receiving. So you risk your life going in, and you just find that AUG, you take that up, but on the cost of what? If the smoke is still, you know, around, there will be teams trying to aim at it, and that's not a good trade-off, at least for an AUG.
Looks like trouble might be brewing on the western coast of the island, as 7C seem to be sizing up the boys from Venom Legends. Now, they are really, really close to one another. I'm pretty sure there's a little bit of a stalemate going on over there. I'm sure if the cameras do pan over there, we're just going to see them staring at each other through the windows. Now, the circle is going to be shifting, and, well, the infamous cliffs are still in play. Boot camp is still in play, and a little bit of the main, the island on the south is in play as well, which means Steel Shot and his teammates from FutureStation still have some ground to contend with. But they've got to be careful because have a look at who is right next to them. It's R3D Esports.
Well, you know, R3D have been having quite some trouble this time around in the Pro League, but I really hope that they step up because apart from the Vikendi games, I haven't really seen them shine. But, you know, talking about this circle, I believe Team P and Crew is in the best possible position because I know circles like this kind of tend to take that shift in the last moment, kind of go low ground. And that is where the position of P and Crew really comes into play over there. All they have to do is kind of wipe out the squad of Abrupt Slayers, and after that, they are good to go.
They are good to go indeed, and the boys from Venom Legends, they are migrating down south. I think they want to make sure that they try and get up on these cliffs. They are going to try and find a way up there, and they did kind of disengage from 7C, so I was expecting a fight, but I guess I am going to have to wait. But looks like 7C could be heading in Stalwart Esports direction. In fact, that is the position that these boys are vying for. So we might see some sparks fly, but elsewhere on the main island, we still have two teams, 247 and A1 Esports. Now, that action is going to be taking place basically opposite the water across Hathin. And I wonder if we're going to have some swimmers out there and we're going to have people shooting fish in a barrel. Let's see if that is going to happen.
You know, anything is absolutely possible in these dire circumstances as the next circle is what I'm really waiting for, and it has already started shrinking. And well, Havok has a lot of information. It all comes down to when he's gonna take the shot. If he realizes he's got a PAINxELMT on his rear side, he'll definitely go in for that engagement.
Have a look at Havok's loadout. He just has the helmet. He doesn't have a vest.
I love the bag.
And yeah, we do love the bag, but the thing is, there, Fixes, those bags don't really stop bullets. So, you know, it's going to be a bit of an issue. And he barely had any meds on him as well. But right now, Hungrybox has spotted out Blade, takes him down in an instant. That was a beautiful spray by 7C's Hungrybox, and his teammate is going to try and finish the job. But Morte is going to be retaliating as well, but he has taken a tremendous amount of damage as Blade is going to be finished off for good. Now, Stalwart Esports, they do have the high ground, but they were caught unawares, and well, they are down one man.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, 7C, regardless of the fact that they are on the low ground and now they have to push up, they are pushing without any fear. And now Hungrybox, this is where you kind of overcome it. You know that there was a squad right beside you. You should have been very careful. But well, look at the retaliation fire coming out from Fair. Right in the nick of the moment, he knew that someone might just threaten my squad. He was prepared for that. The knock came in, two trade-off knocks right coming out from the boys of 7C.
Yes, sir, and 7C's Love is basically engaging in two battles right now because he is going to be the first line of defense if Venom Legends decide to push in on their position. Fair and Love are going to be making sure. Oh, he jumps. That was beautiful. That was picture perfect right now. The way he jumped out of harm's way. Even Shuwa was like, I almost had him.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Rafit has to get inside the circle. Shu was taking a lot of damage, and Hungrybox, I think he's gotten that revive that he really was longing for. But now, Love, he's got a lot of job to do. He has to, you know, kind of push away the players of team, you know, Venom Legends out there. But how are the players of Venom Legends going to make it inside the circle, provided the fact that the players of Stalwart already have an eye set onto them? And this is what I was talking about. Morte having that high ground, taking down Evil Eye. This is going to be a tough time for them.
This is going to be a tough time, and they're going to have to be content with another team nearby. But let's just focus on, there's another fight breaking out. DRS is opening up on FutureStation, and it looks like FutureStation could be in a world of trouble. And, well, the circle is quite a doozy. Once the map comes up, you are going to be quite surprised. There you have it. We have a little bit of a southern shift. We still have a little bit of all three islands in play. Have a look at FutureStation's position. They are going to be in a pickle sooner than later. And now, you were talking about P and Crew. You did say they were in the best position, and doesn't look like that is going to go for them right now. They have lost a member. Season, Mr. Boro, and Sandesh are the last men standing for them. But right now, we are going to come back to the boys from Stalwart Esports. Now, this is what I was talking about. These cliffs, pros and cons, my dear friend, because now they have the difficult task of dropping down, and when you go down, you can get spotted as Malik spots Memo, laying down indiscriminatory fire in his direction, gets him with the last bullet in his magazine.
And he's a happy man now. Memo has no chance to get out alive. But now Venom Legends, you know, he did take down one of their players. He's been revived. Monte knows he was dying. He was just jumping down the cliff. And now Venom Legends, I think they will make it inside the circle. But you know, still the players of Stalwarts can create a lot of trouble for them. I love the way 7C are making their rotation out. Mimo taken down by Malik. We'll have to see what follows on.
And now the guys who were up top on that cliff, on those mountain tops, they are going to come under fire, and it's PAINxELMT who is going to be dishing out the damage. Of course, this is quite a different thing that we are used to seeing from this team, but it's good to see them in action right now. And we talk about the coach, I guess some things are working out for them. But they also have that monumental task of, you know, getting down this cliff, and you are going to be exposed. Also, keep in mind, all the commotion that took place over here is going to alert people that there are somebody coming. But over here, Ozzy gets a knock on Envy, and he tried to knock down Luffy as well. He's going to aim, he shoots. Beautiful timing over here. That ratatatata going off just perfect. And is he going to get all three? He gets all three. Ozzy with a little bit of a domination over here, getting 3 kills. Then he jumps down. Geronimo, he lives. Wow.
Yes, he does live. And talk about Legends not dying over there. With the way he controlled his
beautiful
6 times on his AK, reducing it to 3 times, and that was amazing to just watch. And then drawn right out in the open. Where is the cover fire? This is what I've been talking about. This is not the right time to revive your teammate. This is where you have to get inside the circle. Now, Evil Eye, he does not want to peek out. He knows the players of Team Bablu have got them, you know, kind of in a crossfire. They've got him, they've got him surrounded. And Venom Legends, I think this is going to be a really tough time for them.
Now, they have to move to the circle as well. Well, I mean, they do have a little bit of respite in the corner of the house. It's good, it's good. Yes, Teen Wolf, grab some energy drinks and get your HP back up. But this also gives Venom Legends a little bit of time to, you know, patch themselves up and maybe make a run for it. Now, the question is, are Team Bablu going to be looking out that same door again, or are they going to let the enemy slip through? Well, only time will tell, because Joker from Abrupt Slayers has an idea where the enemy is, but 247's Khan from a distance laying down some lead in Heaven's direction.
But, this is really surprising, you know, A1 Esports and 247 really going on towards the other island. This had happened once when, you know, it completely shifted to the other side. Stalwart kind of made that rotation out, but right now, 247 have spotted out 6-9, and he might just go anytime soon. We have to see the players of 247, how they are going to make that rotation inside the circle, provided they're outside the zone right now.
I mean, 247, they waited way too long on the main island, and now the blue zone is going to do more damage than the other players in the game. But right now, Team Bablu coming under heavy fire, then Steel Shot nonetheless from FutureStation. Elsewhere, Venom's Rafat has been taken out of this game as DRS Gaming is going to be engaging with the surviving members from High Voltage. Now, Tamim is still alive. Steel Shot is still alive. Rated falls to his own death. That is going to be devastating. Machine has been lost to the play zone. Steel Shot with a grenade. Is this going to be a big knock? He needs to bounce it off. Ooh, imagine if he bounced it off that door. That would have been perfect, but that is exactly what happens. Tyrant goes down, and well, that was beautiful. It's going to be Teen Wolf up against Steel Shot. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. Fixes. Who's going to come out on top?
We'll have to see, because we'll have to see who takes that first move right now. Does Tamim go from the right side, or does Steel Shot make the move from the left-hand side? That is going to be really crucial. But now, well, Steel Shot having his eyes absolutely every single where. Dante taking down Shari. That has really opened things up. Abrupt Slayers going down one after the other. This is a game that DRS cannot really afford to lose. They have been in that one compound, and the circle has been completely faring off towards their direction.
And now the thing is, FutureStation, they have to move inside the circle. Team Bablu have to move inside the circle. R3D is coming up from behind. They get FutureStation, Steel Shot, and his teammate, which means, I guess we have another one who bites the dust. FutureStation are going to be out of this game, as are Abrupt Slayers, in fact, in the 8th position with just 3 kills to their name. But now have a look at this. We have 7 teams alive, 15 players. That's only an average of more than 2 players per team. So this is going to be interesting. And out of all these streams, we only have 3-man squads. High Voltage have 3 men alive. R3D Esports have 3 men alive. And it can go either way, to be honest with you.
It definitely can, but right now with the meme's position being exposed and him being out in the open, Teen Wolf will definitely want to secure that. He gets that, in fact. Blend, in fact, getting that knock onto his Joker. Nima will get that confirmation kill. DRS are looking really happy, but I love how Team Bablu are really playing. Not, kind of winning all those games, but getting all those kills is definitely putting them up top on the points table.
DRS Gaming are looking strong as well. They have, I did kind of mess up back there. We do have a 4-man squad in the form of DRS Gaming, and they have a good number of kills, but Team Bablu, you were just talking about them. The Caster's Curse lives. They are going to be knocked down in the 5th position with an impressive 10 kills to their name. Now, R3D, Shaw, and Ezio, they really don't have a lot of time. They need to move right now, but that fire is going to make sure that Shaw is going to lose some valuable time out in the blue zone. But again, some respite in one of these shacks. I love the fact that, we can use these corners to our advantage. I mean, in a classic game, come on, we've done that so many times as well. But now we are down to the final 4 teams, and it looks like DRS are looking strong. Nima, is he going to be throwing a grenade at the enemy? If he gets this right, Ezio is going to be blown up. Well, he is going to go for the burn.
And, well, that burn was not really tossed in the right direction out there. And a grenade, I must still say that that would have been a wiser choice. But I think he's, keeping up till the last, because the players of Code Zero High Voltage might just come in any single moment. Is Ezio actually going for a suicide? Oh, okay. That was a smoke. We'll have to just wait as R3D, they'll have to go for a healing battle. And, well, by the looks of it, Shaw just has those bandages.
Well, it doesn't look like they're going to go for a healing battle because Nima just has that one first aid, but he is going to shoot and take out Ezio, which means R3D are going to be eliminated. And wait a second, does that mean Venom Legends have been taken out as well?
Yes.
Venom Legends go out in the 3rd position, which means we are down to the final 2 teams. It's a 4-on-3 situation. It's going to be Code Zero High Voltage up against DRS Gaming. Now, on paper, well, High Voltage, they have the high ground. They have a little bit of an advantage, but DRS has the numbers. And, well, the numbers don't count for anything because AJ has been knocked to his knees.
But the only problem that DRS have, they're all at that one single rock. They just have that one cover. AJ will be trying to provide as much information, but look at how the circle has shifted right now.
However, the circle is going to be in DRS's favor, and you know what? This high ground is going to be negated because of the angle. They really can't get that angle down there. They are going to have to move to the right, and now, well, High Voltage, they are going to be on the back foot as they just have this one rock for cover. And let me tell you one thing. One good grenade could be devastating, or forget grenades, we are going to make sure bullets do the job as well. Let's have a look. Code Zero are lobbing grenades of their own. Gyalzen with a grenade. Is he going to do this for his team? That looks good. It's got a bounce to it, but it's not going to do a lot of damage. Cooney does get taken down, and the play zone is going to do the rest. They come out. One goes down. Aussie is the last man standing for High Voltage. He is going to be running. It is going to be a one-on-one situation between Aussie and Nima. Can Code Zero High Voltage pull off a major upset over here as Nima cooks possibly one final grenade?
And let's see if that grenade is lobbed into perfection. Oh. Yes, it almost was. And this gives that time for Nima to go in for that push. But Ozzy, he's still putting up a fight. Will he clutch it out though? We'll have to see. And yes, he does. And there you go. DRS getting their chicken dinner in Sanhok.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, goes the way of DRS Gaming. And let me tell you, it was a razor-thin finish. It came down to a one-on-one situation, but the way High Voltage capitalized on this plan, hats off to Aussie Fixes.
Whoa. With the way even Code Zero really, tried to put that fight up, despite the fact that they had been, pulled behind a rock. That was amazing. I never thought that this would, come down to a 1v1.
We thought it would end sooner because one grenade would have knocked them all out. But the way they came out and Aussie just got the knock. Beautiful finish. What we are going to do is we're going to grab some Mountain Dew for ourselves, calm down a little bit. Why don't you guys at home take a little bit of a breather? We'll be back after this.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Season 2. This is Super Johnny on the analyst desk, being joined by Shadow and Ocean. And what an amazing game. I'm pretty sure Fixes is a happy man because his prediction was really precise, just like the shots coming in from the squad of DRS.
I mean, that was close. That was so close, but so good by this team. It went down to a final 1v1.
Yeah.
Final fight.
It was kind of expected that DRS will be getting this chicken dinner because it was completely their zone. The minute they realized it is going towards Camp Alpha, they kind of went to that particular compound, and the zones kind of shifted towards them. It was in their favor, and it was expected from the very start.
Exactly, but let's have a look at the MVP of this game, ladies and gentlemen, and see the individual player who blew our minds along with his opponents. And it is going to be Aussie from the squad of CZxHIGHVOLTAGE.
Yes, Ozzy with amazing 6 kills. In fact, I kind of agree with the experiment, the way he said that one grenade was kind of enough with DRS to eliminate the whole squad of Team CZ. But the way Uzi clutched it out at that moment and it came to 1v1 situation, I think Uzi hats off. I wouldn't have been surprised if he had a little health or something. I think it would have been a quite even fight in the end of 1v1 fight.
He is the help. He is the support for his team. He is the help.
I mean, that plus sign indicates the support that he actually gave and got from his own teammates as well. You see the stats out here. 6 kills by this individual, 25-23 of survival. Damage taken, 239. All right, not the best, not the worst. It's just a number out there. 3 assists, that's good. But, you know, if you're supporting as well, if you're getting kills for yourself and you're surviving till the last, not the last man standing, obviously, but the last trade being formed out there, then obviously you did something good for your team, for the players out there, for the kill points and everything.
I mean, we've talked about this. As a support, your responsibility is to carry the utility, is to make sure that the revives are coming in, and you are dishing out the damage, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, right here, we do have the top players as well right next to me, and it is an incredible performance because apart from DRS, apart from CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, even Team Bablu, they had an amazing time. I mean, towards the final moments, even they were doing really well as far as the kills were concerned.
Look at the badges. So this kind of shows what Sanhok needs. They need rushers, they need supporters. Those are 2 things they need. Aussie, an amazing support for his team as well. Tyrant was out there with 4 kills, 2105 for his survival time, 628 damage for himself. DRS, Bablu, DRS again. So it's like, you know, Bablu, DRS, Bablu, the consecutive following that there comes up. But if we're talking about DRS, the players were rushers. That's one thing that it shows, with good kill points, good damage points for themselves, and obviously final surviving hints is where, you know, these players just shine.
Team Bablu again, kind of amazing rotations coming in from them. They were at the bottom of the southern side of this zone. All the teams who were coming in from that Everest mountain area, they kind of gatekeep them. They did allow them to enter into the zone, even if it was Venom Legends or any squad PAINxELMT. That was the moment when Team Bablu got lots of kills in their hands.
Exactly, and apart from getting kills, you do get those points for those kills as well, ladies and gentlemen. I'm talking about points. Let's have a look at the standings for this game, with DRS Gaming with the 12 kills coming in their hands, 27 points. So the momentum is being carried forward, but one team that had a really good game this time just getting 7 points. I'm talking about FutureStation.
FutureStation, I would say, 7 points for themselves, but you know, they don't have to worry about anything right now because they were topping table. Even if they fall down to the 2nd position, they can top it again. I mean, they have had their good days and bad days and everything. Team Bablu again in top 3 for this one as well. Well, with good kills this time. Previous game, not so good kills, but still this time they were stepping up their game with 10 points for themselves. In the kill department, R3D was out there with 1 kill, but 8 placement points. That's a pretty good number for themselves. Abrupt Slayers, A1 Esports, 1 placement point. But you know, those 5 and 3 kill points, they just need to add up those numbers.
FutureStation, I'm kind of disappointed. The late rotations, I think that was the reason they couldn't got many kills or a good position point over there.
One thing I was going to say was R3D Esports. They did really well in this one. I mean, did get decent number of points as an average, but as we move forward in the second half of the standings, ladies and gentlemen, 7C Esports, we do see them just getting 2 points in this match along with PN Crew and 247 Gaming. As we go down though, we do see PAINxELMT, ElementriX and JyanMaara just managed to secure one point for PAINxELMT and ElementriX, and JyanMaara, well, going out with nothing.
Actually, what happened with JyanMaara was they were in a 3v1 split, which is never favored. A1 Esports kind of capitalized on that particular moment when they knocked out Ghana. They knew JyanMaara is now 3 men. They kind of took advantage of it and completely eliminated them. And ElementriX not rushing with, like all the 4 players are not rushing simultaneously. I think that was the reason they had an early exit.
So we had 58 knocks in this game, as we do see the match summary in front of us, and 11 headshots connected.
I would say this was not as kill-hungry game as we have seen in the past as well, because the numbers were like, what, 60, 59, 58, all those where the kill confirmations were coming up. 54, all right, good, but smokes and nades. Given the fact first circle, you just have to go to one side of the zone and then you have to go come back for the fights. That's where, you know, the smokes, the utility usage was not as big of a deal.
It's never, it never is on Sanhok. I mean, Sanhok is one of those maps that relies heavily on your firepower and your gun power specifically. You have to take those fights. You can't avoid them in any given scenario. But to take those fights, you gotta have a sip of Mountain Dew before you do that. You gotta do the dew in those fights, ladies and gentlemen. And so let us now have a look at do the dew moments of this Sanhok match.
Yes, this was the moment A1 Esports knew JyanMaara were down to 3 men. They rushed into their compound and completely eliminated them. Even if it was a 2v2 split, that kind of might have worked for JyanMaara, but a 3v1 split is never going to work. ElementriX in this particular fight, they had the height advantage. They had a good positioning. They even knocked out 2 of the players of Team Bablu, but later on, what happened with ElementriX, there was no cover fire coming in from blah blah blah. Later on his location was also compromised. I think if they would have rushed in towards Team Bablu simultaneously after taking down 2 of their players, they could have easily won that fight.
Yeah, that's totally true. I mean, they started off pretty good, but then as of now, for 9 players still surviving, they were trying to move forward with everything. And Stalwart as well. Stalwart was doing good with their fights. As you can see, those sprays were coming up pretty good. They were good with the calls as well. CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. Alright, this team obviously survived till the end for a reason, right? But this time, PAINxELMT's name was just out there for this team. For the starters, DRS as well. There's like 2 different teams that started, and these teams ended everything out of this one.
Yeah, well, the ending was pretty interesting coming in from the side of DRS Gaming. As we were talking about, I mean, one nade would have been enough to take out the players of CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, but the same could be said for the players of DRS Gaming. Since they were stuck in that one compound, there was just a few exits that the players of CZxHIGHVOLTAGE had to cover. But the damage histogram, ladies and gentlemen, in front of us right now. And as you do see, the first 2 teams, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE and DRS Gaming, hitting the maximum damage inside of this match. And I think most of this came down from that final fight, where they went up against each other, and that's where the game was decided. With CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, 1600 plus damage coming in for them with just 8 kills, and DRS Gaming, 1700 plus damage coming in with 12 kills. 4 kills separating them, and we all know where those kills came from and when those kills came from. CZxHIGHVOLTAGE did have a numbers disadvantage as well in that final situation, stuck behind a rock with just 3 players, all clustered up in a single point. But I like to talk about the anomalies. I like to talk about the teams that got taken out earlier on in the action, but still did really well for themselves. This time, those teams are going to be Team Bablu, that's right there, and one team right here in front of me, that is going to be DEADEYES, guys. Good fights coming in, but the unfortunate early exits, I think that came down from the fact that few of the individual players from these squads were taken out earlier on before they could even make their push into the final circle. And it is going to be quite interesting, because even in the last game, even though Team Bablu did not end up getting for themselves the kill points in the last match, they still did manage to get those placement points. This time things were reversed. They got 10 kills, they got a decent placement points, and the average in return is definitely going to turn out good if we're just going to take it for the 2 games that happened today, ladies and gentlemen. But now, let us have a look at the Group 5 standings and see how things are going over there.
I mean, as of now, if you're talking about Group A, T2KSG, still just out there, and SCYTES as well, as well as Esports, INES. This is where the numbers come up. 228, 190, 173, 126, that's where everyone is. But when they, you know, come up with their momentum, I just want to see them, you know, just rushing in, getting everything for themselves. But as of now, it's the other groups that are talking.
Yeah, Group B, 7C Esports is still sitting at the top with a quite good number of margin over there. Abrupt Slayers, this team has performed. They have got 3 chicken dinners in their hands. They are always going in for the placement points. If they go for the kill points also, they might come up at the top position. R3D is still struggling. If we talk about Group C, this is a group everybody is looking out. ElementriX, they always have a good positioning, but somehow they are not able to capitalize on it. In this particular map also, there was a lack of coordination, because of which they had an early elimination. 247 Gaming had to struggle with entering into the zone, and they are kind of little passive also with position points and kill points.
Yeah, that's totally true. Group D, as we, you know, just talk about it, again, PAINxELMT, they got 1 from this one. Stalwart Esports was out there, 180. VTNxJyanMaara, 184. I would say again, so Group D is, I don't know, it's something different with the things. Now players are pretty close to each other. JyanMaara, Stalwart, just 4 points difference with them. So it's 2-1-1 is for A1 Esports, but Group E, all right, this is where, you know, the maximum utilization of teams come up. where Group D has their top position. That's where Team Bablu is on their third position, 2-1-1 for themselves.
And it's a 1, 2, 3, and 0 in terms of chicken dinner.
1, 2, 3, 0. That's how it is.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, and then 0 is like the poor team that's out there.
But interesting things sort of come into the factor and into our minds when we realize that Group D is done with their matches for today. Let's have a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, and see how things are going to turn out for the rest of the day. 2 matches are gone. 2 matches are done for today. So Group A is going to be stepping back into the action, into the battlegrounds as we move forward. And the next match is going to begin shortly on the map of Vikendi. But for the next 3 games that we have lined up for you guys for today, Group D is going to be sitting out. That means teams like A1 Esports, PAINxELMT, VTN, and Team Stalwart Esports are going to be sitting out. But Assiduous Esports, INES, T2KSG, and Team CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, they are going to be stepping back into the action.
Exactly, they will be stepping back into the action, and we'll again see some action-packed game with high number of kills, lots of bloodbath over there.
Exactly, bloodbath is definitely going to be there. But Ocean, does that change your predictions? What are you going to root for?
Quite a bit, because now with my predictions, I'm going to go with one thing. Let's end this rivalry right now and let's be friends. So ElementriX is going to be my pick for this one. I'm just going to say it.
All right, so you're going to take a pick away from me and the experiment. And I'm going to have to, well, crawl over this ice, all this ice that's there on the stage, in fact, and move over to the other sides. And my question is going to be for experiment first.
Yes, sir.
ElementriX has been picked.
You know, I think the truce is drawn now.
Yeah.
We're brothers, and the Cold War is over. I'm going to pick ElementriX yet again. They need that chicken dinner.
Well, for me, it's going to be the boys from 7C.
All right.
I love them in Vikendi.
Every single Vikendi you go for 7C.
Yes, because they are that good.
They are good indeed. They are good indeed. And well, the seas have been frozen on this land, so let's see if they can rule them.
Okay. I like that 7C. But you know what they say about seas, right? Calm seas do not make great sailors, so they need some opposition. Let's see if Vikendi is going to be that map for them. But this means match number 3 is going to be underway. And well, Johnny, I guess it's time to say bye-bye to you. Well, Fixes and I are going to take over. Fixes, what are we going to see in this game?
You know, apart from a lot of bloodbath and the eyes turning red, I want to see that fight between T2K and Team 7C.
You know, what we see is whenever a new group comes in, they come in hot. So, I mean, you did pick Team T2K. The sites are going to be coming in hot as well.
Yeah.
I want to see some more action from INES. You know, we know that this is a capable team.
I get it where you're coming from. The bolt action?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Orochi is going to be in the house. But everyone else is pretty much in the house as well. Look at that. We do not have any blank spots on our screen this time around, which means we just might have all 64 players playing this game. Now, once again, can you spot your favorites?
You know, all these players have kind of covered their face, most of them with their mobile phones. But right now...
That's the level of concentration we're dealing with. It has to be pretty much in your face.
But I like how Steelshot plays. You know, he kind of prones down on his bed, having that pillow, completely relaxed, yet wreaking havoc in the entire lobby.
You know, we talked about this, we brushed upon this yesterday. It doesn't matter if you're lying down staring at the ceiling and playing, or whether, you know, you are sitting in a chair. It is all going to be all about the gameplay, and after all, you know, that is what it's all about. But right now, everyone is in the lobby, and, you know, we like to kind of say that the all chat would be on and the teams would be psyching one another out. They might be asking, hey, what are you guys dropping? But the question is, are we going to see something similar like we did with 247 in the matches before?
We'll have to see that, but right now what I can really see is that the big bird is in there, and it's traveling all the way from Zabava to its Vihar. Well, the first thing that really comes into mind when we talk about Vikendi is those ludicrous circles that we get right off the bat. And this time around, considering the trajectory that we have, I'm anticipating a centralized circle.
You're anticipating a central circle. I like some drama. It's going to be pretty much down south. There is going to be a lot of water in play. And you know what I feel? It's going to be... maybe Dino Park could be near the center. That's what I'm thinking, because again, I want to walk with the dinosaurs. Fixes, make it happen.
missing Mr. Rex already.
Yes, sir. Mr. X is holding down the fourth back hold.
You should have got him. You should have had Pterodactyl, Mr. Pterodactyl.
Well, maybe next time we might have our mascots with us, but right now we are waiting with bated breath to see where the first circle is going to form, as all the teams have jumped out. And well, it is going to be down south. There is a lot of water at play, but the only thing is I was inclined to the west, and the circle is going to be in the east.
Again, a hot spring circle. Last time it kind of tended to go a bit towards the Abyss side, but this time I think what I'm really anticipating is, you know, all these teams will have to drop off, then they'll make that initial quick rotation in. But what will happen is that the next few circles will go completely slow because they've settled themselves down. The next shrinks are going to be very, very gradual. But right off the bat, we can see INES in an engagement with the players of R3D already.
Well, I wonder if Orochi has a bolt action from the get-go, because if he does get it, even at this range, let me tell you one thing, that man, hey man, I am a dreamer. Let me dream. But R3D, now they are playing as a four-man squad. It's good to see all members intact. Walker, Shaw, Ezio, and Joker are going to be putting up a fight against INES. And have a look at Shaw's position. So he's the guy who is going to be relaying all the information. All the footsteps are going to be coming to his teammates, while his teammates try and get some angles. Of course, INES are going to be doing the same thing as well.
Talking about the positioning of how their players are positioned right now, I think INES has a certain advantage if they get onto the rooftop over there. But Walker, already kind of understanding the gravity of the situation, has made up on his roof already, and now he's dropped down.
I mean, that is a good idea to go on the roof. I mean, sure, you get a little bit of a better visual, but then the thing is, they need to move across the street. They need to get those angles. They need to be unpredictable. That is what the call for the day is. But right now, Yoshiro is trying to get an idea of where the enemy is, while Orochi, man, let me just say one thing. I love that hairdo right now. I hope he doesn't wear a helmet all game, but it is, of course, going to be essential. And there you have it. Entry does spot out the member of the opposition on the roof, forces him off it.
Look at Tier's positioning. That's bad.
There you go. That's what I was talking about.
You know, that's the best thing over there. You know, the members of R3D, if they even try to, you know, get out in the open and then take a fight, they are dead chicken. And, you know, what I really liked about INES is that they were prepared for this fight. They are making their rotations quick. They are making, you know, quick movements out there. And R3D are kind of confused as to what they are going to do. How are they going to proceed with it? Because if things go on as they are going right now, INES will get those vehicles. They'll get the loot done for themselves, while R3D will still be scared to take that fight.
However, the thing is, R3D are kind of positioning themselves well right now, because have a look at your mini-map. They are going to be inside the zone, which means INES has two options, right? Either they back off and basically trudge across the frozen water, or they take that bridge. Now, I am pretty sure they aren't going to take the fight right now, because loot is not going to be adequate at this time around. So both these teams have options for them on the table right now, but I still love INES Tier's position. Now that man could be devastating, but right now Hungry Box has spotted Evil Eye at quite some distance, and well, it is going to be a PP Bison. This map, after all, is the map or the land of the SMGs.
Yes, and well, Love is rotating out in the open, and well, these guys have no fear. You know, it does not really matter what the terrain is. Does not.
I beg your pardon, they do have fear. In fact, he's one of their teammates. Yeah, boo, boo XP. But wait a second, Love does finally spot Evil Eye, takes him down, and well, we have the first knock of this game.
And well, 7C definitely will capitalize on this particular situation. They know that they've got their enemies. And Mimo, look at him. He's already made that rotation onto his Rafat. And now this is testing time for him. Is he that good? Is he as good as the hype he had created in week number 1?
I mean, we've seen him go up against surmountable odds. And, you know, he's come out unscathed. So I think he can get the job done, especially since Venom Legends have been reduced to a 3-man squad. And by what I see on my screen right now, I see Rafat, but I don't see Shuvo, and I don't see D-Tron. These guys are way far away. In fact, I think almost 5, maybe 600 meters separate the teammates.
Yeah, and now this gives ample time and opportunity for 7C to really get in.
I mean, that is the determination. He doesn't want to make a single sound. He's like, you know what? I am going to do something tough. I mean, let me just tell you one thing. Kudos to the man's core strength, because going down prone on those staircases, I mean, wow. I mean, I couldn't do it.
You know, I really wish Rafat pulls out a clutch over here, because Memo has really gotten in, and this was the perfect time to get that first knock, kind of try to create that pressure on, because now he'll be needing his teammates Ditron and Shuvo. Fair, you're going into the wrong compound. Now they are all going to march in together, and Rafat, he's got his eyes onto his Memo, but no, the remainder of the 3 players just go charging in. Rafat going for an escape. He's jumped out of the window, but how long is this lad gonna survive, as Memo has spotted him out, and well, he'll be the one taking him down.
Well, Memo does take him down. That was kind of weird on Rafat's part, because he definitely heard the opposition coming into his house. However, he chose to shoot at Memo first. Now, maybe that was not the right call, because I do believe the enemy 7C, they were trying to find him, and they were probably expecting more than one person. So, you know, I mean, he could have probably just had a little bit of break of discipline, but it is what it is, and it looks like Venom Legends are going to be down 2 men right at the beginning.
No, what I really think is Rafat was actually trying to get that confirmation onto its Memo, because he knows the remainder of the 3 players are going to push on him. As soon as he can get that kill, at least get 1 point out of it, that can be an even trade-off. And maybe Venom Legends, the remainder of the players, Ditron and Shuvo, can get some placement points, get some kills, maybe get that revenge that they have been looking for in the end.
My 3 favorite words in a situation like this: woulda, coulda, shoulda. So, you know, I mean, we can speculate over here, and we can go on and on about, you know, what should have happened and what could have happened. But right now, what is happening is 247's Vasif has spotted Bablu Tyrant, lays off a few shots. Let me tell you one thing, that was good, accurate shooting over there, almost knocking his opponent off his bike.
But the players of Assiduous are just around the corner, and Z1 Crazy passing right by Vasif. What is Khan doing? And now Vasif will step down and spraying with an MP5K. That's preposterous.
Also, the Ironsides, he's my kind of guy, but right now switches his weapons, gets that G26C out with the 4 times, lets off a few shots in Hanuel's position, but none of them are going to connect. And now, this is a good decision by them. They have this compound in this high ground. They need to capitalize on this. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if they get a knock and start pushing in on Assiduous Esports' position, because this fight is taking place pretty much in the center of the circle. And well, there you have it. Team Wolf is going to be the first one to retaliate as he gets a knock on Muffin.
We have seen this on multiple occasions. You know, these players who are kind of roaming around the battlefield, they tend to avoid a fight, and they're happy about it. The moment they, stop at a compound to take a breather, that's where the other team is. And Bablu, taking down one of the players of Assiduous. And now R3D have also opened up, and well, it's against the team of INES. We'll have to see how they really come out in this one. In the meanwhile, 247 have found themselves a safe haven, as they have taken their own sweet spot inside the circle. Now, we'll have to see if the circle really shifts to the hot springs, or does it go up top towards the cement factory area.
Looks like Orochi took what I said too hard, and he is refusing to put on a helmet. My kind of guy, of course, he needs to go a little Super Saiyan, and that hairdo is going to be helping out. You know that all these kind of things help, right? That adds just a little bit of more power. It gives you that little bit of an edge over the opponents. But right now, Ezio is trying to burn his enemy alive. Orochi is going to be on the back foot right now. Have a look at Entry's position. He is knocked out, and well, a revive looks like it is going to be a thing, well, of the distant future. But Orochi, again, I love the fact he doesn't have a helmet on. Ooh, was that a misfire, or was he just trying to distract the enemy over there?
Maybe he was just trying to peek around, and I believe that was a misfire. But Entry's confirmation is up there. So R3D, this is a squad that has good games in Vikendi, so they're kind of going aggressive. They were really confident about it, and well, Walker kind of showing his head, exposing himself. I tend to wonder right now if Orochi had a grenade. That could have been so crucial in getting that one knock, and well, one knock would have led to another, and even Shaw could have been a bit of a trouble.
I mean, you're talking about one knock. He could have literally killed 2 birds with 1 stone, because Shaw and Walker were pretty much close to one another. And I know you just pointed it out. We have the Mark 14, your favorite weapon in this game in the first airdrop. But the question is someone going to go and get it? Right now, we are joining P and Gru as they are engaged in a little bit of a tussle with 247. Mr. Boro is already on his knees, and let's just hope that Sandesh over here takes a shot. We want to make sure we see the action. It's an M24, it's suppressed, and it has an 8-time scope on it. No, Mr. Observer, we need to see that man in action.
Absolutely. Sandesh definitely wants to send a message to the players of 247, but
come on.
I like how the drop has been placed.
Go for it.
Between the action, between everybody, and well, he's just about to
spot
someone out, maybe
Take
someone peeping.
Yes,
this is the time.
Oh, well, well, at least there's a consolation. We got to hear that beautiful sound of a suppressed M24. Now, he is going to be playing with fire right now, literally, because he has kind of given his position away, and his teammates are a little ways back. He should wait for backup, because have a look at who's coming on the other side. Ooh. All right, all right. Maybe he's trying to draw 247 out, because the position that the remaining members of PN crew have, they can literally rain down bullets from, well, from high up above.
The moment, you know, someone will really try to peek out on towards Sandesh, and then voila, peekaboo over there. But now, dear, okay, this is a good chance that he could have really capitalized on had he gone out of his compound, and does manage to spot down Joker out in the process.
I guess Ezio is living up to his name from the Assassin's Creed days, that he's jumping from building to building. But there over here, very low HP, Ezio is going to come in with that gangster Tommy gun, and he wipes him out. Now, INES are in trouble. They have lost 2 members already, and by the look of things, Yashiro could be in a world of trouble, as he is already knocked out, which means Orochi. Can he go Super Saiyan right now? Can he avenge his team? Can he come out of this alive? Walker does get lit up, but he goes in cover in the nick of time, and Orochi's got to be careful, because now R3D are going to try and surround him.
Yeah, absolutely. And now INES, this is not the kind of a start that we really anticipated, and the boys should definitely not get their hands on that.
Me likey the kill feed.
Yes, and Sandesh finally succeeding in what he really wanted. But, you know, Orochi having that Tommy gun, well, not having a helmet might really hurt him, though. But if he, you know, has his shots right, I think he can take down a player or two, or maybe off team R3D.
You know what we need? Although I'm pretty sure we will see that shot when we do the replays later on. We need some replays right now. I mean, that is something that I would have loved to have a look at. But meanwhile, Yashiro is going to bleed out, which means that Orochi is going to be the last man standing. He does have that Tommy gun in his hands. No bolt action for him, though. Maybe I'm going to have to wait another game. And, well, just as I say that, we have the first squad to be wiped out from this game, and it's going to be INES without a single kill to their name.
Maybe they should kind of re-strategize the plans on
I mean,
how
they just came in. Maybe they're not warmed up.
Yeah.
I have a soft spot for them, you know, so I'm always going to have a little bit of a soft spot for Orochi.
All right, you know, as you suit. But right now, PN crew. Well, Sandesh. Yeah.
You know, talking about Sandesh, maybe he might steal that spot from Orochi.
Maybe he's done that once. If he gets that 2 more times, maybe he's your new favorite sniper. You never know. You're changing sides too fast, XP.
I mean, see, the thing is, I am not biased. I am one who loves the game. I love bolt action, and anybody who is going to basically be showcasing that, well, for me, is going to be my favorite, Sandesh. Ooh, that was a quick one. That was a quick one. Let me tell you one thing. He is getting up there in my list.
Yeah, he certainly is, but, you know, to be there up in your list, he needs to get those shots right.
I mean, I do want to say something. It is going to sound a little silly, which is why I will not say it. Let's have a look and see what is happening elsewhere, as Sandesh is still trying to draw the enemy out. Basically, this is what's happening right now. He is just trying to pepper them with a few bullets. He wants them to peek, and he wants his teammates from...
pressure.
Yes, sir. He wants his teammates to act on it. But they've got to be careful, because ASL look like they are moving in the neighborhood as well. So, well, all these shots are going to be exposing their positions elsewhere. We have Team Bablu possibly in an engagement with Assiduous Esports soon enough. But Mr. Hyozu over here definitely has an idea where Teen Wolf and Zabyan is. And have a look at that. T2K's Zod just blew himself up.
Yeah, I think that's the players of R3D or maybe SCYTES who are applying the pressure, and he just had to step up from his vehicle and was shooting at it, blew himself up in the process. But I really hope the revive really comes in, because this is a team that I've been watching out for, and well, you know, being someone who were not really that much known, now with the way they are playing in the PMPL, they've created quite a lot of fan following for themselves.
Absolutely, and you know, this prickly situation on our screens right now is going to be tricky for T2K, because now the SCYTES, they do have that compound pretty much on lockdown, and they are in the zone. Have a look at your minimap. They are going to have to move back just a... Ooh, I think Jane was spotted by Razor over here. That could have been devastating, but now T2K, they do have options, let me tell you one thing, but there's another team that's nearby. R3D is also in the vicinity, so they've got to make a quick decision right now, although we do have a minute 20 on the clock. The thing is, what I've noticed is the teams sometimes, you know, they leave it a bit too late for those rotations, and that is why they get caught out.
Exactly. Now, Abrupt Slayers, if you know the zone shift kind of goes onto its western side, which I think it might, they are going to be in a whole world of trouble. Deadeyes are actually making their move between the enemy lines, and Team Bablu, Abrupt Slayers, 247, PN Crew, everyone will look at them once they make their move. But Rated, being on the backlines, we'll have to really think as to what the thought process is of the players right now. But you know, meanwhile, Team Sides having a good position inside the circle, playing on the edge, and Charlie, there you go. This is what we had predicted, right? When you are playing on the edge, if you have to make a move onto its center where you know a lot of teams are already there, you have to be very careful. And they did not, and they're now suffering.
Yes, sir. And now, of course, just a little disclaimer. So we have the privilege of having the minimap with us as well. So, of course, you know, we are talking about action that was taking place elsewhere. Well, now we are going to bring that action to you. We were talking about Abrupt Slayers and Deadeyes guys and a little bit of, oh my goodness, are you kidding me? So when we switch, that's when Sandesh wants to take the shots, huh?
Yeah, I think we need to request for a dedicated observer onto it, Sandesh. You know, any single moment we can get to see that M24 in action, and we've lost that already 2 times. I do not want to lose out on it again. And just another heads up, Sandesh also got one of the other kills with his G36.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's all try and put our best wishes forward. Somebody needs to go and pick up that big bad boy, that AWM, which is in the airdrop. And you know what? It can be either one. I don't mind anyone going and picking it up. But now here is the plot twist. That airdrop is way out in the water as Zod does have an M24 in his hands, but he is under heavy fire from Ezio. He gets taken down yet again. And now T2K, they were moving out. They're going to have to stop and, well, figure out, are they going to go for the revive or are they going to cut their losses and move on ahead?
I think they still have enough time if they want to really go for the revive, but you can see Jane. Well, do we get to see that GI chain in action right now, connecting those shots? But what I really loved about is how they use their utilities to get the teammate back up, because now you know you do not have a cluster of the teams kind of surrounding you, so you can go in for those revival plays right out in the open. All you have to do is you know, drop your smokes just right. But you know, still I have to be scoffing about this one fact that all the teams are on the eastern side, and now that they have to maybe make a rotation towards the western side, that might be troublesome.
Talking about the eastern side, we have a fight breaking out on the eastern coast over here in the circle as ASE are going up against 7C. Now Hanuel has the left flank for his team. Grenades are coming in. That's not going to be enough. Fair is the man who goes without any fair, but he does get taken down courtesy of Kurkure. Now Hanuel, he does have the left flank. Hungry Box comes out. Are they going to push up? This is a little bit of a bad idea. They are both clumped in one angle. They need to get those multiple angles, but Danny from afar from Team Bablu comes in and knocks Hanuel off his feet.
Well, now this gives enough time for, you know, Fair to be back up. Right now, Kurkure and G1 Crazy are the 2 last members surviving. They are trying to fend off that push anytime. But, you know, with all those Molotovs, this is what I talk about. Do not waste your utilities. You have to keep them for the last pivotal moments.
Understood, but see, right over there, he threw a Molotov, right? That is to make sure that he keeps the enemy at bay. So that could be the reason over there, because I do believe they are going to be backing off. But the pressure that Team Bablu can provide from behind, I don't see ASE getting out of this alive, because 7C are going to be moving in for the kill. Kurkure does get spotted out, but Mimo is going to miss his shot. That's a good grenade. That is a beautiful grenade. In fact, G1 Crazy is lucky to still be standing. And have a look. Fair is going to be going in. Kurkure is coming in. He gets lit up like a kite, courtesy of Memo. And well, that's all she wrote. They go down. Fair gets taken down by G1 Crazy as well. Hungry Box coming in. They are hungry for kills, and you can't really do anything against 4 barrels aimed at you. And with that, Assiduous Esports exit this game in the 15th position.
Perfect. This is the example of a perfect push where you have to commit.
Calculate, yep.
Yes, you have calculated your risks. You know when to fight and when you need to back off. I love the way 7C kind of went all in, and when Fear was knocked out, courtesy to Team Bablu, of course, helping them out a bit, though unknowingly. They got enough time to get that revive onto its Fear. But you know, right now we have got a different fight happening over here as R3D go against Team T2K. Well, it's all chaotic as T2K also retaliate with some heavy fire, and somehow will manage to revive their players in time.
They are going to go for the revives, and I do believe we have some gunshots coming in from elsewhere. Could be DRS have their eyes on them, but it looks like R3D's remaining members, Joker, Ezio, and Shaw, want a little bit of revenge. Oh my goodness, Frankie was spotted out. And ladies and gentlemen, we have yet Another AWM falling from the skies, and looks like this time around FutureStation could be grabbing that BFG. But right now, Joker in a life and death struggle against the enemy, as they are going to have to contend with the blue zone damage as well. Smoke screens are being deployed to kind of conceal their movement. Love the way that the other members from R3D are going on that huge left rotation, but this is what I'm talking about. Which man is going to walk away with that weapon?
Oh my goodness, no one really went for it. This is
I mean, I doubt it. I'm pretty sure somebody has picked it up because I did see a level 1 helmet on the ground. And
yeah, they went for the level 3 gears, but no one really went for that AWM.
Hold on. We'll hear some boom soon enough. The AWM shall be in action, my friend. But right now, Joker is in a world of trouble. He does have that smoke concealing his position, but he moves out right. He has to move quick. The blue zone is doing a tremendous amount of damage. When in front of him, he's going to take him down. Ooh, almost getting the first knock, but he is going to get taken down instead, which means that well, R3D are now down to 1 man. They do have Shaw as well, but he is on his knees, and Ezio, it doesn't look good for him.
Well, Mr. Boro on the other side has got a knock and a finish onto which the players of Abrupt Slayers. Meanwhile, Hungry Box, he is still hungry for his kills, but Tyrant will definitely want to take the fear out of fear as he knocks him down. But he gets a second one over there, but Tyrant falling down to 70. Love, this is a fight that's engaging out, and I love it. The way they are, you know, knocking players down, then reviving their players back up. This is perfect team game.
It is a perfect team game. There's a lot of give and take that's going on between these squads, to be honest with you. You know what they say? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. I'm sure Ocean would love the fact that I just said that out loud right now. But right now, 7C, they do have this compound, but have a look at how many teams they have around them. Outside the circle, we have the boys from Code Zero High Voltage. Right in front of them across the street, not the friendliest of neighbors, are Team Bablu. And the circle is going to be concentrating a bit northeast of the hot springs as Phobia from SCYTES gets a knock on Aussie. Love is going to make sure he finishes up. Wait a second. Did he just get the knock right now? Wow, that was a beautiful last second spray with that BP Bison getting the knock, and now he's going for Havoc. I think he might have an idea where the enemy is. He does spot him, takes his shots. Is he going to be put down to a watery grave? Yes, sir, he is.
Oh my goodness, 7C, what did they have for the lunch? Because they certainly look really hungry, and well, they are bagging a lot of kills. But Sandesh on the side.
That's the 4th knock. That is the 4th knock. And let me tell you one thing, that is the 4th headshot. Nonetheless,
new favorite sniper.
I'm pretty sure Orochi, my man, I'm going to have to pick this one for now. But now they are in trouble because the blue zone has finally caught up with them. His teammates are going to have to come down from that little niche that they had in heaven over there. But Team Wolf over there, he's going to be detrimental to SCYTES as he takes down one. Is he going to take down the other, or is he going to go for the finish? Looks like Phobia is in a world of trouble. Rated says grenade comes in fact gets the knock. Whoa, I thought it was his explosion, but it's DE's Rated who gets the knock, and boom! There she goes. Massive explosion with that. Another one bites the dust.
You know, talk about having faith on your teammates. Had that fallen onto its Rated, he would have just been, you know, crying out there.
And we have seen that before. Rated has done that a couple of times.
Yes, exactly. And this time he gets his nades right. But 247, I think they're just scared. I believe with all those headshots coming out, most of the players of 247 might not even be having those helmets. But blah, 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 taking out Hungry Box out of the equation. Now Team ElementriX finally being silent for so long, they are speaking out loud.
They are speaking out, and looks like they are taking the fight to 7C. Now they're going to be engulfing Memo as we speak, and we have another airdrop falling down. It's going to be the Mark 14. I wonder if anyone even picked up that AWM. We should see FutureStation with that big bad gun soon enough, but right now 247's Gaming laying down some lead in Mr. Boro's direction. That grenade almost knocking him off his feet. Elsewhere, Venom from T2K gets a knock on Tamim, which means we have a lot of fights breaking out right now. Now for 247, they need to act quick because now they have a team on either side. They need to make a decision. Do they push in for that compound, maybe steal the car, or are they going to be pretty much in the ground over here? Because it looks like it's going to be a tricky situation for them.
Yeah, of course. With the 6th circle closing in and going in for that revive, that's a very, very bad decision. But we'll have to see how the players of 247 are going to, you know, make their way inside the circle, as Mr. Boro has managed to finish off one of the players of DRS right out. Being in the open, he's taking a lot of fire from the players of
Beautiful.
FutureStation. Just take out your pan and move. Maybe you can block a few bullets out.
Well, his zigzagging definitely worked, as he has made it to to cover, but he needs to patch himself up. Is that what he's going to do? Yes, sir. He is administering that first hit. And have a look, they did steal that vehicle. I love it. I love it. But right now, Mr. Hiozo from ElementriX, they are engaged with the boys from DRS Gaming. Elsewhere, Badrev gets a knock on 247 Khan. In fact, he finishes him. And looks like 7C are in a bit of trouble as well. Love does get taken down courtesy of that grenade from heaven, which means Fair is now the last man standing. Can he pull off a miracle? We have an AWM.
We do have another AWM, but this is completely chaotic right now with Team ElementriX right around the corner. Abrupt Slayers making that movement. Blah, blah, blah has completely spotted him out. He'll be going out in the open and maybe try to burst that vehicle out. But no, he just creates that cover. But Chari will be joining his teammate, create another cover. And, well, he's been spotted out. But one good grenade can take both these players down at the same time.
They do have cover, but you are right. One grenade can be devastating, especially since they don't have a lot of options. All I can see is they can move a bit to the right of the screen, but Chari is going to go left. He gets taken down courtesy of blah, blah, blah. And, well, Sonim is going to come in and get a knock on Zibyan from Team Bablu. Looks like B and crew are going to be finally biting the dust, as well as Sandesh has been taken down. Let me just say one thing. My heart goes out to him.
Yeah, of course. But, you know, still the lad really put it out spoke action over there. But Machine taking down the players of 247, one after the other. P and crew also going down, bowing out in the 10th position. And Wasif, I believe, he's been spotted out, but he's waiting for the right moment to take those shots onto him. Oh my goodness, your wishes have been granted because Steel Shot is yielding that big Machine.
Yes, sir. That is what I saw in the kill feed. Steel Shot with the boom, and he gets the first knock. But right now, D-Tron is on a little bit of a domination spree with 3 quick kills to his name. Team T2K SG are going to be eliminated in the 8th position with 4 kills to their name. And have a look at the circle. No one is really inside right now. In fact, the only person that I see on my map is D-Tron all the way down south, which means we are going to have a major tussle towards the northern aspect of this new circle. Now, out of all the teams that you see on your screen right now, only one is pretty much going to win this game. But the question is, who is it going to be? Because let me tell you one thing, it is chaotic over there.
Yeah, absolutely. And provided the circle, the game Team ElementriX is kind of having, I really want them to win this one out. But will they though? Because Badrev is on a spree right now, getting that another knock. But now FutureStation building up the right cover for themselves, and they've deployed the smokes right. They're using it to perfection. They just have to get it inside the circuit. Look how well synchronized they are. But you know, Utsaga going down towards blah blah blah. Team ElementriX are also making their way in, but Titron, he might just be that wild card over there.
Yes, sir. Now the thing is, there is so much smoke being deployed on the map right now, and you can't really tell which one is which or which team deployed it where. But right now, it's going to be every man for himself. Steel Shot does get taken down courtesy of and Machine over here can only helplessly look on as the meme is going to go in for a revive. But Galzan, he did have that bird's eye view over there. He's going to choose to come down. Of course, you can't be up there exposed for too long. Galzan goes and gets another knock on 247 Wasif, which means 247 are out of this game in the 7th position with just 2 kills to their name. And mind you, they've been in the thick and thin of the action from the beginning.
Yeah, yes, they certainly have been right now. But if you talk about the forecast, we do see ElementriX and FutureStation having the maximum probability, and now just increase that 2-folds for FutureStation with the way the new circle has come in. Team ElementriX will have to push it right on towards their face, and to do that, you need a knock or 2. But Teen Wolf going down to that Molotov coming in from blah blah blah. But DRS, well, they are in quite a situation over here. 3 players just you know, standing in fact proning beside each other. You know, that's kind of a sketchy decision.
Well, you know, if we've learned anything from Twilight, vampires and wolves, they don't really get along, and that is going to be pretty much picture perfect as blah 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 took out the Teen Wolf. But now we are down to the final 5 teams, and 13 people are alive. ElementriX seem to be on a roll right now. Everything is going their way. They still have 4 members. They have 7 kills to their name already, and the play zone is the one that is going to finish DEADEYES, guys, as they exit in the 5th position with a decent 6 kills to their name, which means now we are down to the final 4 teams. All the names, all the teams are on your screens right now. FutureStation with 4 men still alive. ElementriX with 4 men still alive. Sonim gets taken now. In fact, he was flung from that vehicle as blah 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 is now the last man for his team.
And Detron, he knows that blah 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 is going to make that push any single moment. And well, the players of FutureStation are also falling down courtesy to Galzan coming in and joining the fight over there. Now Detron lobbing that grenade into perfection, but yes, Yes, he does manage to get that knock.
You know, I made a little mistake. I thought blah, blah, blah was the last man. I forgot completely about Mr. Hyozu and, well, Nang over there, but Mr. Hyozu gets taken down as well, which now, can I safely say that Nang is going to be... Ooh, look at this
Wiped
HP. What's that, what I mean, like, but that happened so quick. Wait a
Yeah.
second, what? That was the play zone which came and stole that kill.
3 players were taken down by, Detron. He's dishing out so much damage. This player, 6 kills already, and he is not stopping at anything.
Well,
kind of peeking
you
out
just
the 2
said
players.
it. You just said it, and he was pretty much stopped in his tracks. He almost made 1,000 points of damage, but now FSS the meme gets a knock over here. In fact, he's going to finish Blend, and that's it. There you have it. That's all she wrote as FutureStation are going to come in with another chicken dinner on day 3. That makes it 2 for them just on this day.
Make it 5 in total XP.
5 chicken dinners.
Back-to-back wins on
you know,
Vikendi
the
as well.
analyst desk was kind of trying to say that you want to see that hat-trick thing being broken. It was broken. We had 4 kills, and now the first team to hit that 5 chicken dinner marker. Brilliant.
Brilliant, I must say. With the way they engaged in this circle, how it really was forming, it was kind of a clear elementary circle, but FutureStation having the final circles in the favor, turning the tide.
Yes, sir. Well, that was what happened in game number 3. Hope you all had a good time. We're going to take a little bit of a breather, as we like saying. You guys stay put. We'll be back after this.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PMPL South Asia Season 2 on the analyst desk this time. This is Super Johnny, joined by Shadow and Ocean right next to me. And what an amazing gameplay being put to display by the team of FutureStation. 5 in total. And it is getting pretty intense for them. I want to see, we did talk about the 3 chicken dinner mark being taken over, then they got 4. I want to see that one thing. 3 chicken dinners in a single day.
We want to see that.
We want to see that, but that's going to be, very much difficult. Let's not get our hopes up for that. Slow and steady, it's good.
Yeah.
Exactly. Slow and steady, it's going to be good. But one man in this match wasn't slow and steady. It was the MVP of this game, ladies and gentlemen. So let's have a look at that one individual, and it is going to be Detron from the squad of Venom Legends. Even they had an amazing performance this time.
I kind of expected that Detron will be the MVP, considering he got 3 quick kills, one after another, and then taking down Sonim, and then those perfect grenades coming in, taking down the whole of the squad of Team ElementriX. It was kind of expected the way he was performing, and look at the damage, 973 damage over there, 29 minutes, 2 seconds, survival time, 6 kills, 2 assists. Amazing performance from this one single guy.
Exactly. It just came out. Look at the damage taken. Obviously, this number should be should not be higher, right? But still, it was just out there. If we talk about it, 6 kills again, 2 assists coming up. Plus, this guy was the lone guy who took down ElementriX. Playzone was coming from the other side, but this guy had a big hand. I would say the god hand with those grenades and everything. This guy was doing incredible with everything.
I have to stop celebrating too early, man, because I saw ElementriX within the top 4, and I was like, this team has the numbers advantage. They can go for the chicken dinner, and as soon as I thought of that in my mind, the team got wiped out. It was just a matter of seconds. ElementriX were there, and poof, they weren't there anymore.
I picked that team, man. I picked the team. Till the time they were there, I was like, I'm so happy.
Yeah. And, well, we did have a look at the MVP. Let's have a look at the top players from this match as well, ladies and gentlemen. And even though ElementriX did not get the chicken dinner, blah, 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 his performance was pretty incredible, and that is why he's going to take the 2nd position in the top players, ladies and gentlemen. 4 kills coming in for this one lad, 28 minute, 53 second of survival time, and a damage of 773. Followed by Love from the team of 7 Seas. And on the 4th, we have Rated Sir from DE, and then Steel Shot from the team of FS.
If we talk about FS, they all obviously have 1 crown over there. That's going to be the chicken dinner one for this particular game. But the Steel Shot coming in top 5, that's also a pretty good thing. 451 damage for this particular, person just as a whole for himself. But 3 kills for this one. If other players will be seeing their kills, it's like, it was a team effort coming up altogether.
Exactly. It was team effort, in fact. And Shadow, I want to ask you, as we look at the standings, you can sort of break down the moments that led to FutureStation getting the chicken dinner and those final fights. It was pretty incredible because the teams were in a weird situation.
Yes, team were in a weird situation, and like everybody, I also agree. ElementriX had a high probability of getting that chicken dinner, but saw him coming out in the open and Detron taking them down, the whole squad, and even Playzone kind of helping them out. That was kind of a mess up, but FutureStation had a good positioning. They capitalized on it. Even DRS Gaming kind of held them when the players of Team Venom Legends were there taking down Detron and Gals, and again with that perfect spray coming in and Molotovs coming into the picture. So DRS Gaming kind of helped again. But FutureStation, they kind of held their ground. They had good positioning. Venom Legends, Detron, amazing performance. I'll say this 1,000 times. And if you talk about the bottom of the teams, INES, they had this was the first team to get eliminated. They were engaging in a fight with R3D Esports. They dropped into the same location. In fact, both of the teams were kind of lacking on the basic, what should I say, gears or helmet and vest or thingy. But the thing was, INES Yoshirao, he was so far away from his teammates. In fact, everybody from INES, they were so split out, and R3D kind of capitalized on it.
I'll talk about one thing. Team sites, they were on 13th, right? Assiduous on 15th and INES on 16th. These teams came from Group A, and Group A, T2KSG was the only team that was in, 8th in the top 8 scenario. So I was like, I would just say one thing, that these teams, they need to pick up the momentum where they left off last time.
Yeah, exactly. They did leave off it at a pretty high point and sort of need to climb up till that point and then pick it up from there. But we do have the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, right in front of us on the stage. In fact, 72 knocks coming in, 56 kills were confirmed, smokes and nades 146. So quite a decent game of Vikendi, I have to say, as far as the match summary is concerned. But Vikendi is always filled with surprise, and the surprise did come in the form of team fights.
Yeah, that's totally true. And team fights is something that was pretty important for this one game, as we were just speaking and saying, because Vikendi, the slow start, you get a lot of time to just talk about it.
And that means you get a lot of time to do the due, ladies and gentlemen. So with that, let's have a look at do the due moments of this match on Vikendi, which were pretty incredible. I mean, you did see a lot of amazing fights coming in.
I mean, this is where 7C kind of just started with everything, but Venom Legends were like, no, we want to make it our game, and this is, where ups and downs just go down. You are thinking it's going to be your fight, but whereas the zones are coming, whereas you're shrinking with the play zones, where you're shrinking with the fights, and you're giving the wrong calls, that's where slowly and steadily the teams tried, but they faltered down, and ASE, look at this. So far, they were the ones taking the first knock, but then they were not the ones, confirming everything.
I think kind of Team Bablu helped them in that particular thingy, because Team Bablu was kind of third-partying the players of Team Assiduous Esports. Crazy was the last guy standing, and it was pretty easy for 7C to take him down. If you talk about R3D, they started off really good, but again, having that weight players too many in a split formation, I think that is not going to work for them. But 7C's, again, having very good positioning, having a 2v2 split covering the waterways, and 2 players were in the compound. I think that kind of helped 7C in having a good positioning.
And it was their good positioning that sort of led the team to having the chicken dinner as well. The final fights were pretty crucial, and as Shadow was mentioning the positioning, one team that was sort of in an uncomfortable position, I have to say, was the squad of ElementriX, which by this point were already taken out. And you need to be aware of your opponents, but at the same time need to be aware of the blue zone as well, ladies and gentlemen, because if we have the look at this amazing damage histogram right in front of us, you do see the squad of ElementriX. Well, they are right here somewhere, and the damage was being outputted from them. The kills were coming in as well. It's just the fact the rotation and the movement towards the zone was put in at a really bad spot because of where their opponents were, where they were, and the blue zone coming in from the rear. And as soon as they got in touch with that, the damage started pouring in, because towards the end, the damage is going to be pretty high. And one more thing. Vikendi is always going to be a special map in this game. It's because the fights always happen towards the final few moments of the game. It is an instant before the match ends, and there are a lot of teams surviving. That is why, even if I move towards this side, you do see damage of 1,500 plus, 1,300 plus damage on teams. That means they were part of those big fights as well. You do see those 9 kills coming in on the squad of 7Cs. So, doesn't matter if you are getting eliminated super late according to the game time, because super late according to the game time on Vikendi might just mean you getting eliminated quite early on as far as the number of teams are concerned. Need to be really careful with that. And on that note, I want to ask you guys as well. If you are having the momentum of being inside of those firefights and coming out on top as well, How do you plan to survive to the later stages?
I mean, in this one, quite a few things come up, as you know, as you were just asking about it. So we'll just get to that discussion for sure in this.
We can discuss that while we have a look at the leaderboard, because like by now I think the trend has sort of formed up, and the leaderboard is right here.
I mean, just like you said, right? FutureStation right now, obviously they were just out there, Venom Legends and DEADEYES guys. No one's just challenging them, because top 3 is kind of just at their own position. 285, 276, 252, 233. That's a drop with the teams, but look at this. It took 5 chicken dinners for this team to get to this point, whereas Venom Legends with 1 chicken dinner and 2 less number of kills is where they are right now. So it kind of comes like FutureStation, they have had 5 chicken dinners, but then they've had like what? A lot of bad games as well. Otherwise, their position, had they been consistent, their placement points would have been 200 plus easily.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, look at this. So incredible things are happening. If you look at the leaderboard right now, look at the Team 7Cs. They have 3 chicken dinners, all right. They have 25 matches placed, all right. They just have 99 placement points. They have 134 kill points. That's the highest number in the leaderboard right now. 233 points. Yeah, their points are tied up with Team T2K SG, but Team 7Cs, they have been so aggressive in those fights, and that is what I was asking you. How do you make sure that the kills that you are getting, you balance them out with those kill points as well? If you start going into those fights early on, right off the bat, as soon as the match starts, yes, you will get those kills, but if you're not getting those placement points, you are going to be in a bit of a pickle if you compare yourselves to the teams like FutureStation, to the teams like Venom Legends and DEADEYES guys.
I kind of agree. In fact, 2 of the teams who are struggling in maintaining that balance are going to be Team Bablu and Team 7C Esports. Team 7C Esports is relying heavily on the kill points, and Team Bablu is relying heavily on the position points. I think Team Bablu needs to go a little aggressive, and Team 7C Esports needs to go for position points.
I think the perfect thing could happen if both the teams just pick up a little bit of strats from their opponents, and if that actually ends up happening, it's going to get interesting in this tournament, because as we were talking about it, 7C, they need to get those placement points somewhere or somehow for themselves. And Team Bablu, and I think they could take a page from the playbook of FutureStation as well, are leaders in the leaderboard as well, because they seem to have figured out the balance. Them and Venom Legends have figured out the balance between them. On the other side, another team that is doing really well as far as keeping a balance goes is going to be Team ElementriX. Constantly getting those high placement points, but I think just the fact that they lack those chicken dinner finishes is going to be the thing that's keeping them down for now.
They are always this close to the chicken dinner.
That's true.
Always this close, but like so close, so far away.
And that's where it just comes down, right? Your strategies are good, your execution is good, your planning good, but you need to be better. You know, you always have a plan, but if you need to be the best, you need to look beyond the plan. If I'm doing this, I'm doing good, but what are the consequences that can make it fail?
Exactly. You need to come up with the counter plans for yourself as well, and then prepare according to those. That is going to be a really crucial thing to see how those things sort of work out for the team. Because, I mean, these teams have, I think, with the way they have positioned themselves right now, they are already going to be on their way and thinking about moving on to the finals.
Exactly. So, FutureStation, they are looking for the finals already. I mean, we were talking about it when we started, right? You get the points for, you get, a prize for each and every week, and that's what they were looking for as well. For this one as well, that's where they are. But if we talk about this team's performance right now, I remember we talked about it. Mega the Conqueror.
Yeah.
That team is the only team that has had maximum number of chicken dinners, if we talk about it. But can this team, I mean, my question is, can this team get more than 7 chicken dinners in one particular tournament?
Exactly. That is the record for most number of chicken dinners in a single tournament. 7. FutureStation are sitting at 5 right now. So I want to see 2 records being broken. One for ourselves, that's going to be 3 chicken dinners in a single day, and 7 chicken dinners in a single tournament. That is something that I think FutureStation are going to go for as well. But as we're going to talk about the number 7, one team pops up in my mind, and that is going to be the Team 7Cs. They have been super aggressive, and those fights that they take always seem to go in their favor, ladies and gentlemen. So let us see what they were thinking and what was in their minds before the tournament started. Here is an interview video with the players of 7Cs.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League's interview session. Another interview with another team as we speak, and as we go on, this time we are not talking about just one region. You know, one region has quite a lot of countries combined, but it's not just about countries. Once you reach out there, you know about a lot of C's. And I'm talking about a team that has actually had its name for 7 different C. I'm talking about 7C, as this team has just showcased immense amount of talent. And guys, before we just start off with everything, why don't you just start off with an introduction of yourselves?
It's me Pugar Adhikari, known as 7C Mr. Smokey. My role is data assaulter.
Hi, it's Mohammad Ikramuzzaman. My in-game name is 7C Hungrybox and I'm the leader of 7C Esports.
Hey guys, my name is Mohammed Ayman Islam and I play for 7C Esports. My role is Integrator and my IGN is 7C Field.
Hi guys, my name is Mosam Guru, aka 7C Love, and my in-game role is supporter.
Well, Hungrybox, I have a question for you because you are the leader of 7C. I mean, you are the IGL. You have to guide each and every step for them. So how has your journey been through all this thing?
I have joined 7C Esports from March 2020, and since then it's been a good journey with 7C Esports, and we have been performing very well in PMCO South Asia Fall Split. And after that, when we entered into the PMPL scenario, the scenario was very different because we have been coming up with the new rosters, and as we know that our rosters is very young, and we need to work out on that as well. So starting from every player of 7C Esports, it is very challenging for us, but we are enjoying our gameplay, and we are actually coordinating with each other, and just to find out the best combination for the teams. And yeah, that's how we are actually trying to improve ourselves.
You know, PMPL Scrims happened a few days back, and now as we are moving towards PMPL, I have a question. You remember, obviously you were the one who faced his own fears and had an impressive 1v5 clutch. What was going in your mind when that clutch was happening?
Nothing much. I just had to make sure I don't die and strike fear in the hearts of my enemies. And yeah, that happened. My teammates were down from another team actually, from the right side. After that, I had really low HP, but I managed to clutch it out. Then another squad pushed me, 4-man squad, and I threw a molly at the wall because I knew that he would come in the wall, obviously. So he got knocked luckily by the molly there. And yeah, there were many things going in my head, but I tried to stay as much as calm as possible. And yeah,
we have seen the previous point system, right? The 20 point system for chicken dinners. Now we are down to 15 point system for chicken dinners. How do you see the change going up in players' mentalities?
Yes, the changes are there, but our players are like very aggressive players. All are like in our team, there are all assaulters, no snipers. Like you can see there, we have all assaulters, and our mentality is to like kill people, like very aggressively.
Well, Hungrybox, I have the next question for you. Just like it was told, right? All assaulters coming up and, you know, dominating this field. So, do you see any change in your team's mentality as it started from PMCO, now moving for PMPL, and after that for PMGC?
From PMCO to PMPL, as it was a roster change for us, and we currently have 3 players from Bangladesh and 3 players from Nepal. So in here, communication is the main part. So we are trying out our best possibilities to keep them or to train them as they should have the best communication skills between them, so that they can coordinate better in the game. So we are trying we are trying to find out the best combination for the lineup. And obviously, if we have 4 assaulters, that means we have a very strong mentality on ourselves, and we are always going for the kills in the game. So I think it will work better in the later stages, as now the point system has been changed, and we have only 15 points for the chicken dinner, but we still have one points per kills.
Yeah. Well, Fia, I have another question for you as well. As you know, we are discussing about kill points and all those things and whatnot, because good kill points will be giving you good position points as well. Eventually, you are taking down squads and maybe you know, going for those chicken dinners. And that's what I would say, you know, your fans will be wanting that one thing from you. So is there any message to your fans, to the community, to anyone who watches you?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I just want to say, just keep supporting and keep believing in us, keep faith in us. And yeah, eventually, sooner or later, we will rise and we will show what we are made of.
Hungrybox, where do you see your team at the end of this PMPL?
For now, our expectation is something that I would like to, keep it confidential because I would not like to, tell.
I like that. I like that.
So that people can assume that how we are actually preparing. So I would like to keep it confidential for the time being, and our performance will say it.
Well, the performance will say it, just like you guys said, and I would wish you guys all the best for all the future endeavors, and probably we will see that confidentiality, winding up as the matches progress. So I just wish you guys all the best and good luck out there.
Well, I like the fact that the players, even they knew that it is going to be a high-pressure situation coming in from the scrims and moving on to the tournament, they were pretty calm and composed.
I mean, that's how a team should be, right? You need to be best with your best and best with your worst as well.
Exactly. And ladies and gentlemen, let's once again have a look at the schedule as we move forward with our day. The next match is once again going to be, well, on the OG map of Erangel, with the teams from Group A, B, C, and E coming into the action again. This is going to be the second last match of the day, followed by the last match that is going to be on Sanhok once again. And as the schedule is done, it's time for predictions, ladies and gentlemen. Shadow, you first.
T2K.
T2K this time.
Yeah.
All right, Ocean.
Number 6, FutureStation.
All right. So, yeah, I mean, we are going to try and break the world record over here. And I'm going to step down from my high horse on the analyst desk and move over to the commentators section. Well, Experiment, are you looking for cover again?
I am not here. I am hiding. I do not want to be in the line of sight again. Fixes, it's all you, buddy.
Well, XP in the meanwhile, he's baffled with the way the games have been going across. But Johnny, I think I'll have to accept with what Ocean went with, and I'll be also rooting for FutureStation in this one.
What about you?
I mean, you did mention that it's the OG map that's coming up, and well, he is going for the big 6. He's already giving me a sign over there. I think FutureStation are the strongest in Erangel.
Yeah.
But ElementriX.
Whoa.
we want to see that one pop up. I'm going to join you. I'm going to join you. I'm going to be rooting for ElementriX as well. I mean, my heart wants to see the world record being broken and us being here together while it happens in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. But I still want ElementriX to get that one chicken dinner. Because, I mean, it's going to make the balance, right? Everyone in the top 10 is going to have a chicken dinner after that. It's going to look pretty.
You know what? In about 25, 30 minutes, we are going to have an answer. We're going to find out whether ElementriX are going to win their first chicken dinner. We're going to find out if FutureStation are going to run away with the show and get their 6th chicken dinner.
You never know.
Or is someone else going to come and steal the show?
Yeah, of course, that also is a possibility. Since, Erangel, everyone knows the nooks and crannies of this particular map. It all comes down to where the circle really goes. From what we saw in the first game, it went just below Yasnaya. Now, we haven't yet witnessed a Western Circle. I want to see that, George Paul, Everest fight over there. I want to see a lot of different things, not the Southern Circles at least.
It has been a while that we've gone towards the, the west side of Erangel. Maybe this game we just might see a circle over there. But one thing that we are definitely going to have a look at is all the players getting ready for battle. And as usual, I'm sure you already have your favorites pointed out, but I love the fact that particularly, especially Rage down in the bottom row, he is all smiles all the time. Like, I like the fact that they know that the world is looking at them, and well, this is your moment to shine.
But look at one player. He's got his quilt on. I think he's feeling the cold already, and the winter is almost here.
We just played Vikendi, so we could be having those effects continuing forward. But of course, it is all about cooling your devices, and well, no matter however you play, it's all about getting the job done. But any second now, we are going to have match 4 underway for you, ladies and gentlemen. And as I said, the big, beautiful C-130 is going to be in the sky once again. And as usual, my dear friend, the Papa Bear is going to be taking us through the flight path.
Well, this time the flight path trajectory makes its way all the way from Primos to its Naya Poliana, still leaving us in speculation as to where the circle will really form out. What I really want to see after a long time, maybe a Pachinki circle.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Those RRQ days where you had those Pachinki circles and they would just dominate, G9 coming out there. I miss those days, certainly. But now, we really want that. Pubg gods, please grant me my wish.
One thing that I do want to see in this game is I want to see action early on. I want to see somebody getting in a little bit of bloodshed right at the beginning, because if you have a look at the flight path, like we did mention, it is going to split the map in half, and all the teams are going to be spreading away. Of course, T2K are going to be heading down to the Sosnovka military base, as they always do. ElementriX are doing what they do best, and we are going to have to wait for some sparks to fly. Have a look at 247. Now, this time around, these boys are going to be dropping along with ElementriX, and I do want a chicken dinner for them. Is 247 going to stop that?
Well, you never know, provided the fact that they have been changing their drop locations every single time that they come down to play. I think, you know, that's highly doubtful over there.
You know what I just realized? 247 is spread out, because I did see 247 gaming at the ferry fair along with ElementriX, but it looks like he is going to get in a vehicle and move out. And have a look at the circle. No more southern circles in Erangel, especially on day 3. Even the last game, we were lucky not to, you know, I mean, not lucky, but it was different. Now, this time around, we are going to be going up north, and I want to see some action probably around Severny at the end.
Well, you know, I'll have to, you know, change my thoughts on that. I want to, you know, see that action around that Rose Rock area. In fact, the northern side of the Rose Rock, that open ground where you have that slide, you know, the water flowing out, you know, the rivers running out over there. And a lot of teams, you know, are kind of confused. Where do you go? Do you play under the bridge? Do you go to the other side? Do you stay on the Rose Rock side? A lot of possibilities do really open up, and that spices things up a lot. And, well, C1 Crazy does need to take some driving lessons.
Absolutely. You got to realize one thing, that a lot of the participants in this tournament, they don't have driver's licenses right now. So, you know, it is a learning experience for them as well. But it is all right, because lucky for him, there was no one around to capitalize on that situation. Now, FutureStation, Erangel. I mean, tell me one better love story than this. Now, we are expecting a lot from this team, which also means that the pressure is going to be mounting on their shoulders. And now Machine, well, ahoy there, matey. He is a pirate, and he is heading for some loot, while Badrev is coming in as well. But Badrev, my dear buddy, that is not how you drive a car.
You know, I'll have to disagree with you on this one, because, you know, with the way Badrev and the boys from FutureStation are playing, I don't think they are, you know, under any pressure, because this is still the league stages. You know, the real show comes around during the finals. And, well, that is where I think, or I kind of speculate, that ElementriX will be getting back in. We can have the players of, you know, 7C really getting all those position points. You know, still, I think we've some tricks up the sleeves these players are hiding.
I mean, they all obviously have a few plays that they haven't really used from their playbook as of now, because a couple of things are different now. R3D, I did notice they did drop down on the military island, but they are going to be looting all those little compounds that are scattered along the northern shores. And I do believe a couple of their players have gone to Nova Repnoi as well. So loot should not be an issue for these teams, but what is going to be an issue is traversing to the circle, because, well, they will have their vehicles, but oh boy, they have a lot of hurdles to cross on their way to the circle. And I think the first hurdle is going to be Assiduous Esports way up there in Milta.
Yeah, of course. You know, that's going to be a tough time to make that rotation in. Imagine they, you know, take a boat and take all the long journey right from, you know, the eastern side towards Kameshki, and then maybe make their way up top. But, you know, yeah. Got a thought?
You know, I just got a little thought, because looking at the terrain right now, for all of you who haven't really played PUBG Mobile in a while and are wondering, wait a second, there's something different about this map. It is, of course, Erangel 2.0. A few things have changed. We've got more buildings. We've got a little, you know, few changes in the terrain. And I think it just makes it a little more alive. I mean, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and in fact, if you remember, the first Erangel we had we not seen those dips out there, those would have been, you know, dead fights, you know, just teams, you know, kind of going in for those vehicular manslaughters. And talking about vehicular manslaughters, we haven't seen even a one up until now.
We really haven't, and you could have expected something like that in Vikendi especially, but again, see, Vikendi is the kind of map that, you know, it kind of slows down. Maybe we might see someone run over one another in Erangel. We're going to have to wait and see, because again, all the teams on the southern aspect of your screens right now, they are going to have to move in, so expect some heavy gunfights breaking out possibly in Pachinki. You wanted some Pachinki action, guess what, Fixes? You just might see some.
Well, I'll have to wait and see if 7C really take a fight against someone. But talking about Venom Legends, I really love the way that they are moving. And right now, that's a perfect spot to be at, because being at Ruins, it gives you that high ground advantage. It gives you that vision as to how many teams are rotating from where they position. But there was this slight instance that we saw. The best play I have ever casted was from Steel Shot, and he was back in the days playing from A1 Esports in the PMCO. The car thing I just talked to you about.
Yes, sir.
That is the kind of circle that I really want to witness, and give me a Ruin circle. I'll be really happy.
Well, with a name like Steel Shot, you can't really go wrong because, well, we know that he is accurate. We know that he can do a lot of damage. He dishes out a lot of damage, especially with that DP28. And mind you, he did pick up the arm in the last game, so, it's he has a soft spot in my heart. But right now, it looks like ASL could be in a little bit of a tussle with 7C. Now, Nova, here's the enemy coming around his side. He goes prone. That buggy is going to give his position away, though, and looks like Love already has an idea. Boom goes the dynamite, and Nova is on his knees.
And that is the kind of start that Abrupt Slayers never wanted. But Fear, he might just go down, and this is exactly what Chari wanted, and he takes down Fear. He'll get that confirmation. He's a happy man as he gets his revenge. But, Joker still in a bit of a pickle over there. Love, in fact, getting that confirmation onto its Nova.
I mean, talk about tit for tat. I like the fact that, there's a little bit of a give and take going on over here, but Jari has been spotted, and Memo is the one, in fact, who is going to knock him down. Now, Heaven has his work cut out. He is going to go for the revive, which is not going to be an issue because, well, you have all that cover of that concrete walls to help you out, but now Memo could be in trouble because he is kind of separated from his teammates, and he has given his position away. In fact, Joker could be, well, smart play by Memo over there. He is taking that little bit of a slope down there near the water, near the river, and that is going to conceal his movement.
And right now, he might just be in a trouble because now Joker has gotten Hungry Box and Love is all out in the open. This is disastrous for 7C. Now they are going after Joker. This might go either ways, but Memo, what a knock. That was a beautiful knockout there. He'll get that confirmation, but 7C, they have taken some wrong fights and losing Hungry Box and Fear for nothing. That's not a good trade-off, but Heaven also joins the party.
Well, if you think about it, both the teams have lost an equal number of men. They've lost 2 as well as 7C. They've lost 2 members as well. Now, Love and Memo are going to be going up against the remaining 2 members, Heaven X and Chari. Now, Heaven X is pretty much right next to them. We have an AUG falling down in our first drop as well. Question is anyone going to go and get it? Now, Chari, this is what I was going to say. Heaven is going to come under fire from afar, and now 7C is going to try and capitalize it as well. He is going to try and zig and zag his way to safety, but now 7C's Love, they come under fire. A little bit of respite for them without even knowing it. And have a look at who is doing all the firing. It's none other than FutureStation.
Well, the boys have been spotted, and FutureStation knows that these 2 kills are very, very detrimental for them to have a good outing, because they do not want those pricking thorns around when they make their rotations out. They want to clear every single possible angle. But Team ElementriX, I love how they are rotating. A lot of people do not have that map feed, but now that they do, they can see they're taking that western bridge from the Georgopol city.
Fixes, you got to remember one thing. Ask and ye shall receive. You said you needed the map feed. Well, there you have it. We have the map on our screens right now, and we have a lot of teams congregating towards the western side. Have a look at that. Team Bablu, they are going to be pretty much traveling south of the shooting range. We have ASL still locked in with the team that they were engaging with earlier, and that team, of course, was 7C. Now, FutureStation, they want to move inside the circle as well. And now, that is a really common area. We've all seen action take place over there. So the question is, are they going to go for the compound, or are they going to go around the mountain, perhaps, and, just end up somewhere north of the ruins? So they have decisions to make right now.
Yeah, of course, a lot of big decisions to be made out there, but, Conan has got out there with his pants down, and, well, he takes him down over there. Now, Team INES, sending one of the players to scout for them was not really a wise decision, because they did not really anticipate the push. In fact, Team ElementriX to be going for the same rotation route.
I think there was a little bit of an issue with the buggy. He did get it caught up somewhere, and, well, he does pay a heavy, heavy price, and ElementriX, again, we've talked about this. Even the analyst desk was all over the fact that, they've come so close. If you look at their points, they've got a good number of placement points. They've got a good number of kills, but they don't have that chicken dinner. You know what? At this stage, they don't really need one.
Yeah, of course. It's all about qualifying for the finals, and I think they are going to do that with ease. They're not having a lot of trouble out there, but they are kind of dropping down in the points table. I think after the Vikendi game, they have stepped up a bit, but still not getting those chicken dinners. That's gonna be disappointing for them. But I really hope they pick themselves up, maybe tomorrow or in the final week, or maybe this can be the start of Team ElementriX getting that first one.
Yes, sir. Well, if you just quickly talk about the circle, Rozhok is pretty much at the epicenter, but I wonder if we are going to be moving north, south, east, or west, because all the teams are kind of getting contained. They are north of Rozhok right now, right? They are anticipating that there is going to be a shift coming sooner than later, so they want to make sure that they have their compounds, which are a bit far off than one another. Instead of the fact that teams are cramped in a single city. That could be dangerous. So let's see if the play zone is going to play spoil sport later on. Meanwhile, we have the boys from Assiduous Esports. They are playing on the periphery this time. Of course, it is Erangel. You do have your vehicles, and it is a lot easier, in my opinion, than the other maps.
The funny fact, however, over here is that Rozhok has not been taken by any team. DeadEyes dropped over there. They just went all the way up north. And imagine the shift coming down towards Rozhok. And then you find Venom Legends over there. Or maybe Code Zero High Voltage. Someone is going to definitely want those Rozhok compounds, especially that high top warehouse compound that we have.
But, it is going to be interesting because if you know your maps, right, all of you watching at home, now just focus on the area north of Rozhok. Have a look at where ElementriX is. Have a look at where Team Bablu is. We have these compounds, we have these squad houses scattered all over the place. Now, all these compounds are going to be occupied. And we just talked about mistakes made in scouting earlier.
Yeah.
And, more often than not, whenever a scout goes up ahead, hits a compound, he dies because, it's occupied. So this is something that the teams should expect. So expect a little bit of warfare happening on the outside. And, the circle is going to kind of implode on itself. And it's exactly what you wanted, Fixes.
Yeah, I'm happy, man, right now.
Why don't you take a breather, smile first, and, because you are one happy Papa Bear.
This is an evil smirk, I gotta tell you, because all these teams are so confused right now. Where is the circle going to go? I'm telling you, it's going now. It's going south. Someone will be no, hey, let's just stick on to the northern position and look at the number of teams that have kind of clustered up on the northern side.
Yes, sir. A lot of teams are on the northern side, but now the teams are going to be coming up from down south as well. Shots have been fired. Joker with that ratatatata. Can he get Hannibal? Yes, he does. That is precision shooting, ladies and gentlemen. Now, ASC have been reduced to a three-man squad. Again, not really vehicular manslaughter because, the vehicle wasn't used, but we did see someone getting knocked out of one.
Yes, and we've seen that on multiple occasions today. But today, I think Assiduous Esports this week around, they've been having a tough time, ain't it? And,
it's not the same Assiduous that we saw in week one, right?
Exactly. There was this, time in the first week. I was really surprised. Assiduous Esports coming out of nowhere. Considering how they performed in the PMPL Scrims, I was taken aback. I thought this might just be the tournament.
I might have a point which might, throw some light on it. Because remember we were talking about Group C earlier that... Wait, I'll come back to my point over here because it looks like Assiduous Esports are getting ripped to shreds as Gurkre has gone down. Phobia almost getting another knock over there, and Muffin is one lucky man. Now, he is in the water. He does have a vehicle. We know what he's going to do. He's going to chill in the passenger seat, patch himself up, and then he is going to come up for air. But now, Sights Razur. He does have his sights set on the boys from High Voltage, but the question is he going to engage? It doesn't really look like it's going to be the right choice. Elsewhere, Sandesh has given up his M24 for a Ratata, and he's got a knock on FS Machine.
As long as he's getting those knocks, he'll be a happy man. And, Machine has been confirmed over there. But right now, we're still waiting for the next curveball to be thrown. And we will get our answers as to where the circle is going. And, by the looks of it, we had an initial central circle. And it has been a gradual shift. But in the meanwhile, Chari getting his hands dirty over there, getting a few knocks for himself. But we have to see if we can get the whole squad. Or maybe they just get a few squad wipes. Because Abrupt Slayers as good they are, they've not had their best of days this week around.
Yes, sir, but someone who's having a good day right now are the boys from P and Crew, as FS Steel Shot is going to be lying on his knees right now. Capshi is knocked out as well. Badrev is the last man standing, and, well, he is not going to be able to provide any respite for his team. Grenades are going to be coming his way. He did spot Ayush. However, Ayush is now going to go on the offensive as Badrev is going to be aiming at Mr. Boro. He does take him down, goes prone. Is he going to hear Ayush on time? Ayush is going to come up. He is going to be spotted sooner than later. Badrev is going to get another knock. Or is he not? He is going to shoot relentlessly in the smoke. Goes down yet again. Ayush does spot him out this time around. However, it is Sandesh who comes in with that final nail in the coffin. With that, we have the first team to be eliminated in this game.
Hold on, because we still have yet another fight breaking out, and Heaven definitely wants to engage against the players of Bablu. And the FutureStation have gone out, but wait a second. Heaven gets that knock onto its Tyrant, but up until the point he gets finished himself from Teen Wolf. And now Team, we have to say this, Abrupt Slayers are having a tough time this week.
They are having a little bit of a tough time. They have been exited in the 15th position, but right now we have a fight breaking out between DRS and 247. Khan in the distance over there. He is trying to lay down some lead for his teammates. However, that is not going to be enough, and it looks like DRS Gaming are going to be the ones who have the upper hand in this little engagement. Now, Vegeta and Gaming, you have a look at them, bloodied on their knees right now, and Khan really can't do anything about it. Vasif is a little low on HP as well, and he's got to contend with the boys from SCYTES. Ooh, this is a tough spot to be in. If he gets spotted out, he could have a hail of bullets coming in his direction, or he could lob a grenade, and that's a Hail Mary. Is he going to get a knock? If he gets a knock, he just might push through, but I think Abud has spotted the enemy, especially he definitely must have heard him. He is going to come down, but now it is pretty much even Stevens for the two of them right now.
Yeah, of course, and Wasif does lob that grenade into perfection, but will that connect? No is going to be the answer. But right now, how is he going to get himself out of this sticky situation? Because the members of Team SCYTES are just closing on towards him. They know that they've got a kill for themselves, and they do not really want to miss out on that.
Of course, nobody wants to miss out on that, but right now it looks like High Voltage's Havoc is going to come under heavy fire, and Abud is going to try and make sure he puts Wasif in a watery grave. He's going in for him. He wants to make sure he comes back up for air, and he wants to put a bullet between his eyes.
We'll have to see what goes on right now. Team SCYTES definitely getting their kills over there, but Khan will have to retaliate in fashion, and he does that. In the meanwhile, the circle has finally shifted up north, and all those people's up over there, they are the happy people out there. But right now, Team ElementriX can go into an engagement with TP and Crew any single moment.
And talking about the teams, kudos on the fact that they kind of predicted this would happen. They are going to be happy that the circle has shifted north of Rozok, but right now, Venom Legends, they are going to be mounting an assault on Team Bablu by the look of it. But have a look at what's happening in the distance. ElementriX seem to be engaged in a little bit of a struggle with P and Crew. Now, Venom Legends, this is interesting because Team Bablu, they do not have that compound. They are content with that bridge, and this is what I was talking about. Evil Eye knows where they are. One good grenade, one good knock, maybe a couple could be devastating right now. Follow-up grenade is going to be going as well. That one was just a little bit too short. Shots are going to be relentlessly fired to make sure that they stay inside over there. Detron, in fact, does get a knock, and is this going to be when we see a push from Venom Legends? They've got to be careful, though. They've got to do it in unison.
Yeah, of course, and for that, Shuvo has to be very, very crucial. His positioning is absolutely detrimental over there. But Teen Wolf, he's trying to, dish out all that damage, trying to give that revive. But this is a perfect opportunity for the players of Venom Legends to push, because the players of Bablu have shrouded themselves in that cover of smoke. They do not know from where or which direction are the boys pushing from.
Looks like they've kind of entombed themselves, although there's not a tomb situation. They are going to be dying in a ditch, but let's see if they can push through. Teen Wolf gets taken down once again, courtesy of Detron. Danny is going to try and patch himself up, but now this is going to be indiscriminatory fire into that smoke. They want to make sure they get as many hits as they can. Zipian is being a little brave. He comes up, but I think Zrafat has spotted him, lays down a few shots in his direction. Looks like Team Bablu could be in a world of trouble. This could be it. It's going to be Danny up against the world right now. His teammates are going to be lying bleeding next to him, and with that, they have been, they've been sent packing, and they are out in the 11th position. Let me say one thing. They should have probably moved up to that compound. That little position that they kind of, trapped themselves in, it was their own making, to be honest with you.
Yeah, of course. But right now, C1 Crazy, the last survivor for his squad, is now in a whole world of trouble. as the players will definitely spot him out any moment soon right now. D2K, I think they will get another kill for themselves. In the meanwhile, Mr. Boro gets that confirmation onto it. The players of Team ElementriX, in fact, blah 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 goes down, but Venom Legends really, guarding. In fact, they've not taken the compound either.
Well, to answer Johnny's question and my expectations, ElementriX is out of this game in the 10th position. That means we are going to have to wait for another game for the first chicken dinner. Let's see if that happens later on. But right now, Venom Legends, they are high on those 4 kills. They are going to be making sure they get their loot, their heart's content as far as loot goes, because, well, you have 4 crates belonging to Team Bablu in a position which is pretty much fortified on all sides. Now, the circle is going to be inching closer, and it's going to force people in each other's proximities. But over here, DE has been spotted out. Rated gets taken down in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, and that was perfect positioning from Evil Eye. Just speaking out, getting that knock, then getting back into cover, into safety. But Deadeyes, well, they're taking a lot of fights. In fact, taking fights from every single direction. Now they've got their eyes pinned onto it, the players of INES. But will they get those knocks and those confirmations? Will they follow? A lot of questions that have to be answered right now. But Venom Legends, I love what they're doing over there.
Now, let me just quickly give you a little insight on Deadeye's position. Now, they are really well versed to deal with Venom Legends because of this ridge, but they've got to be careful. Have a look on your minimap towards the right side, right? We have the boys from SCYTES. Now, they do have a little bit of a dead situation, but they can be laying down some heavy fire. INES Orochi is going absolutely bonkers as it gets 1, 2, maybe 3 members from R3D. We're going to have to wait and see what's happening elsewhere, because right now it looks like Deadeyes guys, they are lobbing a few grenades, and well, R3D eliminated in the 9th position with just a kill to their name, and elsewhere T2K is unloading on SCYTES.
Well, Team SCYTES is in a whole world of trouble right now, but T2K is Jane. Well, he has to take that fight against a booth, and yes, they do. Somehow, DRS Gaming have managed to wipe out the entirety of Team SCYTES, and now they will also have to make their move inside the circle. But talk about the circle, the way it has shifted. Deadeyes, they are happy people, but they need to play their cards right, because one small misstep, and they might just get sandwiched between Team INES and Venom Legends.
Well, they might get sandwiched, and we do want to see something like that, because we just want to see some crazy epic gunshots being fired. But right now, DRS, still a 4-man squad, 2 kills to their name. They are going to be going uphill, and I think they have the compound which is occupied by PN crew in their sights. But again, it is essential that you clear each and every team as you make your way into the circle, and AJ has the right thing on his mind. He wants to make sure that all those vehicles are disabled, which is going to force PN crew to move out on foot. But now Blend has been spotted. He does take a little bit of damage, and he is going to go prone, making sure that he patches himself up as quickly as he can. Elsewhere, Shuvo and INES are in a tango with one another.
Yeah, of course, and that was ought to happen, but DRS, all 3 players are kind of, just positioning themselves as if they were supposed to be racing, but Nima is the one who really went off quickly. Now, that was not fair for Gyaltsen, but I really thought someone is going to provide that very crucial cover fire. But in the meanwhile, Jay taking down Rated says Sondesh has been spotted down. AJ will take a lot of damage onto his head, but somehow he still manages to survive. But whoa, what was that from Gyaltsen taking down Utsaga? Gyaltsen will go prone, but Utsaga goes down, and DRS somehow have been able to wipe out the entirety of Deadeyes.
I thought it was going to go the other way, but it's Deadeyes guys who are going to be exiting in the 7th position with just a kill to their name. Have a look at T2K and PN crew, 9 kills each. They are hungry for more. INES now in a death struggle with Venom. I think D-Tron is the man who gets the better of that team. The MVP from the last game is going to make sure his team is still in this game.
Oh my goodness, Ditron, the way he was playing in Vikendi, he certainly has carried that forward into its Erangel. Now, getting that squad right will definitely boost them up. Now, D2K's Venom, he's got his eyes onto its Mr. Boro, and also the players from DRS, that is Blend. The players of Venom Legends are in a bit of a situation, as Ditron was right out in the open, and he'll just be taken down.
Well, I like the fact that Jane, or G.I. Jane as I like calling him, has already racked up 8 kills to his name. Have a look at SGT2K. 13 kills for their team already. And you know what? The way they are going, they just might go all the way and win this whole game. But looks like Venom Legends could be in trouble. Prophet Edge will try and make his way behind some cover. Evil Eye gets taken down. And, well, Jane is just racking up those kills. That's 9. Mind you, he did knock out Evil Eye as well. That means it could be 10. If he gets Rafa, this man is all already in double digits, but PN Crew are going to be eliminated in the 5th position with the respectful 9 kills to their name.
And now make it 10 as he confirms that kill onto its Evil Eye. It's all that last player surviving. That's Rafit that has to do the majority of the job as T2K make their rotation inside the circle. Now nobody is inside the circle, but Assiduous Z1 Crazy. Oh my goodness, how has that man survived? He was just surrounded by the players of T2K and he was swimming in the waters, and now he suddenly made it to the top 4.
He has made it to the top 4, and have a look at that. We have 4 teams still vying for that chicken dinner and only 8 players alive. T2K has 3 members, DRS Gaming has 3 alive, Assiduous and Venom Legends each have 1 man representing them on this battleground right now. And looks like Jane has got an angle on Rafat. Of course, he was shooting there earlier. So, little tricky over here. Rafat, you are going to get spotted. You need to take some cover. He did want to get in the vehicle, but he realized that all the tires have been popped out and that vehicle has been disabled. Things do not look good for Rafat right now, but again, he is not a man to shy away from a fight.
But you know, he's not going to survive for longer because Frank is the one who will be taking him down. This brings Team T2K to 16 kills already. 3 teams surviving. Are they going to get the chicken dinner in this one? DRS are the biggest threat because they also have 3 players surviving for themselves.
If they wipe out everybody else right now, we might see the big 2-0, but only if all the kills go T2K's ways. But right now, Blend has spotted G1 Crazy, and well, we are not seeing the big 2-0. We are going to see something else, so we are down to the final 2 teams. It is going to be a 3-we-2 situation, and suddenly Team T2K are on the back foot as they lost a man in the blink of an eye. DRS Gaming, now this is their time to shine. If they have a little bit of a coordinated assault, if they can engulf them from all sides, this could be problematic for SG T2K.
Yeah, of course, you know, because Jane being surrounded in a cover of smoke, his position is basically revealed, and Venom has got a few grenades that he has to dodge, but will he be able to do though? Because if DRS, they are going to win this one out, things are going to change and things are going to get very tricky, but Kyolzum really falling down towards Jane. Can Jane confirm that kill? 10 kills already to this lad. Can he get a few more?
You know, right now, the way DRS, they have a little bit of an advantage, especially in Blend's position, because all he's got to do is just pop up his head, take a few shots, and I feel Jane could be spotted any second now. Shots have been fired, but it's Jane who is, in fact, doing the shooting. Gyalzen is going to be confirmed, which means now we are down to a 2-on-2 situation. Make that a 2-on-1 as AJ goes down. Blend takes down Jane. We are now down to a 1-on-1 situation yet again. It is going to be DRS Blend versus SGT2K Venom. Only one man is going to walk out of this alive. The question is, who is it going to be? Venom going for the last-ditch effort, trying to make sure that the boost is up. He is going to pop those painkillers. Blend is getting a little impatient. And, well, let's just see what's going to happen. Venom's going to come. He's going to have to come out of his hiding spot sooner or later.
Yeah, of course. But Venom, he's been very, very patient in this final fight.
Imagine if he had a grenade.
Yeah, imagine one of the players even had a grenade out there. But you know, I love this is all going on, and there you go. T2K, well, they have managed to clutch it, and they do that in fashion.
I mean, it was like as if they both decided, all right, you know, now it's time to face one another. We're going to come out, you come out, give it your best shot, but there you have it. Winner, chicken dinner is going to go SGT2K's way.
Well, Shana is definitely going to be happy with the prediction that she made.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, had, DRS won that, we would have seen a pattern. First game, FutureStation. Next game, DRS. Third game, FutureStation. And again, DRS.
Well, that is not what's going to happen. It's T2K who are coming in strong, getting that job done in Erangel. And let me just say one thing. The fact that it went down to a 1-on-1 again just showcases how close these matches get and how much potential and how much firepower all these players possess.
You know, of course, with the way the final circle really panned out, I was excited to see which way it goes. And T2K completely deserved that chicken dinner.
Well, there you have it. T2K with the chicken dinner in Game 4, which means we have 1 game left. And you know what? We're going to take a quick little break. We'll see you after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the PMPL South Asia Season 2 on the analyst desk after the interesting match on Erangel. And as it was said on the commentator's desk, the matches are getting really close. I mean, I wanted DRS to get the chicken dinner in this one because it would have been sort of an alternating pattern being popping up in front of us. But this is Super Johnny, as I said, being joined on the analyst list by Shadow and Ocean. But before we move further with the discussion with our analyst, let's have a look at the MVP, ladies and gentlemen, of this game and see that one individual who had an amazing, amazing performance.
All right, well, Jane, GI Jane as we speak, 11 kills by this individual. Survival time 26-31, damage 14-30, 2 assists. When will we seeing that pentagram? I'm pretty sure no one's gonna, be as close at that 11 number for this play. Obviously, you're surviving from the start, you're till the end. And look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Wow.
Everything up at the top-notch marker.
It would be good, but damage taken being at the top is a bad thing, so...
Everything else at the top-notch marker, I would say. And that Russia, that badge depicts this player.
Yeah, XP said G.I. Jane, and he's certainly living up to that name. And if we talk about T2K, this team has proved that in Erangel, they are unbeatable because not only when the zone favors them, this was the zone which completely did not favor this particular team, and yet they get the chicken dinner and with 17 kills, out of which 11 kills are solely by Jane.
Exactly. Amazing, amazing, amazing gameplay being put up by this individual lad. But that sort of makes me question, how close were the other players to it? If we compare the players to each other, Jane, he had an incredible match for himself. I mean, we did talk about the damage numbers being put up by him. We did talk about the kills coming in his favor, the survival time as well. But what about the other players, ladies and gentlemen? So let's have a look at the top players and see what sort of comparison is going to be there. And well, from the number 11, we come down to 5 kills on the player on the second position in the list of the top players. It is going to be, well, his own teammate Venom right next to him.
Yeah, it has to be 17 kills, but it was kind of expected that another player will be from T2K. I kind of expected Detron to be in the top 5 also, but Galzen, an amazing gameplay by this guy, especially when they rushed in towards the squad of Team DEADEYES. A perfect coordination coming in between Galzen and AJ and Blend in that particular fight.
I mean, just look at this thing. I actually agree with that thing. I would have seen Detron as well here as well, because the guy had 3 kills for himself. He was actually dishing out a lot of damage, and he saved his team when the team actually needed saving. Plus, talking about these two teams, I mean, DRS, they had Yasna as their home ground, but the other team, SCT2K, from military base to the upper area, that's a good rotation.
Exactly. Good rotations and amazing fights being picked up by them. And as we were talking about Galton, I mean, we talked about it before the day started as well. That is that one player that is the cornerstone for the squad of DRS. And it is that one player who sort of the teams always manages to play around. But now it is time for us to have a look at the standings for this match, ladies and gentlemen. And here they are.
T2K is certainly getting that chicken dinner, and look at the kill points, 19 kill points over there, and we have again a 19 kill point over there.
Yeah.
I thought it was 17, but no, it's 19 kill points, and DRS Gaming again played very well. The way Galzen rushed in towards the plus of Team DEADEYES, they were providing backline support perfectly as and when required. PN Crew, they were also playing decently. They had good rotations. They have got 9 kills in their hands. Venom Legends, Detron, this is the guy who kind of provided that opening when the fight with the plus of Team Bablu was going on. That perfect grenade kind of gave an opening to Rafat and Evil Eye to rush in towards the plus of Team Bablu, and they got 6 kills in their hands.
Exactly, those 6 kills were pretty important. But as we move forward in the standings, the team that was dominating today, the team with the 2 chicken dinners, they seem to be falling down a little bit.
I mean, this was a bad game for them, but you know, their pattern comes up in the odd number of games. We might just see them in the next one. But for now, if we talk about it, 2 for 7, they had a bad game for themselves as well. CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, you know, nothing on the placement points, but that is the same case with Abrupt Slayers as well. 0 placement points for themselves, but those 2 kills take them somewhere between 13 to 16 to 11th position, and that also matters. You know, everything with a single point kind of matters in this game.
What happened with Abrupt Slayers was they were doing the bridge camp thing, but they were so spread out that 7Cs had no difficulty in taking them down. And let's have a look at the match summary.
Yeah, 71 knocks, 61 kills confirmed, 11 headshots being there, a lot of ones. And I want to see how much utility was.
One.
Had
There
it
was
be
a one.
181.
There was a one.
I
but
wanted it to be
see-
181, man.
There was a one. Let's just keep it with this one. But all right, the difference from the first Erangel to this Erangel, 246 smokes and nades versus 180. It went down. I mean, the circle was still a northern circle. Previously, it was Yasnaya south side. This time, it was the northern side-ish, the northern area of Yasnaya compounds. That's where the circle was. So, the difference was there. But the smokes and nades, they were less in number.
Well,
because that was an open area, and this time there were so many ridges to play around.
Yeah, that's that.
I
So
mean-
that's where, you know, those calculations come up.
So I think I would disagree on that, because open areas is where smokes become more useful.
Yeah.
They provide you a lot of cover. Nades allow you to end fights before they even start take down those individual flankers that are going to be available. It was kind of weird, but one thing that sort of came down to this was, I think, because of an open area, teams sort of came in with a lot more firefights, and the firefights came in because, well, the Mountain Dew was surplus this time on the map. So now it's time for us to have a look at do the Dew moments that the players were in fact doing inside of the game.
Yes, this was the thing where Abrupt Slayers kind of messed up, because Novo X was so far away from his teammate. 7Cs easily knocked him down, and then Joker went down. It was like a pack of dominoes, each player, and fear. This was the solo player coming out to scout. That was a kind of a mistake, because ElementriX was right there. Assiduous Esports again getting knocked out in the rotations. Team SCYTES tried to play pretty good in that particular fight, and Team P and Crew definitely stepped up. They took down the players of Team FutureStation. Heaven X kind of messed up in this particular fight, because he knocked down one of the player. Again, he had a difficulty going back into the cover, and the Team Bablu pretty easily took them down.
I mean, that was that was a phase of the fight that happened. But look at this one. ACG to get to survive this fight for themselves, you know, revive the players as well. Frankie was kind of a pretty good player in this one. Galzen obviously went down after these fights were happening, and this is where the circle went down. Those mini ridges, those minor ridges is something that, you know, changed everything for the teams. You have to go up, but how will you do that? You know, you need to use these smokes, utilize these areas, you need to move forward, and everything came down to this final 1v1 that as such just happened.
And it was incredible, the thing that happened inside of the game. The last 1v1, ladies and gentlemen. But with that, it is time for us to look at the damage histogram that is here in front of us. And as I was saying, most of the fights did happen. I mean, this entire game was all about those incredible firefights that the teams put up in display in this matchup. And, well, that reflects really, really nicely on the damage histogram, like always, as it is in front of us. And if we start from here, FutureStation, the team that was getting the chicken dinners, the team that is almost really close to tying up the world record of most chicken dinners in the single tournament, taking the first exit. But so the trend is here. Fights start happening, and then they sort of pick up the pace during the ending stages of the match, wherein the team, I mean, as Experiment said a couple of days ago, every man shall die apart from the team that survives. It was that one individual player from the side of T2K still surviving to the very end, and the team, in fact, taking the fights till the very last moment, getting the lot of damage, getting, in fact, 2,000 plus damage for themselves, and those 19 kills. So early stages, even though the damage numbers are there on the teams, it's the fact that they weren't able to get those kills for themselves. The cluster of the kills was picked up by the top 6 teams in this matchup. And it is going to be interesting, because, I mean, usually when you get circles out in the open, you expect the teams to go for the smokes and nades, as we sort of discussed, and go for the safer plays, but not this time. Since the matches are, in fact, going in negative now. We are almost closing out towards the end of week 2 now as well. And from there on, we're going to be moving forward to the final week of the league stages. Teams are getting aggressive. They need to get those points however they can. Let us have a look at the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, and see how things are right now for the teams.
If we talk about the teams and if we talk about the names, Venom Legends, they are acquiring their first position again, but this is where it comes down. 290, 285. T2K with an impressive chicken dinner. They've got the hold of that number 4 as well. I mean, I was rooting for number 4, right? and we saw 2 number 4s. I mean, FutureStation is on 5th already. Well, T2K is out there on number 4 for themselves. ZRISE, guys, they have had a bit of a drop. Obviously, nothing taken away from this team. This team is doing impressive as well, but DRS, they are climbing up slowly and steadily for themselves.
Yes, they are definitely climbing and slow and steady, like we have always said. Wins the race, DRS and DEADEYES, they both have climbed up slowly. And even Venom Legends, they are super aggressive team. If you talk about P and Crew, they had a decent outing in this particular match. They were able to take down one of the strongest team, that was FutureStation. Abrupt Slayers, they are not having a good day if we talk about today's matches, and they are struggling with their locations and rotations also. And if we talk about A1 Esports is also there with amazing 105 kill points. VTNxJyanMaara did show an amazing performance, but in one of the match they had an early elimination. Stalwart Esports, this is the team we kind of had high hopes from, but they are still sitting at the 15th position. Let's see if they will be able to make it to the top 10, because they need to perform and get those chicken dinners and kill points both.
Exactly. I mean, you need to somehow manage to get those points for yourselves, and that I think is going to be coming out to a closing point now, since, as I said, we are going to be heading towards the end of week 2, ladies and gentlemen. Today is just day 3. Tomorrow is going to be day 4. But on day 3, we have one more game left. Let's have a look at the schedule now and see the remaining match, which is going to be on the map of Sanhok. Match number 5 for today. Group D sitting out yet again. Tomorrow, they're going to be skipping out on one more game. That's going to be the first game, and then they'll come back in. But for now, Sanhok is what they have to sit out of. A, B, C, and E are going to be the groups that are going to be playing. And since the schedule is done, quick predictions.
I think DRS.
All right, what about you? All right,
ElementriX.
Ocean, since the fingers are out, that means it is going to be FutureStation that he is rooting for. Time for me to move to the other side of the desk and see. So, the theory by the mad scientist is, and it is a theory in fact, that FutureStation pops up on the matches in odd numbers. Match number 5, odd.
Here's the thing, Fixes and I have decided we are taking a stand for ourselves. We are done with your predictions. That's your job for now, especially in the last game. All we are going to do is watch the game and cast. So, Johnny, sorry to say this, you're on your own this time around, my dear friend.
Hey, don't hate the messenger, man. Don't hate the messenger.
It's all their fault.
Yeah.
You know, when it comes to love and PUBG Mobile, everything is really fair. But you know, I really...
I'm the admin over here.
You are the admin. Does not really matter.
It is a 2v2.
You won't shy away from lobbing just that one grenade onto it, you.
Well, we are going to find out if we are going to see the big 6 or we're going to see the big 2, or we are going to have to wait, as match number 5 is going to be underway any second now.
You know, I think in Sanhok, what I'm really expecting is some blood-battering action over there from all these players. The first Sanhok that we saw today was quite eventful, the Western Circle, but this time, I think we are going to witness something around the central area.
I mean, we could see that because the last game, it was pretty much in the northwest end, and you know what? I want to see something different from those cliffs, but right now, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, splash of color on your screens as the players are getting ready for the last game on day 3, week 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. I love saying that. It's a mouthful, but I love saying it.
You know, why not? It gives you that when
Feels
you
good.
do say that. But you know, while I'm taking a look at the players, people are, you know, adjusting their hair so that they look good in front of the camera, and a few of them are, you know, chugging down Mountain Dew. All the guy on my left.
Absolutely. I mean, Mountain Dew is a drink you want to have if you want to make sure that your energy is going to be on a high. But let's see what these boys and girls are going to be doing in the last game of this day. Of course, the action is going to take place in Sanhok. And, well, I'm pretty sure you want us to stop talking and you want the match to be underway. So let's have it. There you have it. The moment you say it, it just pops up. I love it. There you have it, boys and girls. Match number 5, the last game of the day. The big bird is going to be in the sky one last time. Fixes, would you do the honors and take us to the flight pod?
Of course, and there you go, the flight pod trajectory this time around, heading all the way from Kampong, going to its stat mark. Still does not really matter, does not really affect the drop locations of the teams. And this time, you know what, XP, I would love to see a cave circle. I've been craving for this kind of circle, you know. Imagine, you know, the teams up there, the teams are down there, everyone kind of fighting it out amongst each other. That will be so different for Sanhok.
I like the fact that 247 are heading to Camp Bravo. However, this time,
they do not have Pain
the
Element.
ones that they were going to hunt are not in this game. We shall see some action from them on the last day of week 2. However, we are going to wait again with bated breath if the first circle is going to form. Let me ask you guys at home, where do you think the circle is going to be? Is it going to be north, or are we going to be going down south? Fixes, where are we heading? Oh, well, looks like we are playing a replay for you guys over here, because this is exactly the same circle we saw in Sanhok the last time around.
Yeah, exactly the same kind of circle, but this time with a few different changes, because last time we had the players of Code Zero High Voltage staying up top on the hills, and now they've realized their mistakes, and they've taken a different drop over there. Maybe they might just want to go towards the shrine, but I think that's highly unlikely to be done so, because the players of Team PN Crew are there. Even now we have the players of Team DEADEYES also in contention.
You know, when you do drop down on a tropical island, I know that the aim of the game is to basically decimate all your opposition and walk out the winners, but I really don't like the fact that no takers for Paradise Resort. Now, that is a place that has it all. You have good loot, you have a little good scenery all around you, and you know what? I'm kind of missing that. But right now, we have the boys from R3D Esports on our screens right now at Camp Charlie. They've got to be careful, because further down south, well, we have the boys from 7C Esports.
Team 7C. Well, I usually see them dropping off at Sami, but this time they have kind of dropped right beside R3D, and well, this might just be a good decision, because considering how 7C have been playing, they want those kills. They are actually hungry for those kills, and now the bootcamp action is back.
Because, yes sir, because we have the sites in this game, and looks like ASL, they have got that memo. They are going to drop down where they always drop down, towards those northern 3 warehouses, and usually what happens is, you know, 2 of them will disengage and head on towards Paradise Resort, looting every single compound in between. But let's see if Jari and Joker can find an opening in bootcamp, because Phobia is definitely going to keep an eye and an air out in that direction.
Yeah, you know, giving the entirety of bootcamp to Team SCYTES, well, that might be a tricky decision, because they've got their players very well positioned. You know, 2 of their players in the second rotation, 1 of them almost in the center compound, the other one being on the third rotation. That might just, you know, spice up the things a bit, but they will have to be very, very wary of the boys from DRS. You can never, ever rule them out. Yeah.
They have to be very wary of the boys. And I was like, wait a second, did we just say very a few many times? I'm like, oh my goodness, I am slipping. I like that Fixes a lot. But right now, Abrupt Slayers, I guess they decided that, you know what, we're going to leave boot camp for the sites, and we are going to head over elsewhere. Now, they are separated. They are kind of, well, I think they are regrouping. But the question is, do they want to cross over to the Northwestern Island? Looks like Jari has that in his mind. Whether it comes to bite them later on, we're going to have to wait and see. Because, again, I love the fact that, you know, that RNG factor in Sanhok is a little bit greater, because even a little shift in the circle means that, well, you are going to be running straight at the enemy.
You know, I have got my eyes on the map feed that, you know, our spectators do not really have. I see Team ElementriX. This is what I love about them. They drop off at ruins, and they instantly, without even wasting any time, they just kind of go in for their rotation out there. They kind of are always there in the center. They pick up their fights, but we're still waiting for that first chicken dinner to come out from their side.
Let's see if this is the game that they kind of break that curse and they finally get themselves a chicken dinner. But like I said, they are pretty comfortable on the leaderboard right now, so maybe they might be saving that for the grand finale later on. Now, Nan is where we are right now, and Team Bablu are going to be looting blissfully. They are at the edge of the circle. And, all right, Fixer, let me ask you a question. Where do you think we're going to be shifting this time? Are we still heading northwest, or, somehow or the other, we might just come down to bootcamp?
You know, I really want to see a bootcamp circle, to be honest, because we've already covered that part of action. You know, what can really go up over there. Well, bootcamp might be a you know, change in taste for a lot of teams. You know, Team Abrupt Slayers really trying their hands out. They're still kind of trying to get those openings against the players of Team SCYTES. But in the meanwhile, they love taking their plunge into the water.
It's a nice day. Like I said, it's a tropical island, and the sun is shining. There's a cool breeze in the sky, and well, the water is the perfect temperature. But let's have a look and see as action has broken out, as Rafith has got the first blood, the first kill in this game, and at the same time we have an airdrop falling with your favorite weapon.
Yeah, it also does have an suppressor that you can really mount on this weapon, but you know, it's not more of that pew pew. It's that.
Hey man, that's what I like saying. Pew pew. That's my thing, all right?
You know, I'm still waiting. I think you've kept it for the finals. We're still waiting.
We're
for
going to
the
have some more
voiceovers.
sound effects. Yes, sir.
You know, that is exactly what we really want to see. But Venom Legends, well, they've gotten off to a good start. This is really good for starters because Code Zero High Voltage, they did not really anticipate this thing because this is not their drop location. They do not know the, every single part of this entire area. They did not know from where Venom Legends really strikes them.
Well, they are going to have to wait and find out. They will find out sooner or later if one of those enemies or Venom Legends, they fired a few shots on them. But right now, it does look like they are oblivious to the fact that, there is danger lurking pretty much behind them. We're going to have to wait and see. I think they might be kind of intrigued by that airdrop in the distance as well. They are going to be having some crosses on it, and they're going to be gauging, should I or shouldn't I? So I think, well, we could be wrong. They are just waiting for the enemies to make a move. They are decently kitted out. Not the best loot in the world, I would say. I mean, if I have a level 1 helmet, at least I would want to upgrade it to a level 2, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, of course. In every single fight, I say minimum is going to be level 2 because level 1 does not really give you that much protection, does not even provide you that much damage reduction. And, that vest is kind of way too much in the open. And, well, you never know. Even if you hit the shots to the chest and you anticipate that you might get that damage reduction popping in, but that does not happen. But what really is happening is a boot charging onto it, Chari.
That is why you always aim for the head. But right now, Boo there is going to be moving in. Chari definitely is going to have an idea where he is. He might be the one who actually gets first blood over here on him. But now Boot is going to come under heavy fire from across the water. But Chari is the one who is going to put him in his place. Elsewhere, DE's Shifu Sir is opening up against BN Crew. And looks like Chari is going to get another knock right now.
Baited is all I can say. Abrupt Slayers Shari, him remaining at the backlines now makes so much sense. They completely created the situation for Team SCYTES to be in, but this is what he had not really anticipated. With Phobia getting that knock onto Shari, that's a kill confirmed. He is not getting that revive anytime soon.
However, that grenade was not timed perfectly, and I do believe it kind of rolled down in the water. But I love the fact that that follow-up grenade after that knock came so soon. Maybe had it been timed a bit better, they could have, capitalized on that knock. But look at the way Heaven is swimming across. He is going to make sure Chari gets that revive. Now, SCYTES, they have lost 2 members, but it looks like Phobia is going to go and pick up his fallen comrade. Ghost are going to be a 2-man squad once again. Looks like they are going to be on the back foot. Now, we were just talking about this earlier, right?
Yeah.
They let SCYTES have bootcamp all to themselves, and looks like it was a little bit of a bluff.
Yes, and now with Chari getting that revive, that's some teamwork that you can get to see over here. If it had been me, I would have just let him go over there. He was a dead rat. But no, abruptly.
Wow.
Sadist.
You all heard this right now, so I am going to be scared even playing classics with you, because if I'm knocked out, you are probably that guy who's going to wait for me to bleed out and then steal all my loot.
Yeah, if you have my favorite weapons, of course, why not? That's the part
All
of...
right, Fixes. We just took a stand right now against the analyst desk, and here you are throwing me under the bus.
At the end, every man for himself.
Ooh, all right. Every man, every woman for himself or herself. We all heard it here first. Let's see if that's going to come and bite you later on. But right now, SCYTES, they are going to be backing into the boot camp once again. Of course, it is safe haven under in all those buildings, and still plenty of loot to go around. So they did get shot. I mean,
2 minutes.
All right. So there's an AWM in the drop. Let me just paint the picture. There's an AWM in the drop. We have an 8x scope, and the drop is far out in the water. I mean, talk about teasing. This is too much for me. I'm getting a little emotional. I'm getting a little teared up, Fixes.
It's that moment where you just want to kind of get inside the game and take that weapon. Maybe take the fight against the players of Team ElementriX, because if any squad can really go there, it's them. But for that, you need to commit a lot of things. Provided the fact that DEADEYES are just beside them, I don't think Team ElementriX would want to take this kind of a risk. But, talk about the circle this time shifting around. We are going to witness something happening onto its northern side. Maybe Code Zero High Voltage have gotten themselves figured out.
Yes, sir. And have a look at what's happening down south near Tampong. FutureStation still out in the blue are going to finally make it to a little bit of safety. They were engaged in a little bit of a tussle down there. They did lose Steel Shot in that little skirmish, which is going to be a big blow, because, come on, let's face it, Steel Shot has been instrumental in FutureStation's success.
Yeah, of course. You know, that lad has been doing so much. Talk about the games yesterday, talk about today's games as well. They've always, you know, he's always been shining it for his squad. But, you know, Team 7C, this is another squad, you know, that I absolutely have started loving with the way they are playing, with the kind of aggression that they are showing, not shying away from even a single fight. They've got a squad right in front of them. They take it.
They do take it, and like you said, they're not ones to shy away from a fight. And, you know, in fact, we did catch the interview a little earlier. And let me say, these boys have their heads on right. They are determined to do good over here. And let me tell you one thing as well. They are doing really, really, really good, especially in the kills department. Right now, looks like EX Sonim, ElementriX's Sonim, is trying to size up the opponents. I thought they were going to tango with DEADEYES guys. But looks like DEADEYES guys are going to be abandoning Hathin, and they are moving to the main island.
You know, if we are having discussion about Team ElementriX Sonim, a recent addition towards their roster. Earlier, he was playing from, I think, JyanMaara, I believe. And there was that one instance in Vikendi during maybe the PMPL where he just 1v4'd a very, very popular squad. And after that, I could see the sparks already glinting out of this lad. I knew he is gonna make it big. And here he is in PMPL Season 2, already, you know, bagging up a lot of kills for himself and for his entire team.
Yes, sir. I mean, again, talking about ElementriX, he's been instrumental, but they do need that one chicken dinner.
Yes.
Right? They do need that chicken dinner. It's going to pretty much pacify all the fans out there. I think that is what the fans want, the chicken dinner. It's like, all right, you guys are top 10, but still, you know, a chicken dinner would be the best cherry on the cake. But right now, Ghost and Phobia are in a world of trouble as ASL have finally ventured into boot camp, and, well, now they are the big dogs on the hunt.
You know, the worst part is, Phobia really did go in for the cover. He thought that he might be safe, but from the backlines, look at Team 7C making all those rotations in, and now, since Phobia's cover has been blown, Nova is launching all those grenades onto this lad.
I mean, his cover was blown, and I almost thought he was blown away with it, with that grenade pretty much popping off in front of his face. But looks like Shifu, sir, has lost his life as DE have been reduced to a 3-man squad. Of course, they are having a little bit of a tussle with the boys from Code Zero High Voltage. Now, Assassin, he is prone in the grass on the left of your screen right now. Just trying to make sure that he can get as much audio, you know, aid coming in. But elsewhere, 7C's Hungry Box has opened up on Abrupt Slayers as Joker is, well, wait a second. He was knocked, but now he's put on the ground.
Well, now this gives enough room for the players of side to make a rotation, but R3D, talk about engaging in fights for a longer time, and talk about being in the open. 7C are being punished for that mistake that they have made. They were way too much in the open. They had all their eyes focused onto the players of Abrupt Slayers, and now they have to deal with the wrath of R3D.
I like the fact that you use the word punish, because that is exactly what's happening to them right now, and Hungry Box is going to be the last man standing as of now. Love is going to be on his knees right now. Elsewhere, Venom Rafath has just gone crazy on ElementriX, that I do believe they've lost 1, 2, 3 members, which means Mr. Hyozu is the last man standing. And let me tell you one thing about Mr. Hyozu. He is way out in the sea.
You know, this is what happens when you take a boat. Someone down the line will spot you out and blow you up into smithereens before you even realize that.
Well, that is something which we'll come back to that in a second. What's confusing is Walker was the one who was knocked down. Ezio was still up and alive. He was still on his feet. He gets knocked out, and now Walker, the last man standing for R3D, has been spotted out. He did come up for air, but that is something that is going to be... Well, with that, R3D Esports are the first team to be eliminated in the last game on day 3.
How on earth are 7C still surviving? I mean, talk about third parties. This is a perfect display of how things can go really, really crazy in Sanhok. But the new circle that has been formed favors the lad from Assiduous Esports so much. They just have to hold on to their compounds, pray that the final circle also ends towards them, because 247, they've been the silent guys. They've not been making a lot of noise today.
I think we are going to see something different in the final circle. We might be heading towards Statmark. We're going to have all that lumber to take cover behind. I think that is going to be interesting, and it's going to be interesting to see what the teams are going to do. But right now, Team Bablu's Dean Wolf is opening up on the enemy, as I do believe Danny has been knocked out as well. We are going to join that fight in a second. Meanwhile, ASC's Muffin, well, we are going to join that fight right now. Danny has been picked up, and talking about ASC, Hanuel gets a knock on PN Cruz, Mr. Boro.
never swim when you have got a squad right in your
No,
midst.
no, no.
And well, Mr. Burrow, let's see if he can really survive that. And well, it has been answered. Hanuel does not really want to let go of his kill. And when Cooney also falls down to Saga, and I was just anticipating maybe Assassin can catch the boys from Deadeyes off guard, but well, he certainly has failed to do so.
Now, the position that Assiduous Esports is in is a good position. It is high up. We are overlooking the water. We're overlooking that tiny little island in the water as well. And, you know, you can see the rocky cliffs of Boot Camp from that distance. So they just got to make sure that they have their backside secure. And I am talking about PN crew, because Sandesh and Ayush could come up from behind and wreak havoc. But it looks like Rafat is kind of channeling what he did in week 1, as he's on a little bit of a rampage with 6 kills to his name already. Let me tell you one thing, that is quick.
Yes, that is really quick, but you know, Assiduous Esports, well, we'll have to see if they can really get back to their winning ways, because this certainly looks like a map that really favors them. But talk about Venom Legends, you know, they've always been in the thick and thin of every single fight. Well, there were a few games where they were taken out early, but it's all right. As long as you are topping the leaderboards, I have nothing to complain. But C1 Crazy is taking some shots from the boys from DRS, and Nima will be the one taking him down over there.
Well, Javan has been knocked down once again. I do believe this is his second knock, but of course, respite should be coming in the form of Kurkure, and I mean the player and not the snack. But Hanuel is going to make sure he keeps cover while his teammate is being revived. Again, the position that they are in, they really don't have a lot to worry about as of right now, unless perhaps maybe Deadeyes guys decide to come in and move in their location. And talking about Deadeyes guys, you see them in the distance, maybe about 200, maybe 250 meters separate the two teams. But again, the circle is such that it is not going to force these teams out of their cover. Now, grenades, was that a grenade that was deployed?
Yeah,
I mean, that was a Hail Mary, to be honest with you.
You know, even I was anticipating, why would he do that?
You see smoke, you fire into it.
Yes, you do that, and that's lesson 101. You know, just to be safe. But DRS, how are they gonna come out from that island? Provided the fact that they've made a lot of Rukus around, and well, PN crew has got their eyes on them. Assiduous knows where they exactly are. Team Bablu have to take the bridge route to get in. Provided that Deadeyes are just beside them, it's going to be a tough run for them.
Looks like the final circle is going to be heading north as we are shifting our attention towards Datmark. In fact, just a little west of Datmark is going to be where we are going to see a tremendous amount of bloodshed. But right now, Assassin is in a little bit of a fight with ASE as Kurkure goes down. 247, Khan comes in and takes out Muffin. Danny is in a fight as well. Khan gets taken down elsewhere. Wait a second. Now, this is going to be a little bit chaotic as we do see the kill feed popping off as well. 247 Gaming gets taken down right in front of our eyes, especially after he just took out Hanuel. But it's a lot of teams that are pretty much firing at each other. They are engaged with ASE, but it's T2K who comes in and gets the knock on them.
Well, you know, Assassin is certainly living up to his name. Right when the players of 247 do not really realize that there is that one snake that's just beside them. He is gonna strike, and look at him. He knows this is a venomous look, and well, we're just waiting. But I believe 247 do have an idea as to a player that they really do not want to be around.
Well, Vegeta is cooking a grenade. He does lob it, but it is going to be boom. And I love the way that he got out in the nick of time. Assassin is still holding on for dear life. Now, Vegeta and 247 Gaming, in fact, took a little bit of damage themselves, so they need to patch up. They've got to be careful. They have gone on the other side of the house. Well, now they are coming this way. FutureStation and Venom Legends are going to be engaged in about a few seconds just over yonder, if you think about it, because that fight will be taking place. They are outside the circle right now, but it's funny because FutureStation, if you remember, they were all the way down south when the game started, and now they are the northernmost team.
Whoa, you know, talk about making those
Assassins
perfect grenades. Assassin, how is he even alive?
Now, here's the thing. Although that grenade almost took him out, he should not move because, well, the enemy's going to think that that grenade went for naught. But right now, ASL's Heaven gets a knock of his own. In fact, he is going to make sure he finishes SCYTES Ghost. And with that, it looks like we have another team that is going to be exiting this game.
Well, XP, this is quite a situation out there because Evil Eye, he has to run for his life with Kamshi chasing him. That's going to be a tough time, and well, he does go down. But Shubo, it all comes down to this lad. Will he be able to clutch it out though? That's the bigger question. Kamshi also cooking up a grenade, will be throwing that out into Oblivion, but that does not really connect.
Looks like 7C has pretty much... Wait a second, I'm going to come back to that in a second. Deacon has a wonderful angle over here, but he has been spotted out. Is Machine going to take him down, or is he going to get taken down instead? Badrev on the back foot right now. This is good. That was good cover from there. Shuvo can actually pick up his teammate because all the attention is now on that gentleman on our screens right now. Boom! Goes the grenade. Capshu with a beautiful knock. He is going to make sure he goes and secures his kill. And now, looks like Venom Legends could be in trouble. They are a two-man squad, but they have been spotted, and now they are going to be engulfed from all sides.
Yeah, of course, and now this is kind of a do-or-die situation as Evil Eye goes down. Shuvo, he'll be the last member surviving, but not for so long, as FutureStation have managed to wipe out Venom Legends. The fight between the first position and the second position, and well, FutureStation definitely have won this one out.
They have won this one out, but now DRS AJ, he is going to be patching himself off. He does have that one first aid kit, which has been reduced to 0 right now. He's still out in the blue, and remember, he is the last man standing for his team. He gets spotted out, and boom, there you have it. Another team bites the dust, and this time it's going to be DRS Gaming following the sights in the 11th position. Good kills, though.
Z1, crazy. Whoa, does Zibian know that?
Oh,
He's just
no!
Now he realizes one goes down, the second also goes down. Will he get the third? No. No is going to be the answer, as Tyrant will clean things up, but on the cost of what? You've already lost out on 2 players.
And of course, that fight did take place out in the blue, so that means Team Bablu are going to be in a world of trouble. I do not see Tyrant picking up Zibian. However, he could be taking his loot with him. Let's see if that is going to happen. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are down to the final 5 teams. 13 players alive, as now once again, in true Sanhok fashion, teams and bodies are going to be toppling over like dominoes. So if we miss something, we truly apologize.
Yeah, of course. And right now, INES, Yoshiro, the last player surviving, he's gone for a heal battle. He is nowhere on this earth making it to the end of the circle. And 9 first aids will definitely suffice. And, well, let's see if he can really make it to the 3rd spot. And what do we witness? FutureStation just going out in a jiffy?
FutureStation out in the 4th position. Like I said, it is going to be pandemonium right now. ElementriX have exited as well. We are now down to the final 4 teams. 10 players alive, and have a look at Team T2KSG. All 4 members are still alive and kicking. 4 kills to the name already, and now Frankie over here with the grenade. He lobs it. Vegeta is the intended target. Vegeta is going to move back. He does take some damage. 247 Gaming still in this game.
Yeah, of course, but right now Frankie's got a lot of challenge right ahead them, because 247, with the way they are playing, with the kind of precision that they have got on their grenades, we'll have to see if they can really find their players out. But Frankie, he's retreated. He knows that he needs to get into cover, and that is exactly what he's done.
What a beautiful angle 247 Gaming got on Venom, but he does get taken down by Jane instead. Now, you can't be running out in the open and expect not to get shot at. With that, 247 Gaming has been put in the ground, which means Vegeta, he needs to go Super Saiyan right now if he wants to make sure his team finishes in the top 3. He is under heavy fire. The blue zone is going to do its bit as well, and well, there you have it. That's how the cookie crumbles. It's the blue zone that comes in and takes the kill, and look at this. INES out in the 3rd position. Kudos to Yoshiro for getting his team over here.
He's done that, but right now what we can see is Jane completely on fire as he goes down, takes down Utsaga over there, also getting the confirmation. It is going to be a 4v2 situation, and Team T2K look to be taking this home.
Now, it does look that way. They have 4 men still intact, but they are going up against On Top, and we know when D is pushed in a corner, he's like a rabid animal. He's going to come out swinging, but when you are lobbing grenades, it is pretty difficult to get out of harm's way. Now, Rated with a grenade of his own. If he gets a knock over here, if he gets 2 knocks, this could be instrumental, but he gets spotted out. Jane is going to be quick on the trigger, knocking him out. That means now it is going to be a 3-man T2K up against On Top. Now, the question is On Top his game? Can, like I love saying, can he pull off a miracle?
And right now, with Venom also getting that res up, it's a 4v1 situation on
There
top.
we go.
He has to pull something out, but will he though? Since he's been spotted out, the shot going out, getting that first knock, will he get the second? No is the answer, as Skylights Gaming, T2K, get the second one, and that's a back-to-back, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, I told you they are coming in hard. There you have it, SGT2K with yet another winner chicken dinner, especially in the last game. Now that is going to be big for these teams. These guys, they are making a statement that, you know, hey, we kind of slacked off, but we are back. FutureStation, you are going back down the leaderboard.
Look, considering the number of games that they have played, I'm pretty sure that they are going to top spot pretty soon.
They should be, and correct me if I'm wrong, do they have games on hand? I doubt it. They do have games on hand.
Yes.
Well, there you have it. So now the competition is getting even thicker, and with that, it is an end of all the action for you on day 3. You know what we're going to do? We're going to take a quick break, then we're going to see what the analyst desk has to say. So you all stay tuned. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back once again to the PMPL South Asia Season 2, ladies and gentlemen, and it is the analyst desk over here, Super Johnny, Shadow, and Ocean. We are going to discuss how things came about in this last matchup, which was quite interesting because, I mean, more than half the game, almost every single team was there. I mean, it was like the final few minutes where teams just started dropping out like flies in mid-air. And it was pretty intense, the action that took place. But let us have a look at the MVP first as we move forward with the conversation and sort of break down all the plays that happened.
Yes, Venom Legends, Rafat, he is again back in the action. He is again the MVP over there, and especially the way he eliminated 3 of the players of Team ElementriX, and then those perfect grenades also coming in. In fact, when there were 15 teams alive, this guy had 6 kills. Just in few minutes, although his survival time is 17 minutes and 47 seconds, he got 6 kills and 664 damage just in a matter of few minutes.
And that's you know, that's how you play the game. We were talking about this player, right? This player knows how to change his game from 0 to 6, probably. That's what it was out here. And 6 kills for this individual lad. You can see 664 damage. That was pretty good. Not the highest damage taken. Pretty decent. We'll talk about that as well. And he had a pretty decent survival time for himself as well. As you can see, that's quite out there.
So I think what Shadow pointed out was like pretty on point. He went from 0 to 6 pretty fast, and then he was just there.
Total.
Yeah, he was there. He hit a plateau after that. But still, as we did discuss multiple times, there is a new MVP ranking system, ladies and gentlemen, that takes into consideration the damage, the survival time, and the kills all put together. Let's have a look at the top players and see, are there going to be any other players contesting him in those categories? Well, the survival times of all the other 4 players in this top players list is significantly higher than what Rafat has for himself.
Yes, and Jane again being the MVP over there and that perfect chicken dinner. But Kapsi, this is the guy I thought will be the MVP, considering that perfect grenade on Ditron and then eliminating, fully dominating the players of Team Venom Legends and eliminating them. Kapsi played really well, but he kind of lagged on the kill points, I think. And ASL Chari, he had the perfect positioning. I think when Abrupt Slayers players were rotating, Chari was the guy who kind of backstepped the players of Team SCYTES. He had a perfect positioning.
Exactly, and positioning in those fights is pretty important. But I'm a little upset about something. You know what? We did not get to see 3 chicken dinners in a single day, and there's a new curse in town.
But we saw one thing, 2 chicken dinners in a single day, 2 times.
2
so
times.
It's kind of the repetitive formula that's happening, and now with this one, Skylight C2K is also, you know, kind of with that area of FutureStation.
Exactly. Let's see where they are in terms of this matchup, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to have a look at the standings for this match, and here they are in front of us.
I mean, T2K is here, right? 8 kills, 15 placement points. That puts them on 23, but look at the difference. 23-14. 2 kills for DEADEYES, guys. 5 for 2 for 7. INES was out there as well. FutureStation, pretty decent outing. Not the best, not the worst, but, you know, they don't have to worry about that right now. But I'll tell you what they have to worry about later in the game. DRS Gaming is out there, Team Bablu, and then ElementriX with 6 placement points and 1 kill point in their name.
Yes, and if you talk about DRS Gaming, the zone was kind of a similar zone compared to the previous Sanhok. This time also they held their same compound, but buddy, zone is not going to change every time in the same pattern. This time they had a trouble entering into the zone. They took hold of a small compound and they just couldn't make it to the zone. On the other hand, 7C Esports, they showed perfect rotations, good rotation, but R3D, that perfect, what should I say, third party they did on 7C Esports. Even I have no idea how 7C Esports survived at that particular moment, because R3D, they could have easily taken down this team.
Exactly. I mean, they could have taken them down, but I mean, the flaws are always going to be there in the gameplay, right? And R3D, I think, at this point are sort of in the same shoes as PAINxELMT, wherein they are lacking behind. But I think they need to reset themselves before they reach the next week, and that is going to be the opportunity tomorrow. But the match summary in front of us: 58 knocks, 54 kills confirmed. pretty good conversion ratio, but that means a lot of points were sort of just left out in the open.
All right, when we were looking at those, top 5 players and everything, we did not see a sniper coming out in this one. But we always see these headshots number coming. That just means, with everything going on, people, they want to aim for the head, even if they are close range fights and all. Your first shot is at the head, the second shot is going somewhere else. You will take that fight. But it all makes a lot of difference, being it Sanhok, being it the fast-paced thing that it should be in the final moments of the match. Smokes and nades, 73. Pretty decent given the fact, the circle was quite similar as the first one. Not exactly similar, but still, it was just out there.
It was out there. And one more thing that was out there in the game was our due moments, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at the due moments of this last game of Day 3, Week 2.
Yes, this is the position of Chari I was talking about. He had a good position later on. He got knocked out after taking 2 of the players of team sides over there. Team 247 Gaming. Look at Assassin. I have no idea how this guy survived. 247 Gaming kind of messed up on those grenades, not just once, but twice. Later on, they took him down. That's another story. On the other hand, FutureStation took down some Kafshi. He was on a domination spree. He knocked out one of the player, Detron of Venom Legends, and the whole Venom Legends. He just wiped out, and this is the moment. Tyrant, where were you? Why so much delay in providing that backline support?
I mean, I still remember the way, Experiment was talking about it. Can he take them all? Can he take them all? But, well, Tyrant just came out. He came there. He came late, but, well, he was there for the rescue. He tried pretty good. But, well, this is where it all comes down. SCYTES Gaming going for back-to-back dominance that they have shown, and this is going to be rewarding them with good numbers.
Exactly, and in those final moments, T2KSG, just even though the players were going down, they made sure that the chicken dinner was coming their way, ladies and gentlemen. And that, I think, showcases nowhere else but on the damage histograph. And every single map produces a unique pattern in this histogram that is in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. And on Sanhok as well, since the fights happen a lot more frequently, you're going to see the damage histogram sort of showcasing those uneven peaks in those weird sort of positions. Because, well, the fights do take a weird scenario. You can get third party out of nowhere. The teams usually fight unaware of the situation, unaware of the teams that are closing in on them. But our chicken dinner winners this time, I mean, 1800 plus damage, 8 kills coming is not a shabby performance. That is pretty incredible, in fact. 1651 damage on them. But as we move forward over here, these are the teams that actually got eliminated quite early on in the game. I'm talking about Venom Legends. I'm talking about the squad of DRS and the squad of Abrupt Slayers as well. But over 1,000 damage on all three of these teams as well, and decent number of kills coming in. And as I was saying, fights on Sanhok happen at any given time. It is not like Vikendi, wherein the teams are going to be fighting each other towards the ending moments of the match, and that is why you're going to see those high damage numbers across the board. No. Fights happen in the early stages and then during the rotations, and so the teams that come out on top of those fights will definitely showcase the kills being converted. If you do not have the damage on this map, you will hardly get those kills. You do see the teams with 400 damages, 3 kills coming in for them, and stuff like that happen. But I mean, this sort of begs us to question to the fact. This is going to be that map that I think in this new meta, coming from the new point system, I think is going to be the preferred map by most of the teams, since, well, the new meta, the new point system favors the teams that get the kills, and Sanhok is all about getting those kills.
Exactly. You go for the kills, you get those kills, you grab those kills, and that obviously is going to reflect in your points as well, as we'll be, talking about all those things. But you see, there are some white bars and blue bars. White bars sometimes have 0, but blue bars are just, higher up in the sky. That's the balance you kind of, need to find out.
And I think this sort of also brings you to the point that you always make. If you have a blue bar pretty high and 0 on the kill bar, that means you took a really bad fight for yourself.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the group-wise standings, ladies and gentlemen, as they convert. And there are going to be changes today. And this is going to be one change that I think we did sort of not see coming. SCYTES taking the 2nd position on the group-wise standings in Group A.
The reason is being Assiduous not performing up to the mark, and SCYTES is performing not in every game, but few of the games they really dominate. And T2K will be again at the top. They are going to hit that 300 mark pretty soon, considering they got 2 chicken dinners today. Let's see if they will be getting another chicken dinner. INES, Yashiro did try for a heel battle over there, 9 first hits. Took his team to a 3rd position from 4th position. That was a good move, but will they be able to take down Assiduous Esports? That will be the main question.
I mean, that's totally true. That's totally true. Looking at Group B, 7C Esports, they are looking pretty decent, but well, Abrupt Slayers, even though they had a bad game, they are still, pretty close to them. Again, followed by P and Q right now, where Abrupt Slayers actually, it looks like they have a lead, but P and Q will have to see where they just, end their tomorrow, as today is already at that end, and R3D is out there as well. But this group, all right, I see it's pretty decent, it's pretty good with 93 points for R3D. They all already, just need to do something, otherwise it will be a bad day for them tomorrow as well. But well, this was Group B. Group C is where everything gets interesting. 296, 293, 240, 184. If I remember correctly, they just have one game tomorrow. And that's where they have to do everything for that weekly stuff as well, for themselves as well. And that's where these 296, 293, just come up in the contestation.
I think this, by far, Group C is the safest group. Every single team has managed to make a comfortable position for themselves in the matches that they have played so far. And it sort of puts them in a really safe position, I think. Even if 2-for-7, they are out of the qualification slot, the group-wise qualification that is, they still will make it just because of how many points that they have. And the other teams on the 4th position in the rest of the groups are just not performing as well as 2-for-7. They have managed to keep up with the teams in their group, and I think that is going to be quite interesting to see. But we do have Group D in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, as well. PAINxELMT still stuck on the double digits, really far away from the 100 points.
Where's JyanMaara points? 184.
Yeah.
That's where 2-for-7 is in their group. And that's where the difference has come up. So they are looking pretty good. Stalwart 180. PAINxELMT 64. Obviously, these are the 4th number teams that actually have to step up.
So even though JyanMaara have the same number of points as 2-for-7, JyanMaara automatically make it to the finals, and 2-for-7, they'll be stuck with the sword hanging over their heads. But now, Group E, ladies and gentlemen, in front of us.
Yes, DRS Gaming has definitely stepped up 2 chicken dinners in just one day and makes it a 260 points. Deadeye guys, they are like slow and steady. They don't just make a very big performance in one particular match. They slowly and steadily climb up and still sitting at the top position with 269 points in their group. Team Bablu had a good day yesterday. CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, this is the team that can do something because they always have a good positioning. This time also they had a good positioning also in Sanhok. In previous match also they were the king of the hills. They could have taken down the players, but somehow they lack to make it over there.
Exactly, they do lack to make it. But one more thing I noticed when we had a look at the last group, Group E specifically, it's going to be the fact that CZxHIGHVOLTAGE 176 points. So that is going to be the sword that's there on the heads of the players of 2-for-7. And it is going to be quite interesting because if we have a look at the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be quite clear. I mean, the competition is pretty fierce and it looks quite interesting, the leaderboard, as Venom Legends, 296, 293, 290 in the top 3.
After that, it's 269 for Deadeyes, guys. DRS Gaming, it's 260. So they are, no green arrows, no red arrows for these teams, but there's one thing. I'm still surprised. 154, 142, 1 chicken dinner. That means they have played good with placement points as well. FutureStation 157, get it. You already have, 75 points of those chicken dinners for yourself. Same goes for T2K SG as well. But, well, you've had your bad games. You need to accept that. Otherwise, you would have already touched 300 marker.
But look at this. This is why people love this team. ElementriX, yeah. 0 chicken dinners, 31 matches, 240 points.
That's where they just set the bar.
They kind of had the chicken dinner today again.
Yeah,
They were
almost.
so close.
They were in the top 4.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm going to just root for this team tomorrow. I think that's going to be one of the things. But, well, ElementriX, it's obviously, with 0 chicken dinners, but still they are doing amazing. We have to look at those teams as well, that tried and tested their metal out here. A1 Esports, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, and Assiduous Esports. 211, that's where 200 ends. 195, 188, that's where it comes down. 2 teams with 184 as well. That's where 2-for-7 comes up, and VTNxJyanMaara is one team that we can see. But look at the difference. It doesn't matter right now. But, well, R3D 93, 64 for PAINxELMT, and then 146, 176. These numbers are actually increasing like exponentially. Not exponentially though, but still they are increasing with a big number.
Exactly. It is quite interesting. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the head-to-head between, again, we had a look at this at week 1, but let's do it again. Venom Legends versus FutureStation in week 2.
Yeah, Venom Legends, the particular guy who outperformed every beyond our expectations today was obviously Detron. But later on, he was the grenadier, if I'm not wrong. Perfect grenades coming in, but the irony is later on he was taken down by a grenade from the player of FutureStation. Kapshi took him down.
But out here with these stats, we'll have to see which team takes the other team down if it just comes down to that one. I mean, if I'm looking at the numbers correctly, and if I'm talking about this, damage given versus damage taken for Venom Legends is a bad ratio. They obviously have a bigger number for themselves, but 32,000 divided by 31,000, that's obviously a smaller number as compared to 29,000 divided by 25,000. So that means FutureStation is playing safely for themselves when they need to, but that's where those chicken dinners come up. But Venom Legends, they are playing aggressively because they need to.
Exactly, and I think, does that ratio even matter if you, with 4 less chicken dinners than your opponent, still lead the charge in terms of points and in terms of kills as well? Does that ratio even matter when what you're trying to do is actually working out for you?
I mean, this is what I love about this game. You have good numbers, you have good amount of damage for yourself, but there's other team with more chicken dinners still.
I know you're gonna hate me for saying this, but sometimes all the numbers you can just roll them up and just throw them out the window. Things sometimes do not even make sense, and I think Venom Legends are those people and is that team that sort of breed and outperform everyone and break the norms basically. They have been breaking the norms quite nicely in this PMPL South Asia Season 2, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at the kill leaders of Week 2 and see how the individual players are doing so far for themselves as well.
Yes, Steel Shot, this is the guy from FutureStation. In fact, not just him. Even Kapshi also played really well in today. But Steel Shot has been performing since yesterday. He has got 29 kills and damage is going to be 5,209 over there. And if we talk about Galzin, he has given out a lot of damage, 5,790, mainly through those utilities. And he has 26 kills and 4 headshots over there. But if we talk about headshots, Jane, he is very precise with his aim. He has got 6 headshots over there, 25 kills, and he was in a killing spree in 2 of the matches today with 4,789 damage.
So last week, Steel Shot had 26 in total by the end of the day 4. Today, it's end of day 3. He is already out there with 29 kills. Jane had 21 and he was at 9th position. Now he's already out here. Hungrybox, on the other hand, he is at 21 for himself, but well, this is where it all comes down. Still, where is Rapat? I mean, in the previous game, he had good kills for himself, but still not.
The guy who was on the first position before we started the day is completely out of the list as well.
Yeah.
Morte. That's the lad I'm talking about. He was on the first position with 16 kills today.
And he became an MVP in one of the matches. Like, he was shown in one of the matches. He was the star of one of the matches, but still out here. This is where, I don't know if I have to agree with you, but this is where, gameplay kind of just comes down in one of those things, high pressure situations, how you tackle them, that doesn't matter. How you, just get up with every fight and just play with them, that's how, the game goes on.
Good thing is Blah 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 is again back in the top 10 again, even though they have got no chicken. And like we have already said, the first week, if you remember, Blah 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 was not there, but now he's slowly making up his mark.
Exactly, and the marks are going to be needed to be made because, well, today was the end of day 3, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow is going to be day 4 for week 2. That means the last day of week 2. And with that, there's going to be just one more week remaining for the teams and the players to perform and make their way into the finals. And as I said, we are done for today. We're going to be coming back tomorrow. The same people over here on the analyst desk and experiment fixes over on the commentators desk. Make sure you tune in at 5:30 p.m. We'll see you. Take care. Good night.